sa ating lahat sa TNC. Pagpatuloy lang natin yung pag-grind natin, yung extra effort na ginagawa natin, magbubunga din lahat ng pagod at puyat natin. Kaya tiwala lang sa isa't isa, laban lang, kaya natin to. Sa mga fans na sumusuporta sa TNC, abangan nyo lang yung mga next na match namin this week. Babawi kami at madami kaming baon na ipapakita sa inyo. Abangan nyo.
Mayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week number 5. On our 5th spot is Super Marcos Beatrix burst play nung day 3 laban sa Smart Omega. 10 minutes in the game, lamang na lamang ang Smart Omega in terms of economy at minion wave management. May nanakaw na Lord si Cal TZ sa kakatapos ng na Lord fight, kaya balak itong i-capitalize ng kupunan ng Bren. Makukuha ni Nico si Flap TZ with the way of the dragon, pero buburahin siya ni Super Marco mula sa bush gamit ang Renner's Apathy. 3 versus 4, sasabunutan ni Ogwen si Ryzen gamit ang grab at tutunawin siya ni Super Marco with a shot of Renner at ang tuloy-tuloy na bala ng Nibiru. Kelra will enter with a blazing duet along with Storm with the arcane shade para tunawin si Rafio at Super Marco. Flickering out, mabubura ni Super Marco si Storm for a triple kill at makakatakas pa siya ng gahibla na lang ang buhay, making way for his team to turn things around.
Kuha ng kill. Anong nangyayari?
On our 4th spot is nothing but nets nung day 2 laban sa Smart Omega. Almost 15 minutes in the game with a 2k gold gap from Smart Omega, naghahanap ng timing ang buong kupunan ng ONIC para baliktarin ang laro. Mag-i-initiate dito si Kekedut ng hila kay Miko gamit ang Divine Judgment at sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Nibiru's Passion to burst his enemy down. Dashing away with tactical reposition, ilalabas nito ang Bennett at magpapakawala ito ng Bennett's Rage para pigilan ang pursuit ng Smart Omega. Finding a safe place para magpalit ng arsenal, kukunin niya ang Renner at buburain si Kelra sa mapa gamit ang Renner's Apathy at isang basic sniper attack. With their main damage dealer killed, mapapaatras ang barangay. Mamamatay pati si Renjo at makakahinga ng maluwag ang mga hedgehogs. On our 3rd spot ay ang idol ng mga kids, Kapitan Fuse MVP play gamit ang Julian ng day 2 laban sa Echo. 17 minutes in the game, magaganap ang third Lord fight ng laban. With a large economic advantage over Echo, malakas ang loob ng Bren Esports na maganap ng team fight. Magko-conceal play dito si Ogwen to check the bushes. Mukhang magkakaroon ng bangayan sa top bush ng Lord Pit. Makukuha dito ni Yawi yung 3-man knock-up pero papakainin dito ni Fuse si Sanji ng enhanced sight at tatapusin niya ang pangungulit ni Sanford gamit ang enhanced chain. Carl TZ will go down as well for a triple kill mula kay Few at mukhang makukuha na ng Bren Esports ang inaasam nilang ganti laban sa defending world champion.
Ngayon ang
At tapos
M4
sa ata.
Champions!
Tapos sa ata to. Palag-palag na lang yung Bren Esports. Pulado si Yawi dito and wipeout. Ubus. Pati pan. Tubos. At sinong number 1? Sinong number 1 sa simula ng leg 2? Walang iba.
On our 2nd spot is Edward Balboa with his Paquito flank ng day 2 laban sa TNC. 11 minutes in the game, magaganap ang unang sayawan sa pagitan ng dalawang koponan para sa unang Lord ng match. As soon as ma-pinpoint ng TNC ang pwesto ni Super Red sa mapa, they decided to go for the aggro to pick him off. Pero Oh My Venus will go for the save with a cult altar at pagbabangayan ng dalawang koponan with 2 cult altars at the same time. With their HPs low, mapipilitang mag-back away ang TNC pero the agents will continue to pursue. Meanwhile, Edward, after clearing out the top and middle lanes, will go for the backup at isa-isa niyang pinagsasapak ang members ng TNC, leading his team to a swift victory.
Iikot na rin with the damage yung Chakadal medyo masakit at si Jesu ay babagsak na. Kailangan na magtakbuhan ng TNC. Ang biyahing tagumpay ay pauwi na ata. King Kong, the remaining survivor, Edward Balboa.
At doon na ata. Doon na nga ata pwedeng matatapos ba daw? Edward Balboa is back with the flank. At yung tinagal-tagal ng Lord natin ngayon, pangtapos pala.
Hindi na nila tinuloy. Blacklist takes game number 1.
On our top spot is Ryota's top of the class defense with his Terizla nung day 2 laban sa Smart Omega. Almost 30 minutes in the game, nasa kamay ng Smart Omega ang makunat na Lord. Tatapusin na ata nila ang larong ito after a seesaw match against ONIC Philippines. May hila si Ryota dito ni Miko gamit ang Iron Hook plus Flicker Play, palabas sa base at kaagatin pa ng Bloody Hunt pero hindi magiging enough ang damage nila para burahin si Ryota sa mapa. Ryzen will continue to knock him up at may hila na naman siya ni Miko ng Iron Hook at this time, isosustain niya ang full firepower power ng members ng Smart Omega. Sobrang kunat, hindi man lang nila mapapop off ang immortality ni Ryota at mag-flicker out lang siya to regain his HP back, even rendering Kelra's follow-up Spear of Destruction useless. Mapapatay ng Hedgehogs ang Lord, pero gusto nang tapusin ng Smart Omega ang laro. With half an HP, tatalo na ni Ryota si Stom at Miko gamit ang penalty zone, pushing Barangay to slightly back away. Mahihila ni Miko si Nets at mawawala ito sa mapa. Tatanggalan ni Kelra ng immortality si Ryota at mabubura din si Sensui sa mapa. 2 versus 4 with critically low HP. Isusustain lang ni Ryota ang damages from Smart Omega with Execution Strike, and with a penalty zone, ibabaw niya sa lupa si Kelra at Miko at isusunod na rin nila si Stom. With Omega's death timers counting down from a minute, babalik na rin ng Hedgehogs ang laro to get the first game of the series.
Ito na yun! Tumutugtog na yung Omega timers! Pero sabi ng ONIC, hindi pa pwede! Cause it's ONIC time! What is this?
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 5. Remind ko lang kayo na we only have a few weeks until playoffs, kaya painit na ng painit ang mga kaganapan now that we're already halfway in the regular season. Let us know kung kamusta kayo sa comment section at magkita-kita ulit tayo sa Friday para sa Week 6 ng ating regular season.
Up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-planer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man Nexplay. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa Pro Scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10 pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion at ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzi kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yun. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren ang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99. Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Sa lahat po siguro ng nakatapat ko na gold lane, si Kelra po talaga yung pinakatumatak sa akin na nahirapan talaga ako. Gusto namin makaharap lahat ng team kasi gusto namin lahat yung bawian kasi asa top 8 kami. Hi, ako si Innocent, ang gold laner ng TNC at i-breakdown ko sa inyo yung nagawa kong play sa second game namin laban sa Nexplay.
At si Boyet DR ang nasa gitna. Si Innocent kailangan talaga mag-step up dito sa depensa na to at yung Lord ipupulang nila pa kaliwa. Tapos yung minions kailangan i-clear pero yung Nexplay EVOS naghanap ng perfect moment na talagang bibitawan nila lahat pero ang bilis ng clear wave ng TNC.
Pero kasi diba?
Oy, naku! Ay! Si Brusco DR may time turnip naman para iligtas sa kanya sarili. Nagbe-base na sila nga. So kala siya ay napatumpahan. Dito na nga si Innocent. Hindi na siya Innocent sa pagkakataong ito. Pinipilit ang Nexplay EVOS pero mukhang na-discrash sila doon. Kompleto ang TNC. Dalawa lang ang dedepensa. Ito na ba ang katapusan?
Isang siege minion lamang ang pumipigil. Here comes a feather, their strike.
Depensa doon sa nag-iisang kanon pero si King Kong ata napasobra. Dalawa ang dedepensa sa kanya pero ang kulat ni King Kong at binibase lock na lang. Tore-tore lang ginagawa ni Innocent. Wala siyang pakialam. This is a 5v2 situation and TNC walang plano na umuwi ng luhaan. Itutuloy pa rin nila pero ang ganda ng depensa. Men!
Isang minion na lang. May wave!
Ay, tutuloy ko ng TNC at mukhang hindi nga talaga sila magpapatapos. And we have a game number 3!
Yung mindset lang po namin nun dahil alam namin yung lakas ng isang Moscow sa pagdedef lalo na sa late game. Confident kami na madedef namin yung Lord na nakuha ng next play kaya yung focus lang namin dun is alalayan lang ako ng mga kampi ko, ipoprotect sa mga pwede mag-engage sa akin tapos ako, ifo-focus ko lang yung Lord para madef namin kaagad. Nung pagpasok na po ng Lord sa base namin, yung command ko lang sa mga kampi ko nun is i-zone out yung mga pwedeng maging threat sa akin habang binaburst out ko yung Lord. Yung pagtapos po namin maburst yung Lord, yung plano namin talaga dun is ipahuli yung Diggy sa Arlot. Patience lang ako hanggang lumitaw yung Melissa. Dahil yung second skill ng Melissa, logi talaga Moscow dun dahil dun sa range. Pag nahuli yung Diggy, ma-out of position yung mga backline ng Nexplay. Kaya yun lang po talaga yung hinihintay namin. Kung mahuli man nila yung Diggy dun, yung gagawin ko lang is hintayin pumasok yung Melissa. Pagkapasok ng Melissa, doon lang ako mag-engage. After po namin ma-3 yung kalaban namin nun, yung mindset namin is ayusin yung flow ng wave. Endable na kasi yun. Kasi alam namin yung capability ng isang Moscow. Kaya tapusin yun. Kahit magkaroon lang kami ng isang maliit na opportunity, kahit makapasok lang yung isang minion. Kinaman ko sa kampi ko nun, dahil pakito pati Farsa yung natira, Farsa lang yung magiging threat talaga para maklear yung wave nila. So yung ginawa namin nun, ako yung nagpo-flow ng wave, tapos yung mga kampi ko, nag-advance na sila para hanapin yung Farsa dahil yun lang yung threat para ma-def ng next play yung base nila. Magta-tower lock lang talaga kami once na pumasok yung minion wave namin sa base nila. Yung pinaka-challenge po siguro yung Melissa, Farsa, pati Diggy. Hirap na talaga yung mga kampi ko dahil natutunaw sila sa sobrang sakit. Yung mindset lang talaga namin doon is tiis lang hanggang ma-def namin yung Lord. Tapos pagtapos nun, doon lang kami gagawa ng play para magkaroon kami ng opportunity makambak yung laro. Yung mindset po namin bago mag-start yung game, yung mga error na nagawa namin ng game 1 is malesen or alisin na talaga namin. Gusto namin makaharap lahat ng team kasi gusto namin lahat yung bawian kasi asa top 8 kami. Sa lahat po siguro ng nakatapat ko na gold lane, si Kelra po talaga yung pinakatumatak sa akin na nahirapan talaga ako. Sobrang hirap po talaga niya katapat. Yung map awareness niya ganun, sobrang bilis niya talaga mag-farm. Ang masasabi ko lang sa mga teammate ko is Simula nung week 1, sobrang laki ng in-improve natin at kitang-kita naman yung mga improvement natin ngayon at kayang-kaya natin. Tiwala lang sa isa't isa, makakabawi din tayo. Ang masasabi ko lang sa sa ating lahat sa TNC, pagpatuloy lang natin yung pag-grind natin, yung extra effort na ginagawa natin, magbubunga din lahat ng pagod at puyat natin. Kaya tiwala lang sa isa't isa, laban lang, kaya natin to. Sa mga fans na sumusuporta sa TNC, abangan nyo lang yung mga next na match namin this week. Babawi kami at madami kaming baon na ipapakita sa inyo. Abangan nyo.
Mayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week number 5. On our 5th spot is Super Marcos Beatrix burst play nung day 3 laban sa Smart Omega. 10 minutes in the game, lamang na lamang ang Smart Omega in terms of economy at minion wave management. May nanakaw na Lord si Cal TZ sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, kaya balak itong i-capitalize ng kupunan ng Bren. Makukuha ni Nico si Flap TZ with the way of the dragon, pero buburahin siya ni Super Marco mula sa bush gamit ang Renner's apathy. 3 versus 4, sasabunutan ni Owen si Ryzen gamit ang grab at tutunawin siya ni Super Marco with a shot of Renner at ang tuloy-tuloy na bala ng Nibiru. Kelra will enter with a blazing duet along with Storm with the arcane shade para tunawin si Rafio at Super Marco. Flickering out, mabubura ni Super Marco si Storm for a triple kill at makakatakas pa siya ng gahibla na lang ang buhay, making way for his team to turn things around.
Kuha ng kill. Anong nangyayari?
On our 4th spot is nothing but nets nung day 2 laban sa Smart Omega. Almost 15 minutes in the game with a 2k gold gap from Smart Omega, naghahanap ng timing ang buong kupunan ng ONIC para balik ta rin ang laro. Mag-i-initiate dito si Kekedut ng hila kay Miko gamit ang Divine Judgment at sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Nibiru's Passion to burst his enemy down. Dashing away with tactical reposition, ilalabas ito ang Bennett at magpapakawala ito ng Bennett's Rage para pigilan ang pursuit ng Smart Omega. Finding a safe place para magpalit ng arsenal, kukunin niya ang Renner at buburain si Kelra sa mapa gamit ang Renner's apathy at isang basic sniper attack. With their main damage dealer killed, mapapaatras ang barangay. Mamamatay pati si Renjo at makakahinga ng maluwag ang mga hedgehogs. On our 3rd spot ay ang idol ng mga kids, Kapitan Fuse MVP play gamit ang Julian ng day 2 laban sa Echo. 17 minutes in the game, magaganap ang third Lord fight ng laban. With a large economic advantage over Echo, malakas ang loob ng Bren Esports na maganap ng team fight. Magko-conceal play dito si Ogwen to check the bushes. Mukhang magkakaroon ng bangayan sa top bush ng Lord Pit. Makukuha dito ni Yawi yung 3-man knock-up pero papakainin dito ni Fuse si Sanji ng enhanced sight at tatapusin niya ang pangungulit ni Sanford gamit ang enhanced chain. Carl TZ will go down as well for a triple kill mula kay Few at mukhang makukuha na ng Bren Esports ang inaasam nilang ganti laban sa defending world champions.
At tapos sa ata. Champions! Tapos sa ata to. Palag-palag na lang yung Bren Esports. Pulado si Yawi dito and wipe out. Ubus, pati ban, tubos. At sinong number 1? Sinong number 1 sa simula ng leg 2? Walang iba.
On our 2nd spot is Edward Balboa with his Paquito flank ng day 2 laban sa TNC. 11 minutes in the game, magaganap ang unang sayawan sa pagitan ng dalawang koponan para sa unang Lord ng match. As soon as ma-pinpoint ng TNC ang pwesto ni Super Red sa mapa, they decided to go for the aggro to peck him off. Pero Oh My Venus will go for the save with a cult altar at pagbabangayan ng dalawang koponan with 2 cult altars at the same time. With their HPs low, mapipilitang mag-back away ang TNC pero the agents will continue to pursue. Meanwhile, Edward, after clearing out the top and middle lanes, will go for the backup at isa-isa niyang pinagsasapak ang members ng TNC, leading his team to a swift victory.
Iikot na rin with the damage yung Chakadal, medyo masakit at si Jesu ay babagsak na. Kailangan na magtakbuhan ng TNC. Ang biyahing tagumpay ay pauwi na ata. King Kong, the remaining survivor, Edward Balboa.
At doon na ata. Doon na nga ata pwedeng matatapos ba daw? Edward Balboa is back with the flank. At yung tinagal-tagal ng Lord natin ngayon, pangtapos pala.
Hindi na nila tinuloy. Blacklist takes game number 1!
On our top spot is Ryota's top-of-the-class defense with his Terizla nung Day 2 laban sa Smart Omega. Almost 30 minutes in the game, nasa kamay ng Smart Omega ang makunat na Lord. Tatapusin na ata nila ang larong ito after a seesaw match against ONIC Philippines. May hila si Ryota dito ni Miko gamit ang Iron Hook plus Flicker Play, palabas sa base at kaagatin pa ng Bloody Hunt, pero hindi magiging enough ang damage nila para burahin si Ryota sa mapa. Ryzen will continue to knock him up at may hila na naman siya ni Miko ng Iron Hook at this time, isosustain niya ang full firepower ng members ng Smart Omega. Sobrang kunat, hindi man lang nila mapapop off ang immortality ni Ryota at mag-flicker out lang siya to regain his HP back, even rendering Kelra's follow-up Spear of Destruction useless. Mapapatay ng Hedgehogs ang Lord, pero gusto nang tapusin ng Smart Omega ang laro. With half an HP, tatalo na ni Ryota si Storm at Miko gamit ang penalty zone, pushing Barangay to slightly back away. Mahihila ni Miko si Nets at mawawala ito sa mapa. Tatanggalan ni Kelra ng immortality si Ryota at mabubura din si Sensui sa mapa. 2 versus 4 with critically low HP. Isusustain lang ni Ryota ang damages from Smart Omega with Execution Strike, and with a penalty zone, ibabaw niya sa lupa si Kelra at Miko at isusunod na rin nila si Storm. With Omega's death timers counting down from a minute, babalik na rin ng Hedgehogs ang laro to get the first game of the series.
Ito na yun! Tumutugtog na yung Omega timers, pero sabi ng ONIC hindi pa pwede because it's ONIC time! What is this?
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 5. Remind ko lang kayo na we only have a few weeks until playoffs, kaya painit na ng painit ang mga kaganapan now that we're already halfway in the regular season. Let us know kung kamusta kayo sa comment section at magkita-kita ulit tayo sa Friday para sa Week 6 ng ating regular season.
Come to take my crown. I'm rising up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-planer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man Nexplay. Hindi naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10, pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzy. Kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yon. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko Habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta, pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko. And sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Mapaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Happy Sunday, everybody! Kamusta kayong lahat? Hello to everyone who's tuned in to watch the greatest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in action. I'm Mara Aquino, and this is MPL Philippines Season 11. After Bren Esports and Echo secured their playoff spot yesterday, the 6 teams are fighting for the only 4 seats remaining. And that's why this match is particularly crucial for King Kong squad. Nakita natin kung gaano nila kagustong itaas ang lakas. But they've been falling short and they haven't been successful lately. Now up against the top seed, who ultimately controls the fate of everyone below them. What else can this unsung rookie do? Ladies and gentlemen, this is TNC Pro versus Bren Esports. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok!
The flame flickers on for the Phoenix. How hard can King Kong climb to keep the playoffs dream alive? Welcome to Mabuhay at your service. My name is Leo, here on desk with Naisu and Sona. Gentlemen, things are about to heat up, quite literally.
Yeah, it's literally heated already here, but with this matchup specifically, there's a lot on the line, right? And now that we're in the last day here of this week 6, things are starting to fall in place. Like Mara mentioned, there's 4 spots left, and now these teams are battling for those spots.
I'm very glad that you mentioned that one, because technically for Bren Esports, if you kind of remembered yesterday, they kind of already secured their playoff spot, and TNC is going to be up next.
Excited to see how this matchup will unfold, but first up, we're calling out to all of the Smart and TNT users, all right? Watching us right now, this here's for you. Continue to enjoy the power of Smart by registering your SIM by visiting smart.com.ph/SIMREG and get free 3 gigs of data. Do that today. Now, back to the matchup. It's TNC Pro Team going up against Bren Esports. As mentioned by Hans here, one of them actually locked in their playoff spot already. Now we can only really imagine what's going on through TNC's mind.
It's an obstacle, right? It's quite the tall obstacle to climb, actually, because even though we look at today's schedule, it's going to start off with this. I mean, even after this series, it's another very important one ahead of us.
Exactly. What TNC does in Game 1 is also affected by what might happen in Game 2. It's Nexplay EVOS facing off against ONIC PH later on tonight at 6:30 p.m. However that unfolds, TNC has to think about as well, because even if they do, let's say, defeat Bren Esports in our opener, they still have to wait on what happens later tonight.
Right, and specifically for the 3 teams that we have, aside from Bren Esports, who have already secured their playoff spot, it seems like it is much of a moment for them to win every match that they could, especially in the second half of the series.
Yeah, it's as if every point mattered more than they already did.
Yeah.
It was a difficult start for TNC to get the biyaheng tagumpay going, to find that timpla. But all the more, it begs to be mentioned, the fight for the playoffs starts now. If they haven't secured their playoffs spot yet versus Nexplay EVOS, Bren could just add on to the pressure, right? Like, yes, earlier this week, they had to lose to Nexplay EVOS once.
Right.
Very surprising because Yelly Hayes, DR actually played. But now, against TNC, they can actually just, I don't know, affect what the lower half of the playoffs bracket looks like.
It's good that you pointed out, because this is what we were actually talking about yesterday here on the desk too, was, even though those 2 spots are secured and they still have the games ahead of them, especially, week 7, week 8, they still have a lot of kind of effect, the ripple effect down on the standings, and how this is all played out. And when it comes down to a point or two, because even if you look at the standings, these teams at this position, they're rather close in points, right? So a sweep, in essence, getting those 3 points could actually prove quite well for any of those teams that is able to pull that off. And that's the question.
And it's on the likes of King Kong, right? It's on the likes of King Kong. Now, I don't know if the way I opened up actually put enough focus on how much is on the shoulders of King Kong.
It's how well this story is written, because King Kong in the lore is technically a big gorilla that needs to climb all the way to the top of the tower to still manage to stay alive. And he will be the leader of this team heading forward into this match, because again, there were a lot of team fights wherein things weren't going TNC's way, but because King Kong has managed to secure a lot of objectives, specifically the Turtles and the Lords, they still have a fighting chance, and hopefully they get to do that now, facing one of the top teams of Season 11.
And again, I can only imagine what's going on in King Kong's mind specifically, because there's so many factors, right? You're thinking about how Bren could have missed out on that secured playoff spot, but they eventually still did, and how it's up to him, but also the rest of TNC are also actually struggling, right? So now, with that being said, we have to consider, is it only up to King Kong?
Right.
There's a lot on his shoulders, but yeah, it's not 100% up to him, right? I mean, this is kind of the trend for all of this is these teams that are sitting at the top, they have that synergy factor figured out for a lot of them, and that's why they've been able to perform so well, and you see the teams that are struggling, they don't have that synergy figured out. Now, TNC has shown brilliant moments of where within a game, within a specific game, they're pulling things off. King Kong is one of those junglers that does pull some amazing things off. He holds his own against some of the best junglers in the league, but still, it's up to the team, to help him to kind of capitalize off, okay, is he securing us the turtles, even turrets, lords, whatever, but are we able to capitalize on that? I think that's the biggest thing, and that's where, obviously the team comes into play here.
I mean, building upon what you guys have mentioned from a while ago, I think from the previous the first 2 weeks of the season, TNC was kind of just jumbling and making their lineups into random.
Yeah.
But this time, we finally reached the point wherein they finally secured their main 5. And I think that's going to be the main difference into what this series could employ or basically imply in Bren Esports going up against TNC. Because again, a lot of these players have really known and managed how to handle Bren Esports, but facing this time, how can they handle TNC?
Well, with that being said, let's go ahead and go to backstage before we get into this matchup.
Magkaibang journey ang nakamit ng TNC Pro Team at Bren Esports para sa regular season ng MPL, pero hindi pa naman tayo natatapos dahil kapansin-pansin ang kanilang mga XP laners ay talagang bigay na bigay at pabomba ng pabomba. Nandyan nga ay ang XP laner na si Flap TZ na nalaman nga natin na hindi muna, magsasub-in muna ang kanyang teammate na si Pandora. At halos ganun din naman ang nangyari para sa TNC Pro Team na kung saan nagpapalit-palit din sila ng players at isa sa mga ating nakilala nga ay ang kanilang #1 dance boy na si Jesu, ang kanilang XP laner. Jesu, liga dito! Yan. Jesu, alam mo, nakilala kayo sa mga kakaibang mga picks ninyo. Pinakita nyo yung Leslie kahapon. Pero mas nakilala ka naman sa mga dance moves mo. At gusto ko lang malaman, dancer ka ba talaga bago ka nag-MLBB player?
Opo.
Talagang dancer pala talaga siya. Kaso lang, Jesu, kasi sa Bren Esports, may isang player doon na napapanood kayo. At sinabi niya sa akin, gusto kong i-challenge si Jesu.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. Tawagin natin ang explainer ng Bren Esports ngayon, si Pandora. Pandora, halika dito. Wow, wow, teka lang. Dito ako. Okay na, dito kayo. Yan. Pwede ba dito? Yan. Dito na ako. Yan, pantay na. Alright, pantay na. Okay, pantay na. Okay. Pandora, challenge accepted daw. Game ka ba sa challenge? Dance off, laban kay Jesus?
Oh, game na.
Game na.
GG.
Alright, guys. Pawang professional lamang ang may kaya nito. Alright? Pawang professional lamang. Hindi tayo makakapag-play ng music. So tayo mismo ang kakanta. Alright? Pamilyar naman kayo sa mga tugtog sa TikTok, di ba? Alright. Jesus, ikaw ang mauunang sasayaw. Dito, pwede ka sumayaw dito. Bibigyan kita ng space. Dito. Ayan, bibigyan kita ng space. Alright. Game ka na? Sige. Anong sayaw ba ang sasawin mo?
Yung normal lang pa, yung gumagano.
Yung ganon. Di ba ganon yun? Ganon yun, di ba? Wait, paano yun? Paano yung kanta nun?
Paano yan?
Sige, wag na tayo kumanta. Okay, wag na tayo kumanta. Imagination na lang. Wait the bed. Alright. 5, 4, 3. Ikaw muna. Sige, 5, 4, 3, 2, go! Hindi ko kinakaya. Pwedeng kaharap sa camera. Isa pa harap sa camera. 3, 2, 1, go! Wow! Hey! Teka lang, medyo mainit. Parang na-challenge talaga.
Challenge.
Parang na-challenge talaga. Sige, so baba ka muna.
Sige.
Baba ka muna. Si Pandora naman. Ladies and gentlemen, Pandora!
Manjin naman daw, manjin.
Yun pala yun. Alright, yun yung round 1. Round 2, ikaw naman na magbibigay. Round 2. Wala na alam. Game ka pa, round 2? Round 2? Bigay ka ulit? Bago, round 2? Macarena. Okay, round 2, Macarena. Alright. Round 2, Macarena. Go, Jesus, go!
May kanta ba?
Wala na kanta. Hop. Go.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2. Macarena. 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 Oy! Pre, parang give up.
Game. GG.
Last one. Alright, last one. Macarena. 5, 4, 3, 2. Macarena. Macarena. Alright. Alam ko na. Big boy daw. Wala, parang hindi kaya. Alright. Tingin nyo, sinong mananalo? Si Jesus o si Pandora? Sino dito para kay Jesus? Grabe. Sino dito ang para kay Pandora? Okay. Alright. Alam mo, sa tingin ko, daanin na lang natin sa MLBB. Daanin na lang muna natin sa MLBB. Pero bago lahat, isang marksman dance muna, yung favorite dance step natin, alright? Yung ganon. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, go! Single, double. Single. Pasa na natin!
Single. Lower.
Pasa lower. Pasa na natin sa ating mga shoutcasters!
I'm not sure I woke up ready for that. Coming into work today, definitely not in my top 5 things to see, but all the more happy. Again, that was Jesus of TNC Pro Team and Pandora of Bren Esports, which, is it just me or is there a glint in the young Vincent Joseph Onigo's eyes? Something tells me he came in prepared today.
I think he's always prepared, man.
Yeah.
You know, I think at
He's
that
just
point,
waiting to be unleashed.
he's waiting for it. And, you know, I know someone else was inspired here on the desk by the moves.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen this man's moves.
He is a big boy.
Honestly,
he is a big boy.
I know that I'm not the only one inspired. He's also just waiting to be unleashed. If you've seen it, there are 3 people dancing. Me, Burrito, and Santi. One guy was sitting.
There was someone present.
One guy.
There was someone
right?
on
There
the
was a
scene.
big boy presence.
Yes.
That was just waiting to be unleashed. That it didn't happen then. It might happen sooner.
What are the chances?
0. No, I'll say 0.5.
Hey, there's a point.
There's a 0.5.
So it's a non-zero possibility. All right. Now back into the action here. Again, I love the spirit that both these teams are bringing. Again, they're coming from polar opposites, right? TNC Pro Team just barely holding on for dear life here. Again, every point matters. A single mistake in the draft could lead to dashing their hopes for ever making the playoffs, right? For Bren Esports, they're what? A few steps away from flying out to Phnom Penh.
Wow. Well,
again, like they have to win like maybe what 5, 6 best of 5s or something.
I was in playoffs here.
Yeah, I mean,
you're way ahead.
The new MSC trailer just dropped earlier today.
That's
so
true.
just
That's
saying.
true. And that's the thing. They are polar opposites aside, but that's not to say, like, yes, you know, we're having jokes and we're having fun here and all this before the match, but this could technically be a surprise game, an upset game. We've seen multiple upset games, actually, throughout the season, so who's to say that TNC can't possibly pull up an upset here that would actually allow them to shake things up in the standings? Yes, Bren is already secured, but, man, if TNC gets these points, makes these last 2 weeks, especially for the regular season, very interesting ahead of us.
Especially with the matchup that we'll be having right now. This is between 2 teams that has everything to lose and has nothing to lose, gentlemen.
Exactly.
Given the fact that there's just a lot of things in store for us now, TNC is going to try to at least get a lot or as much points as they can to get into playoff contention. And I do believe that they have enough matches for them to be able to do just that.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a tough, journey for them. Like the Biyaheng Tagumpay, it's not really going to be as easy. I mean, nobody said it was easy, quoting Coldplay. But at the same time, you'll also have to take note of the fact that Bren Esports, how will they approach this game? Given that they're already safe, there's nothing to lose. So will they give TNC a hard time, or will TNC actually manage to, get over adversity and just climb to the top again?
Very possible, Hans. And now I just have to ask here, which Coldplay song? I was thinking
It's the
that was
Scientist, man.
Oh, is it? I was thinking it was Superman by is that Stephen Speaks?
Yeah.
Right?
I think so, yeah.
It's not easy to be.
But it's like, nobody said
it was
easy.
Then
Yeah, you got it.
It's Chris Martin walking backwards.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Now we got that figured out.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Now, moving on. Given that it's, I just had to acknowledge my curiosity. I'm sure folks as well watching at home like, what Coldplay song was that?
Well, they could easily search. We can't,
That's right.
The power.
True.
That's right. Knowledge is power. Anyways, just wanted to reiterate the fact that TNC here, they have 2 choices. Number 1, continue working on the Biyaheng Tagumpay formula, right? Figure out this whole new main 5 and then play to the meta, catch up. Or, amuse me here, gentlemen, what if they stick to that, but just turn it on its head? What if they surprise Bren Esports with something totally unseen before? What if they debut like 2 or 3 hero picks in this series alone?
They did that before.
Yeah. This weekend has been the whole, debut hero picks.
Saw Florin
yesterday. That's true.
Saw Florin yesterday, and
a hero I was waiting for 2 years in the making.
2 years. Yeah. Well, a hero that I've been wondering, how would it work in the competitive scene, and now I've got a little hope for my buddy Gord. There's a little bit of glimpse of hope.
We always forgot.
Maybe.
That's
true.
We'll
see.
All right, nice who gets one. Who's your hero?
I mean, honestly, I just want another Zelong.
Okay, well, let's welcome Bren Esports and TNC Pro Team.
with their playoff hopes still strong, they've got a big task ahead of them. Their opponents might be standing tall, but this is now the time for the Phoenix to rise and soar. It's TNC Pro Team. Already securing their spot in the playoffs, Bren has continued to show dominance throughout the season. Will they continue their show of strength and put out the embers of the Phoenix? Give it up for Bren Esports! And their coaches, Coach Ducky and Coach Lift. Who will come out on top?
Not exactly sure what the button situation is for Coach Lift, but they're fielding this 5. It's Innocent, King Kong, Jesus, Escalera, and Bentings.
Well, this is like, Sona here mentioned, this lineup has now played 8 games together, right? It took them a while to really kind of set on a formation, but this has so far been one of the groups that looks the best, right? And a lot of it, like we mentioned, is King Kong the one carrying the shoulders here, the weight on his shoulders? Well, again, it comes down to the entire team, and that can be set up especially by Ben Things if he has a big game.
Especially now, when you take a look at it, Jesus has been one of the new players that they've had. And speaking of new, is one of the members of Bren Esports lineup because Pandora is now part of the mix. So FlapTZ is going to be sitting this one out. And in addition to that one, Pandora is kind of like, this is his don't forget about me game.
Yeah, no,
right?
I've been hyping this young man up since his debut in Season 9.
It's finally here.
I love me some Pandora. Look at this Xerxes-looking young man.
Xerxes.
I mean, this is a come-up, right?
Yeah.
His Esmeralda, we've seen since he debuted, has recently been buffed.
So does that mean we're expecting to see that again? Well, here's the thing. With Pandora coming to play, I would actually love to see what he decides to pull out in the XP lane specifically, right? And how this is going to maybe change things up from what we've seen from Bren so far, but they've been pretty dynamic throughout the season.
And especially now with the team head-to-heads, as we take a look at it, it's somewhat leaning on the side of Bren Esports as you have a lot of reds on the graphs. But as of the moment, we have to take note, especially of the hero pool. TNC has used a lot of heroes as part of their arsenal, in which we've been mentioning a while ago. They could possibly use it to at least get on with the engages and hopefully land a surprise punch towards Bren Esports.
Yep, coming from left field, get that weird southpaw sucker punch out. And again, Hans, you mentioned it might be the Zilong. Personally, you want to see the Zilong, but I sense some hesitation.
Yeah, honestly, now I just want to see the Layla this time around because when you think about it, Layla now has the slow. So,
and a stun, like
a slow and a stun.
Yeah.
It still cannot run, but it has a slow and a stun.
It's better than nothing.
It's better than nothing.
It's better than nothing. It's an improvement if you ask me.
Well, we did see Hellcurt recently.
Hey,
so I don't know, Hellcurt, Layla, are they that far apart? No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I don't know what a joke is anymore. Because again, seeing yesterday's games, I don't know what's not possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but with that being said, let's talk about what is possible for these two teams to do to be able to get the W. Let's go ahead and check out the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix.
Speaking of difference, magkaiba din ang pinaglalaban ng ating dalawang teams para dito sa ating laban. Kaya napaka-importante na ating Infinix keys to victory. Para sa side ng TNC Pro Team, nothing to lose. Surprise Bren with the unthinkable. Again, gaya ng binanggit ng ibang mga players natin dito ngayong season, yung lakas ng TNC ay hindi din talaga nagre-reflect sa kanilang current score dahil alam natin na meron pa silang itatago. Binanggit din natin kanina during the caster's desk na TNC is a team na pwede sila magdala ng chaos sa kahit sinong team na kanilang kakalabanin dahil marami silang naitatagong mga strategy. Para naman dito sa side ng Bren Esports, Ogwen has to stop any plans from the Phoenix Army. Again, Phoenix Army or ang buong TNC ay meron mga tinatagong mga baraha sa kanilang mga bulsa kaya pwede na itong ilabas pero nandun ang kanilang Master for Bren or Master Ogwen na kailangan i-stop agad-agad para hindi na nila magawa ang kanilang plano. At para naman sa ating dalawang teams, trade objectives to maximize resource gain. Binanggit natin ang difference ng ating mga teams in terms of gold conversion. May kita natin yan dito sa ating laban but this game, kailangan talaga na magkaroon ng trades para hindi maunahan pagdating doon sa mga ibang pwesto na kailangan nilang puntahan. Again, if you want to trade something, kailangan, or pag may makukuha ang kalaban, kailangan din merong trade para merong equilibrium doon sa gitna na ating laban yan, na ating Infinix keys to victory. Sino nga ba magwawagi dito sa ating laban? So ipasa na muna natin or tawagin natin ang ating mga co-casters.
Thanks, AMC. Now, talking about, again, what's possible and what's not, do the unthinkable, says the keys to victory for TNC. And I think number 2 speaks about how real things are, all right? We can't see Kyle TZ, we can't see King Kong with a 1 for an eye do well without the roamers setting it up.
This is what I've been saying for the majority of the season.
You said it earlier.
I said it earlier. I've been saying it through the season, and I talk about it a lot because, roamers are such a big, important part to team success. And, even with these two here on the board, it's even more apparent, though, I got to say, for King Kong specifically, because King Kong is he's proactive in the way that he jungles his rotations and everything, and he has, like, this little bit of edge to him, I feel like. Even when he's been going against some of these teams in the top of the standings like he's about to right now, he holds his own pretty well in the jungle.
And I'm very glad that you've mentioned regarding the setup of the roamers because we managed to take a look at the team fight participation a while ago. King Kong has been part of 68% compared to Kyle TC's 58% only. So there are going to be times that King Kong will be the main man that spearheads the team in terms of the team fight because of the hero pool that he has. We've seen him use the Martis from before, especially with the rest of the heroes that you are taking a look on your screens right now. But I guess one of the things that we haven't seen, especially from Bren Esports, is the fact that Ogwen is using those setup heroes. I believe we haven't seen it in a very long time. Specifically like 1-2 weeks, just because he's always using those Diggies, those, I believe, Chos, if I may. So there's not a lot of AoE skills that you could attest to that. So this could probably be where TNC could come up and surprise them with another punch.
Exactly. All the more it's going to matter. So watch out what Ben Tings and Ogwen are doing. And then eventually you will see how King Kong or Kyle TZ will shine. Now, we've been talking a lot about these different roles, and we've seen our XP laners do a little dance-off. Does that mean Gold Lane's going to be relatively mum here in this game?
That's a good question because, for a lot of the series that we've seen, it has been highlighting on the Gold Lane. But I love XP lane matchups right now, especially, the way things are going. And even though they have the dance battle, who knows how that's going to translate into the actual game, the Land of Dawn here.
Yep. Let's go into the draft here. It's TNC Pro Team on the play, banning out the Kaja and the Arlet, while Bren Esports go ahead and take out the glue. So they understand the whole Pandora Jesus situation.
And I believe the very first time these two teams have met, Arlet wasn't available just yet. So they're not going to be taking any chances here with TNC taking out that Arlet. There's some sort of prioritization between these two teams for the XP lane.
Not only that, but also the fact that now you don't have the Faramis option.
Yeah.
That will also change the course of this series from, like you mentioned, Sona, even with the first time they met each other. So, how does that dynamic come in? How does that shift come in here? And you can already see, too, with the first phase of bans, how it's changing.
Fellas, you see this? If the Joy or the 1-1 don't get banned out here, someone's coming up. Someone is going to let through either if they don't come up here for TNC and Bren Esports' last bans.
There's a lot of available picks here for Pandora, especially in this phase where you only have 2 bans left before the first phase. And in fact, they're going to leave it open. It's either a 1-1 or a Joy, as they have mentioned here, might be picked off by the side of the Bees. But for TNC, on the other hand, they still have the Fredrin and Valentina available. So it's the same thing. Oh,
or not.
Or not, yeah. So technically, you still have the Fredrin, right?
Yeah.
And Fredrin has been one of the heroes that has been used by King Kong in some of his game-saving plays. And when I say game-saving, I mean game-saving.
So if this is the 1-1 or Joy ban, I think Bren Esports is happy to like give up whatever's left and then on the swing back, pick Fredrin X, right?
Yeah.
Time to drop
Okay, there was the Joy.
So 1-1! Pick up 1-1! This is the last time! Well, this is the first time in a while. Because it was Marco played the 1-1 twice.
And 1-1 this season is still at 100%.
Because she was only played twice!
And she's not going to be picked. It's the Farsa.
I get it. Coach Lifton, right, are playing with fire, but they're ready to get burned. Like, they know. They're like, okay, give it to Marco, but Escalera, you take care of it.
That's tough, though.
Yeah. Very interesting, given that there's a lot of heroes left. Bren Esports might go ahead and pick up the Fredrin and the 1-1 in this specific moment. Because, again, you don't usually get a hold of the 1-1 a lot of times in Season 11. But this time, now that you have Super Marco, who I believe already has 2 MVPs of the week this season, you can already attest to what he can contribute on the table, especially when he has that 1-1 by his side. So this time, it might be a possibility for them to pick it up, and I guess they're still not letting it.
Okay.
I guess we're off.
I get it. No, I get it. What they said is, Lifton Right are baiting us. Let's not fall for it. Let's answer their possible 1-1. Because I get it. Look, by picking up the square, by picking up the Eve, they have an answer to the Farsa, right?
Yeah.
They play the range game. By picking up the Yuzhong now, they also have an answer to the possible 1-1. Now, even Betting's like, yo, are you sure? Is this worth it? Innocent. No, I mean, he's not looking at innocent, but, you know, like...
But that's the thing. It's like, do you want to just take this risk because you even saw the key to victory? They don't have anything to lose. Is this the time? It's open. Pick it up. Or, you know, even possibly we see how Innocent play the Leslie, right? Which has actually done pretty well so far.
She's coming back.
Yeah, she's coming back.
Yeah, but again, you have the Yuzong. So there's a lot of ways for them to technically eliminate the fact of using either a Beatrix or all those ranged heroes just because of having the Yuzong. So this time, let's be a little proactive, lock in that 1-1 that will finally go to TNC's side and picking up the Lancelot. And I believe this is a Tanksalot once again, which has actually been a trend. So Kyle TC could potentially answer with this with a Fredrin pick for them, given that Tanksalot and Fredrin just really go on par with each other in terms of taking objectives.
Or he can make our anime sword fight dreams come true again and then play for a last phase Ling.
That's true.
Because he's so good at fighting Lancelots on Ling.
Hear me out, Hayabusa.
Oh, he did it.
I heard you. I also saw it.
He did it.
This is still, I mean, it's not the Ling, but it's Hayabusa, right? And it's still flashy. It's still something that can help propel this game too. But I do like it. I like the Hayabusa.
Is it better at, like, let's say, man-to-man conversion, but not as good as, like, I think, I'm not sure if I can say this, and you guys agree, but Lancelot right now might actually be the best objective taker in the game as a jungler.
That is very much true. There's a lot of games that could attest to that, given that the sample size is absolutely huge. But this time for them, there's a good, well-rounded amount of damage coming in from Bren Esports, which is why they're now going to be taking out the roamers, or maybe XP laners, because we've seen from the other regions that Hilda is picked up to go to the XP lane to go up against the other dominating heroes that are over there in that specific lane. So now, when you think about it, there's no marksman just yet for the side of Bren Esports. They're taking their time with it. Meanwhile, Lolita is going to be the ban here for them. And I'm actually very surprised. I don't think Diggy is going to be picked up here just because there is a Hayabusa. It's going to be easy pickings for him automatically.
Yeah, that's funny, you know, to not see Diggy either picked up or actually banned early on. But like you said, I don't think it's a good pick if it is going to be continued to open here. But still, one thing I'm really wondering is, what do you take into this XP lane if you're TNC? We've been kind of building that up. We got the preview of the dance battle and everything, but still, how can you secure yourself that XP lane, right? Well, yes, Hesu, he's had some good games, but the fact that he's going to be going against this Yu Zhang, he's got to be able to not only win that lane, hopefully, but also be a big piece of value to winning these objectives against having an Eve across from him. There you go, another XP lane ban to narrow the options even more here. Funnily enough, though, what's left on the table? There's already the Glue and Lapu Lapu taken out, the Arlot, Joy. Like, this is so many XP bans. What's left?
Homie can pick up a Tams.
We going Esmeralda, Thams?
And I was honestly thinking of a Benedetta at this point, given that they need backdoor access for the Eve's real-world manipulation. And so far, Kyle TC and Pandora has that covered for Bren Esports. And that is the missing piece that TNC needs to go ahead and try to figure out how they can go into the back lines and get the damage from there. But for now, a lot of things are really, starting to get low for the pickings here of the XP lane and the gold lane just because the Melissa is out. So when you think about it, Super Marco and I believe the Roamer, Ogwen, still doesn't have a hero because, again, you have the Atlas, you have the Franco, I suppose, but you still have the Diggy that will be a viable pick for the side of TNC heading forward, unless it's Bren Esports that picks up the Diggy.
Yeah, no, that's what's interesting. Both teams actually need more peel. Like, between what's picked up in the first phase, neither could go ahead and pick fights for a while. Like, if anything, I give a slight advantage to Bren Esports.
Yep.
Because they have the real manipulation. We've seen yesterday how long Yua can hold on to that thing. And then there's some sustainability for the Yu Zhang, but it looks like it's an all-in situation for Bren. Like, they understand that their box is so strong.
I still love, after all this time, there was a point in time where, like, you got tired of seeing Beatrix, and then she kind of slips through the cracks a little bit here and there throughout this season. And she's just one of those heroes that is always going to be one of those wow factor heroes, right? The snipes that makes the crowd go, oh, or like take a breath.
Yep.
But still, even with that said, a Beatrix versus a Wanwan. Now, we have seen this matchup multiple times in the past.
Agree.
Right? And a lot of the times, too, the Wanwan should be able to do much better even later on in the game.
Yep.
So that's so much reliance here for Innocent. And there's the last two picks. I see your face, Sona. The Trizzle's locked in.
You can't spell Riz without Charizla, bro.
That's true. No,
Finally managed to use it.
You can't spell Charizla without Riz. That's what it is.
You know why he has that Riz? Because he's the guy that could handle the team fights. He gets to pull the heroes with him. At some point, this could possibly be the team fight and the crowd control that TNC needs in order to propel them into this game. And specifically the Kufra, I'm very much not surprised with them. With this pick, Ben Things has been phenomenal with the use of Kufra from the previous games that they've had. But again, given that there are two ways for TNC to actually initiate a team fight, it's going to be well for them. However, if it doesn't manage to hit, then the punish coming in from Bren Esports is going to be massive.
Exactly. It's very high concept engagement that TNC wants. They're going to need at least 2 or 3 things to go right for them before they can say it's a successful engagement. But with Bren Esports, final pickup, if you smell what the Grok is cooking, then all the more it's going to be an uphill battle. All talents on desk right now. See Bren Esports taking this home. Now it's your turn. All right, folks at home, watch out for the smart power prediction. I'll be talking about it more in just a bit. But right now, let's go ahead and take a look at the final lineups, all right? Before we go into the Land of Dawn, at some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your predictions with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL S11. One lucky commenter who gets it correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll.
There we go, And even though we have our predictions here, I like what TNC is at least doing. Going back to the key to victory for them. They got nothing to lose. Bring it to the table. They got the Riz on their side now, too.
Yep.
But still, I feel like Charizla himself could be a game-winning ultimate penalty zone, could change the course. And also, it could also fall flat here. But at least you have Ben Things on this Kufra. Also already pushing Kyle TZ a little pressure here in the jungle.
Also, when you think about it, there's no purifies available for the side of Bren Esports. So one good crowd control ability, or maybe two if needed, coming from the Phoenix Army might be one of the biggest cases here. Just look at that, right? Pressure is going to be applied here to Super Marco just to give Innocent that ample amount of lead, given that right now, the 1-1 is really a late game reliant hero, and you wanted to take care of that, to have that late game investment come into fruition.
And the pressure continues. TNC have what, for the majority of the past minute, lived on Bren's side of the river.
Yeah, I think, you know, I like what they're doing, because they know with what they've drafted for this game one, if they put pressure where they need to against Bren, they can at least build the leads that they need, right? And that, especially with the fact that we don't see 1-1 too often, if you can get this lead for Innocent, then again, you should have a great time throughout the majority of the game here.
Very interesting coming from the rest of the members of Bren Esports, because when you take a look at the mini-map, Grok is on that base of theirs. They're just taking care of the Guardian's barrier, using it to delay the minions from being taken by the side of the TNC Pro Team, which is why the result of that is they're being forced to go ahead and try to take minions from Bren's side, which results to them being, you know, ultimately aggressive in the first 2 minutes of the game. But fortunately for them, the turtle has already spawned and Bren is now on the move.
So far, it's working out. I mean, TNC are putting Bren where they want them, and I guess that's the first step towards making these high concept engagements.
Oh, there you go. Hesu jumping in with the penalty zone. Pandora already low. King Kong securing the first turtle of the game. No one falls, though, with the right moves right there from TNC.
And this is the reason why Lancelot has been like a premier pick for the MPL teams that we have. When you take a look at it, one puncture and one Phantom Execution is all it took for them to get it. In addition, the Retribution as well. That even Kyle TZ's Hayabusa, one of I guess the ticking time bombs of Bren Esports, could really have a problem with, especially now when you take a look at the items. It's somewhat very lenient to want their very first build. Good one already coming in, but though
they are going to focus on him. Not enough to get away. Kyle TZ falls. There's the response, though, so Escalera goes down as well. But job accomplished for now. Ben Thing's going to be able to get out of there just fine. Kyle TZ getting focused on, like you were mentioning.
Again, what you think about it, that's a trade that TNC Pro Team will absolutely take, given that now they're actually leading and Pandora's in danger.
He's got no form there. Not able to get away, can't fly away. Nice pickup there, bottom side. TNC furthering the lead here. So in a great position already early on, under 4 minutes into the game.
This is working out for TNC better than expected. Again, if in the first 2 minutes, their goal was to put so much pressure on Bren to just make that first turtle ever easier to take, now it's working towards actually stopping Kyle TZ's snowball!
Oh, they didn't even know he was there. Open while charging out of there. Ben Thing's having a big game so far this early on the Kufra.
Big game, Ben.
Big game, Benny.
They're actually having a very difficult time into trying to engage and get a pick-off, given the fact that Kyle TZ is using that high and dry as an emblem. Usually when you have a high and dry, you would want to just have one person from the rest of the members of TNC isolated towards the other teammates of his. But unfortunately for them, given that the pressure is on Bren's side and Escalera or Ben Things is not leaving Innocent as of the moment, Kyle TZ just can't get the pick-offs done.
Well, right now, again, can they actually contest this? It doesn't look like they want to, right? I mean, Kyle TZ did just get his purple, but even by the time he's like, you know what, let me just grab this orange, just give up this next turtle. We don't need it. He's going to jump in. So he thought about it, but still a little bit too late now in mid lane. Few quite low. Able to survive, though, for now. Another objective going to the hands of TNC.
So a lot went down in that, 15, 20-second sequence, right?
Yep.
Few very low. Kyle TZ not sure if he was going to try to commit or not. He held on to his retribution. But what's this going to mean for the next, 2-3 minutes into the last Lord Zona? Because it's clear that TNC are in the lead.
This is going way better than expected for them. Taking a look at the items right now, Clock of Destiny already secured by Escalera, not to mention the 1-1 already securing his Corrosion Scythe, so that's going to be extra basic attack damage coming in from that marksman of TNC. And when you think about it right now, Bren Esports needs to find a way to get at least one pick off through Ogwen's wild charge, because if not, TNC is just going to go ahead and maneuver. This is the dream that they want to actually pursue. Provide Innocent the space that he needs, and then proceed from there. Super Marco now faces danger again.
Okay, they already get the flicker out from Super Marco, so for them, for TNC, that is a win. They're going to focus on the turret now, too. Kyle TZ, again at half health, just being invaded on. Top side, though, they find the mark. Super Marco is going to fall in now. Ogwen can escape the crossbow of Tang. They find 2 top side.
Innocent Airlines taking off at the last possible moment.
Wind of Nature already secured 6 minutes into the game. Just provides how, confident Innocent is going to be in the drive to engage.
Ben thinks it's just on point again. The shadow kill going to be used to avoid never mind. He can't get away. Kyle Teasy having a rough game.
Ben Things and the King in mid.
My goodness, that is mechanics over mechanics that is displayed by the Phoenix Army. It was very much of a surprise for Kyle TC to just see Ben Things out of nowhere, and from there he used the shadow kill. But that last basic attack coming in from King Kong, even if this is a tanks a lot, it just packs a lot of damage.
This is difficult. As TNC, you're making the most of the fact that you don't want big team fights as Bren Esports, right? Because, again, they're just so much better at these big 5v5s, and Ben Things is playing out of his mind!
Yeah, he's jumps in again, but that's just how much confidence he has. And, that's the thing when we were talking about earlier. Is this on the shoulders of King Kong? Well, right now, he's having actually just a grand old vacation time, securing objectives, putting pressure where he has to. Ben Things, though, man, he is making plays left and right across the map as they now get more space. They get another turret down bottom.
Oh, now this is where the discipline from TNC should come into play, right? From the keys to victory from a while ago, it was said that they need to take care and maximize the items that they have, though.
He's going to jump in again, finding the right mark. Super Marco falling all under the turret, though. Ben Things now falls mid lane. The 1-for-1 trade. Where do they find the next play here? Bren still holding on to that tier 1.
All right, a little messy, but any trade where it's the roamer for the gold laner is a trade I'd take twice on Sundays.
It's a maximum win for the side of TNC Pro Team, because not only that, they get to widen the gap in terms of the gold lead that they have. For 8 minutes, a 5k gold lead is already starting to become massive already for them. And Ogwen, it was a good use of a wild charge, locking in the 3 heroes from that mid lane turret. But that is really going to be of the essence of them, as Bren Esports now lacking at least 5k on the gold. Fortunately for them, the Hayabusa has already secured that Hunter Strike, and the Blade of Despair going into Super Marco with that extra attack speed coming in from the boots. But it is going to be a problem for them heading forward if they don't get the stop, specifically King Kong and Innocent. Escalera is going to be fine given that there is an amount of damage, and the positioning is going to be of utmost importance for him heading forward into this matchup. But again, Innocent is starting to build the items. We've noticed him locking in that Demon Hunter sword, and this is really going to be big for them if they want to go for another team fight.
Yep, Lord here, just spawning now. And again, TNC knows that 5k at 8 minutes against Bren Esports is huge. So they're just making a beeline for it. Straight up, look! Lord at less than half health!
It's going to be tough to fight here and contest. Ben Things with a huge jump! Finds 2! The follow-up damage not there just yet. They secure the Lord, though. Pandora takes the shots and falls. It's only 1 down now. Kyle Teasy on the run as well. TNC, again on a massive play on the shoulders of Ben Things, finding themselves now marching with the first Lord of the game.
He just changed his name on his birth certificate. He's legally now known as Big Game Ben.
Big Game
Ben, a man with a million moves, if I should say. And now TNC is leading from 5k, make that 7 already, and they're taking care of business, maximizing that gold lead that they have into trying to get as much objectives as soon as possible. And there was no way else for Bren Esports to actually contest because of Ben Things. And Ben Things just woke up and shows violence today.
Dude, Hayabusa that was pressured this hard from minute 0, that is what? 2,000 gold, 2,500 gold behind his rival? It's just so hard to come back from.
Yeah, that's a rough day to have on any type of assassin jungler that builds the way that these pure assassins do. If you get that delayed early game, it's really tough to come back, right? He's just picking up that BOD.
And can I just say, Jesus hasn't even been part of the team fights yet.
Yeah.
And when you think about it, given that the Teresa is actually there, it really has the upper hand in terms of laning, which resulted into 2 turrets already down on the bot side of Bren Esports. So now, given that there's a lot of space that TNC could actually work out here, there's just, you know, all but the inhibitors left for the side of the Bees, and they really have to play a little passive here. Not to mention, the Halberd is already bought up by Innocent, given that Bren Esports doesn't have a lot of defensive items just yet.
The Halberd, it's gonna ruin the Grok, it's gonna ruin the Yuzhong. Even the real like shield is gonna crumble.
Look at that. Athena's shield is the only defensive item onto full. 2 steel leg plates and nothing else for the side of Bren Esports.
This is to say the least, it's a very tough comeback here, and for what they're hoping for. Kyle TZ, though, able to get out just in time, but the shots come out. Kyle TZ surviving with a sliver of health. Gonna go ahead, and now Pandora still trying to push them back. Can't find Hesu just yet. He finally goes down. The retaliation is here. Double kill for King Kong.
2K for KK. We're not even 12 minutes in, and TNC are hitting the 10K border. Almost 10K. 8.5, make it 9, because this is Grand Theft Orange.
Wow. One feathered airstrike, just bringing Super Marco to 1/3 there.
Goodness, they're hitting the gritty on the Bees right now. TNC just taking care of business, doing what needs to be done. And when you take a look at those heroes that they tend to prioritize, it's Kyle TZ and Few. They're exerting all of their ultimates into those 2 players just because they have the AoE damage that could potentially take them down. So right now, they don't care about Super Marco as much. They just need to prioritize Kyle TZ as soon as possible.
Because they've passed that point. The first 5 minutes sucked for Super Marco. Our Week 5 MVP of the week is not playing his game.
Everybody pretty much has a very bad time here on the side of Bren. And look at this. I mean, even with this, right? Few is ranked 3rd in total assists in MPL Philippine history with 1,962, surpassing Chaknu, by the way, 1,961 assists.
Good for him, though. That's a lot of assists, if you ask me, and it could potentially go to, you know, assist them right in this fight, because they're finally starting it once again. The aggressiveness coming in from TNC is just absolutely massive. And Bren Esports, if there's a saving grace for them at this point, it's their wave clear. They have Few and Super Marco, they have the Nibiru's Passion, but the damage is just going to be lacking. Fortunately for them, Dominant Size is already secured by Ogwen, so there might be a fighting chance.
Just maybe. Look at this Lord crashing on down. One inhibitor is going to say bye.
Yeah, going to go ahead and focus on this bottom side. Kyle TZ trying to clear that mid lane. Minions still making their way, though. Bren's going to have to hold on here. This is also going to be very big for Few. He does get the setup with the real-world manipulation. Going to push them back, buying a little more time. But now, again, a still focused top side. TNC doesn't really have an angle they want to go in with just yet. Hesu does have that flicker penalty zone combination, though, so that could be a potential for them alongside Ben Things.
Now King Kong just really built the last item he needs. That's 4 physical damage and 1 magic. With that Radiant Armor, he can just take real-world manipulation swipes all day.
Yeah.
He's now built different. That's what I would call it.
He's a big boy.
He's built diff, but now the focus on mid lane. There's a wild charge, though. Escalera able to flicker around. Pandora going to chase him down. Escalera falls. Now Pandora going to be the focus. The penalty zone finding members. Now the damage comes out. He falls as well. Ben takes the focus. Immortality going to be popped. King Kong able to grab a kill, though, on Pandora. But the trade is a 3-for-1.
That was amazing.
Never count him out. Bren Esports, right inside their base. 10K down. Got a 3-for-1 trade.
This is what we're talking about from Bren Esports. You never count them out, even when their opponents already have that 10K gold lead. The new guy, who's not really the new guy, Pandora, came into play, unleashed the Black Dragon form, petrified 4 other members, isolated the other one, and it came to a point where Innocent was already using that crossbow of Tang. If they get the pick off against Pandora, it may be the other way around. But fortunately, Pandora got away from that crossbow of Tang. The ultimate targeted the other members coming in from Bren Esports, which could fortunately for them, take a lot of damage because they still have the full HP.
And that's the win-win, right? The fact that TNC scrambled when Pandora was chasing Escalera was a win in my books. That was a clear sign, but now Bren Esports took it a step further.
I feel like even though you see this 9K gold lead from TNC, after how that unfolded, maybe Bren is like, all right, we might want to contest this. We could also hold off. You know, they kind of had those two options. But as you can see, Ogwen given the vision here that they need to set this one up if they do want to contest it.
Man, Bren Esports showing us how true the adage is. It's not what you got, it's how you use it. They don't have any items. Like, they're what, down 1 or 2 core items. But they're still fighting back.
The thing is, even if you have a lot of items, if you don't get to use your basic attacks, it's going to be a problem. And that is what Ogwen is actually looking at right now. Find the right time to use that wild charge and force them to get stunned in at least 2 seconds or so. It's going to be enough time for Super Marco to unleash the amount of damage that he has, because even if Super Marco isn't really have the best of games that he's had in this series, it's still 2-2-2, and you have that weapon mastery that's really going to be huge for you if you want extra damage on your side.
Yeah, and he just picked up the wind chant. He now has the wind of nature, so he's going to be fine going toe-to-toe against Innocent, even maybe Hesu or King Kong.
Oh, there's the conceal. Ogwen trying to get in position here. Right now, all they have to do really is watch out for bent things, right? Which is kind of hard to do when you don't really know exactly where that Kufra is going to be charging up when. Now King Kong still committing to it. Looks like Bren wants to actually contest this one, though. Still getting in position. Ogwen going to find them. Wild charges defensively. Now going to be pushed back. They might not be able to commit on this just yet.
Oh!
King Kong securing the Lord. And it's going to call for a retreat from Bren.
That was a Hail Mary approach to it. Bren Esports were just hoping for something, but I'd say it's bent things. The fact that he forced out the wild charge made it all the more impossible for Bren Esports to steal.
And in addition to that one, given that the pressure was on the side of Bren Esports, there was no reason for Escalera to use the feathered airstrike onto the other opponent, so he just targeted the Lord with that one. Quantum execution to finish it once and for all. TNC knocking on the door.
Now this is going to be a tough defense here for Bren. Everything coming down. The penalty zone going to force Super Marco back. They're still going, but Pandora does fall. Lord going to be quickly made work of, but it's not enough as TNC takes game 1.
The fire burns! The fire burns! TNC have beaten Bren Esports in game 1. They're 1 game away.
We talked about surprise punches. This is one of them. Getting that in dominating fashion, if I should say, you take care of objectives, you take care of your lanes, you get the job done and get game 1.
You know, I can't wait for the breakdown later, Sona, because you got to really see where this all started to snowball in favor for TNC. And it even started in that early, I would say 2 to 3 minutes of the game, where they were putting pressure not only on every single lane they had to, but especially Kyle Teasy.
Yeah.
And you guys even mentioned during the draft, like, oh, you know, is a Hayabusa, is this, you know, are you sure about this? I like the Hayabusa pick, but when it gets shut down that fast and that hard, then it kind of just becomes a hero on the field.
Which is one of the, I'd say, dozen things that you need to point out that made this victory for TNC possible. And Hans, let me help you out here because there's a lot you're going to talk about in this 17, 18-minute game. One of the things is, yes, you mentioned the Hayabusa. It's not even the fact that he picked it and then it looked risky, but TNC knew exactly how to shut it down. They denied the snowball. Any possibility of again, between the Lancelot and the Hayabusa, the objective taking versus the, snowball, man-fighting conversion style, totally shut down. And Ben Things picked up the Kufra just perfectly. Again, big game Ben. Would not be surprised if he was our MVP.
I mean, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he is the MVP. He applied the pressure which was necessary for them to get the space that they need.
Oh, wow. Now, we no longer have to wait. It's Sona's turn to talk to us and tell us exactly how TNC did this.
It was an amazing display coming in from the Phoenix Army as TNC Pro Team surprised Bren Esports and getting game number 1. And especially now, when you take a look at the compositions that we have for both of the teams, there were a lot of chances that both heroes could go either way, but given that their execution was spot on and game number 1 was what got the Phoenix Army the victory here. When you take a look at their items, there is just a lot of gold gap between the two teams, at least 12,000 at the end of the fight, but it reached 10,000 before the Lord fight even started. And even before, there were a lot of times wherein TNC was just trying to manage and getting the objectives as soon as possible. Not only that, they also managed to get heroes that would be great in terms of the laning stages, which actually were beneficial for them heading into the early parts of the game, because there was no need for Benthings to go into the XP lane and try to go for the gank, because technically, Hesu can take care of his own. Especially now, in the team fight participation, there were not a lot of times wherein Hesu was part of the team fight, given that 45% is the only percentage that he got. But Benthings was in a lot of it. And the thing here is, I guess he had 10 assists at this point, especially with the wingman tactic that you have right now. Benthings' 10 total assists is something that really needs to be commended. And as my co-casters have mentioned from a while ago, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Benthings is going to be our MVP. Ogwen's tried to take a lot of damage right now, but this is the man of the moment. Big game Ben, a man with a million moves, and he showed us what he could do. And especially now, with this win, he could probably explain it with his TikTok audition for later, but for now, it's a KDA of 0-2 and 10, and especially with the heat map, which is actually very important, because you're actually trying to take a look at it, and he's simply surrounding the turtle lane. He's simply surrounding the gold lane right now, and as of the moment, they're really not having other ways for them to initiate, given that Benthings is just there trying to check the vision and trying to check possible rotations coming in from the side of Bren Esports. So, given this, Benthings would just have more space for him to hide in these bushes, and from there, use the Tyrant's Rage and Revenge combos, which he did admirably in this specific fight. Now, let us take a look at the highlights brought to us by Smart. These two matches, or these two teams, have really tried to fight it out, given that they both have the same ways for them to initiate, which is actually the crowd control. But given that there is just already a huge lead coming in from TNC Pro Team with this kind of fight, and Benthings just coming out of nowhere, technically, he just managed to get a lot of pressure, especially to Kyle TZ, where Kyle TZ in the first 7 minutes of the matchup didn't even get a single kill. And that is very much a surprise, because you have Hayabusa, who has that high and dry emblem, in which he could prioritize those pickoffs that would be necessary for them to win the game. But even so, TNC applied the pressure not only to the Hayabusa, but in addition to that, also the other members of Bren Esports, specifically to Few and to Pandora as well. There was also a time where Pandora was trying to turn things around and turn the tides back into their favor by unleashing that Black Dragon form that could hopefully and potentially get them the victory and turn things around. And this is that fight, right? Petrify onto 3 other members coming in from TNC Pro Team that made, TNC kind of like doubt themselves whether they would go ahead and initiate. But even so, it was an important attack coming in from Benthings that landed them the victory. Not only that, King Kong also managed to secure a lot of objectives, wherein Kyle TZ actually had pretty good position coming forward into this matchup. So we talked once again about surprises, or what other things TNC Pro Team could bring to the table, and this might just be it.
I called it. Big Game Ben.
Big Game Ben.
Big Game Ben. I even mentioned, I was like, Big Game Benny, but I forgot. We already have a Benny.
Yes.
So it's Big Game Ben.
Yes.
And he had a huge game.
He's currently Daddy Benny. And
That's
then
true.
This is Big Game Ben.
So many daddies in the MPL, man.
Ben 10.
Here's one.
Well,
You walked into that, buddy. Real quick before we get into talking about how Bren Esports could come back, I want to tell you guys all about coming in to the studio and watching MPL Philippines Season 11 right here with us. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at the Shooting Gallery Studios here in beautiful Makati City. Tickets are now available via ticket2me.net. Get yours now. We are at the precipice of a matchup that could just turn the MPL Philippines ecosystem on its head, because TNC might actually take down Bren Esports. But before that, let's go on over to the lovely Mara Aquino to hear from someone on stage.
You know how it goes here every Sunday. We have the people from MPL Battle Trips! At kasama ko ngayon ang isang hero leader. Yvonne, kamusta ka na?
I am well. Thank you very much for having this this opportunity to talk to you and to everyone here.
Okay, kamusta naman yung Battle Trips today?
Well, Battle Trips was really, really fun. We were able to learn a lot from the talents, from the everyone here. So dito sa folder namin na to, we get to learn more about what is happening, yung mismong event, venue. Then here naman yung mga talents, especially sa mga shoutcasters, really exciting. Tapos dito, pinag-usapan namin kung ano yung production and people, especially students, get to learn more about media and then, yan, sobrang fun talaga. We get to do a lot of learnings.
Ano yung pinaka-favorite part mo today?
Well, ang aside from watching live, ang pinaka-favorite ko talaga is to learn more about, sa mga shoutcasters and talents.
Gusto mo rin ba maging shoutcaster?
Yes, actually,
okay.
I'm doing shoutcasting on the side for amateur games and plays din.
Okay, sige nga, ano yung shoutcasting name mo? Ano yung name mo?
My name is Luna.
Okay, Luna! Kunyari, ikaw naman ang shoutcaster for today. Bren versus TNC. Luna, pasok!
Ayan, so magandang hapon everyone here! Ayan, so we are now going into our game number 2 between TNC and Bren Esports. So earlier nakita natin game number 1, naka 1 point na ang TNC. Sino ba ang mananalo naman dito sa game number 2? Mamaya yan, manonood tayo later on between TNC and Bren Esports!
Mr. Luna, everybody! Okay, sige nga. Sino sa tingin mo mananalo? Bren or TNC?
Siyempre ako, doon tayo. Bren Esports naman. Tayo masaya.
Okay. Favorite player mula sa Bren Esports?
Pandora, of course.
Bakit? Bakit? Kasi ba doon sa ginawa niya kanina?
Siyempre doon na. Oo, kanina. Sobra. Yung sayaw niya, winner.
Gusto mo makita ulit yon?
Siyempre.
So kung manalo sila, papagawa ulit natin yung kay Pandora?
Siyempre. Kay Pandora ulit.
Okay. Make curious ako. Okay.
Yeah.
Dahil sobrang gusto natin yon, let's have somebody from MPL Battle Trips replicate what Pandora did.
Yes.
Magkasahin ka nga.
Ayan.
Sino dito?
Ito.
Dapat game ka.
Ito. Ayan, no?
Game ka. Come here. Dito.
Ayan.
Dito. Okay. Come here.
Nako, ito na, big boy dance.
What is your name?
Hans.
Okay. Hans. Sabi niya, kaya mo daw kasi gusto nila talaga yung dance na ginawa ni Pandora. Kailangan gayahin mo yung dance niya. Okay, Caster Luna, ikaw naman yung mag-music. Kunyari, ikaw yung music. Music, please!
Ten, 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 I got a big boy!
Oh my God! It's so much fun here. Wait, taga saan ba kayong lahat?
Well, kami taga Batangas!
Ala, Ay, marami ha. Meron tayong QC, meron tayong Cavite, ngayon, Batangas naman.
Yes, of course.
So, paano yung mga taga Batangas, taga ibang mga regions na gustong sumali? How do they do that?
Yeah, so we actually have a lot of giveaways and your community heroes and student leaders will actually tell you kung paano kayo, pupunta at paano kayo mananalo to join us here din, katulad nung nangyayari ngayon.
Yes, okay. Ibabato natin sa casters. Gusto ko, punta ka ulit dito. Habang ibabato natin sa caster, meron tayong dancer on the side. Ikaw naman, gagayahin mo ko. And you go, casters, pasok. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go!
Hey! Alright, casters, pasok!
This just gets more interesting by the game. I wonder what the post-game 2 situation is going to look like. But yes, welcome back. It's not exactly dire straits for Bren Esports just yet. We've seen them dig themselves out of situations worse than this. I don't know what's... Again, like,
it's the dancing, man. It's throwing.
It's
you know,
the dancing, man. It's the dancing.
Yo, one hand's dancing. Who's to say? No.
If there's one
Another
thing
Hans?
that all guys named Hans knows how to do, it's that.
It's dance?
It's to do the
no,
big boy.
just,
boy dance?
just the big boy.
Just the big boy. All right. So now, back to reality. Bren Esports Was it the 1-1? Can we even pinpoint it, the fact that maybe the 1-1 coming through was a big deal? Or was it really just big game Ben?
You know, I like the 1-1 pick there, but still it wasn't the sole reason why they had such a gap to work with in gold. I mean, to be quite frank, TNC just played better that game. You know, all across the board, they put the pressure where they had to. So I'm wondering if they can replicate that here for game 2 to possibly, again, sweep Bren, who was that huge obstacle ahead of them, and they're on their way to doing that.
Building up on your statement from the early game pressure that that Bren Esports was given from a while ago, it was also the fact that they were able to get the objectives, not only the major ones, but also those jungle creeps that have been very essential to hopefully get Kyle TZ to at least go ahead and level up as much as he could. Especially with a high-end Dry Emblem, you would actually want to have that, but unfortunately it didn't really happen.
Hans, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, open up your MLBB clients right now. There's a stealth change.
Ooh.
It's no longer called High and Dry. It's now called Master Assassin. Look it up.
Master Assassin.
That's actually the same thing.
They changed it. They changed it just recently.
Especially with the, I believe, the Electro Flash.
Yes,
it's now called Quantum Charge.
Exactly, right? So now, we walked into this little change.
Right.
But are we going to see the same situation with a Hayabusa possibly in the hands of Kyle TZ? Because the draft has just gone just like that, zip by, right? The Joy and the 1-1 are still out there, given that the Kaja, Farsa, and Lancelot taken away by Bren. Now Glue, Fanny, no! 1-1 for TNC!
Is the Arlot worth that? That's my question. Is the Arlot worth giving up the Joy and the 1-1?
When you think about it, I mean, mobility is going to go to the side of TNC, and also the early game pressure is going to be felt through the help of the Joy. But you still have the Fredren available, in which it hasn't even been banned or picked in the very first game that we've had.
Yeah.
They actually got to prioritize the Hayabusa for themselves. And meanwhile, now when you take a look at it, the Lancelot and the Fanny is banned out. If you want to have someone that could potentially go ahead and handle the mobility, it could be the Ling that Leo was actually trying to pertain to a while ago. But Melissa is going to be the early pickup here to hopefully answer to Innocence 1-1. It was banned in the second phase of the draft from game number 1. This time they're going to be picking it up early.
Not just, they also have the Lolita, which should answer most things that TNC is thinking about, because also King Kong is also an assassin specialist, much like Kyle TZ. So imagine much how Kufra will come in and bother you while you take buffs. The same thing can happen with a Lolita. Just come in, just bonk you.
Yeah, and not only that, but I like what again, this first phase for TNC is highly in their favor, I feel like, just because of the fact that, they locked in the 1-1 and the Joy. But then if you look back at the previous performance, even from Ben Things, the fact that he's got his hands again on this Kufra, it's going to be worrisome, for Bren here, because the guy was, we call them Big Game Ben. Big Game Ben. He's probably going to have another big game here, right? And they don't really have an answer for that from the previous game, so Bren's got to come up with something for this. Now, what is on the line? Possibly, if they really want to go with it, if it's not banned out, they do have that Diggy option, but still, it's tough, right? Because they would have to put that in the mid lane.
Yes. Is that enough? Does that work?
It could. It probably couldn't. But I'm actually looking at quite a different perspective here, because this is very different from game number 1 in terms of the draft. No mages have been picked up in the very first round of our matchup. In addition to that one, Farsa and the Valentinas are usually prioritized all throughout the season. This is very different. You're actually taking a look at a potential Julian pick that could be picked up by Bren Esports, or maybe the Gushon once again. But again, it has been banned out already. So there's just a lot of other things that could be picked up here by the other members. Not to mention, Kadita is also available to be picked up here. Especially, you have the Melissa for the side of Bren Esports. This could be the prime opportunity for TNC to pick up that Kadita for themselves.
Or they could trade, one can get the Eve, unless Bren bans it here to force TNC to pick it up. Because, what's left there? The Kadita, the Eve, the Savior?
the savior, yeah.
Might take too long to farm up.
It's gonna take a lot longer than expected. But when you take a look at it, they've also used the Lilia, but we haven't seen Lilia for a lot of times. So they're gonna be banning out the Mortis instead. Eve and Kadita are still
out there.
open.
Yeah.
So it might be a chance or an opportunity for TNC to pick up the Kadita before the others pick it up.
Yeah, I think they take the Kadita.
Or Gord.
Or Gord.
Or Gord, right.
Don't get my hopes up, you know, but hopefully one day. Hopefully one day before I'm not casting anymore, I get to see him in the competitive scene. And it's not. I'm okay with this, though. At least it's something different, right? We're now seeing Kagura.
It's Escalera we're talking about here.
This is very interesting.
He does great things.
Right.
With this little Onmyoji maiden.
Kagura.
This is now going to be the question for Bren Esports because, again, you have 3 heroes. I see where TNC is actually heading. Like, when you have these 3 heroes, the Wanwan, the Joy, and the Kagura, these are very agile heroes.
Yeah.
These are heroes that you wouldn't easily catch with your crowd control type skills, especially with the Lolita that's very slow to build up that Numinum Blast.
You know what's scary for me with TNC's lineup right now? You take this Joy.
Oh,
there's the Hellcurt, by the way. The Phoveus. Okay, that's great. Real quick, before we talk about that, you take this Joy, you put a Genius Wand on her early on, you do everything, the dashes that you have to do all across the team of Bren, and then Kagura comes in, flips the switch, boom, burst damage on everybody.
So this is a Phoveus mid.
Yes.
Arlott goes to the XP.
That's right. So, throwing back.
This is season 8?
Season 8,
they're
season
running it
9
back.
playoffs. Yeah, this is Etomax. Etomax played a mid Phoveus, if I remember correctly. Wow, it's been that long.
We even saw Jungle Phoveus before, but I don't think that's going to happen now.
Yeah. Huh. Oh, now we were talking about mobility, agility, right?
Yeah.
There's the shutdown. There's the Phoveus.
And there's the safeguard.
This is
This
again,
is the universal card.
Universal safeguard.
It's like, all right, he doesn't lose to many people, but also not strong against most, but he's fine. So this is TNC telling Hesu, all right, hunker down. You're going to have to keep that Phoveus just... Oh, no. The Arlott.
Arlott.
You keep the Arlott in check.
Right? Because, again, that is where Arlott is having quite the difficult time into, like, getting the laning stages done. It's going to be difficult for the Arlott facing the Thams, but it's going to be important now for TNC to maintain the same pressure that they've had in game number 1. They still have the Joy, which also displays the same amount or the same recipe that they've did in game number 1. Hopefully they get to do it here, but the Hellcurt might come into play later on.
Gentlemen, do note that Joy recently got, how do I say, adjusted?
Yeah.
She had some nerfs, but also some adjustments wherein, yeah, I get to pop my ult much sooner. So we'll see how this works out. And again, it's so weird because the sample size is so small, we don't see Joy very often. And that already feels like TNC won the lottery. They got 2 of the biggest picks that are usually bans.
Yeah, that's why I think it's going to, you know, if anything, it's going to pay dividends for the game here. What are we seeing?
Okay, you know what? We got blindsided. It's the Joy in the jungle.
Right.
Joy in the jungle.
JJ.
JJ, okay.
And look where Bren
we were so surprised by the way with the Hellcurt and the Phoveus picking up that we didn't
totally
realize.
Forgot.
Yeah, that we saw the Thamus pick up, right?
Look at Ben things, man.
But to be fair, we haven't actually seen Thamus in the
Big
jungle.
game, Ben!
Okay. No. All right, they get the flicker out.
All right. So,
but that's the thing, though. You could actually seen Thamus in the jungle, too. That's not too far out of the realm of possibility.
Yes, that was a thing about a year and a half ago. Now, something else entirely. The reason why I exclaimed there is because the new Iron Hawk skin on Kupra makes him look like he has the orange buff. Look at him. His sleeves are orange. There, see? His sleeves are orange.
Right.
Oh, true. Well,
orange sleeves, too.
He's doing exactly what he has to do. Again, Super Marco focus here. First blood going to the hands of King Kong. So, you know, now that we've gotten the picture, right, of King Kong on this Joy jungle, how's this going to pan out here, Sona?
I mean, when you think about it, or when you take a look at it, Bren Esports already allotted at least assistance onto the top side. But unfortunately for them, TNC just had a lot of ways for them to initiate. First is that mobility that we've been continuously mentioning from a while ago. Second is the damage that could be displayed with King Kong having that mystery shop as your emblem, he's gonna have, you know, a faster amount of time into getting the items and landing those itemizations done. And now that the turtle is actually spawned here, Hesu is gonna be trying to give space for the rest of the members and hopefully repeat what he did from a while ago.
All right, that's 3 men from Bren present here at the turtle pit. Hesu going for the pull. King Kong has his purple. Oh, is Kyle Petey gonna make it in time?
Yeah, he should be fine. King Kong knows, so you know what, let me just have Bren do the work while we get in position. Also, you know, Ben Things isn't even up here, so they might be looking for a trade if they can find one.
Ultimates.
But also both roamers top side, so it ultimately comes down to this 3 versus 3. Both teams working on it. There's the Dark Knight Falls. They do grab it. Kyle Teasy securing the first turtle of the game here.
Things are now going to be starting to look different for Bren Esports because those were the things that, or those were the objectives that they were unable to get in the prior match. But now, having that one onto their side, they've also locked in more pressure coming in from Hesu, who uses that vengeance to get away.
Oh, y'all saw how he stayed maybe a second or 2 more than he should have? Because he was using the most of the vengeance, and he knew that underneath the XP lane turret shield, he would have been fine. Now, top lane, gold lane has been relatively mugged. Oh, wait.
Yeah. There's still, I mean, at this point, you gotta just kind of, what we're seeing is both roamers just kind of babysitting this lane, right? They want to put basically their stocks in these gold laners to transition really well throughout the game. And hopefully, again, you have to have this answer against the 1-1. Now, yeah, previous game, you know, Innocent wasn't the sole reason why they won that game, but you don't want him to get to that point, right? He was pretty a threat, especially late game. So now that's why we see so much focus here on allowing Super Marco to have as much of a good time as he can on this Melissa.
This is a very secured Melissa, if you ask me, given that she is actually the first one to secure the Corrosion Scythe compared to that 1-1 who is still building up, or actually getting that one just now. So even if Bren Esports actually lost that first blood kill to TNC, which is why there's not a lot of gaps in terms of the gold, but Bren Esports, with that turtle take, they are now on the lead. Unfortunately for them, there is just the flicker skill that has been wasted. It was used out of good intentions, but it didn't really come to fruition.
What was that? About 2 or 3 feet short?
Yeah.
And for 2 minutes, it's down.
Super Marco just kind of had a feeling, right? He's like, this doesn't feel right. And he was right. So they have that now, and which means, again, that this leads into this next turtle, right? This next objective. Ben Things most likely isn't going to be around, so TNC might have to just give this turtle up. Everyone getting in position, Few just going to zone them out the best he can. And there you go, like that. Kyle TC securing the second turtle of the game here. Top side, though, the focus is where it's at. Ogwid in trouble. King Kong able to grab the kill. Now sitting on 2 kills on this Joy in the jungle.
All right, 5 minutes in. Bren Esports currently has 100% of the turtles so far. Not much in terms of other map objectives, save for maybe the gold lane. If anything, TNC has been pressuring Super Marco so much that maybe this top lane gold lane, the tier 1 turret, might be the first to go.
Right? They're maximizing the fact that Super Marco is being pressured. So what they do is to try to make more plays on the other parts of the map, which is actually where the Dark Knight Falls actually comes into play. Because once you lose the vision for the rest of the members, TNC would have some sort of doubts in terms of actually whether to initiate or not. But even so, Bren Esports still manages to get the turtle and have a stable lead. May it be little or may it be a lot, it's still a lead that they could potentially work on. Meanwhile, for the other side, TNC has that mobility on their side to go ahead and rotate, where King Kong is actually managing to take the lead right now with 2-0-0 as his KDA. Also, level 9 compared to level 9. So there is just a lot of things for the junglers to maximize on. First is mobility, second is the vision, and then from there you land the damage.
Yep, they're not freaking out. Like, nobody is at a deficit, not a clear deficit. Speaking of which, I haven't really felt that this is a mid Phoveus. Like, Few's playing it pretty well.
Yeah.
Like, he's where he needs to be, and he's making the most of that threat of activation.
It's funny to just see it in lane again, in the mid lane specifically, you know. And even the fact that he doesn't have, you know, the flame shot, because that's usually how we see it built, right? But still, given that situation, you got to wonder, how is this going to work out for them as the game gets further on? Because right now, King Kong unleashing again, looking to do his best to zone them out, but and now that this ultimate's down, right, I just think TNC is going to be like, let's just give up these turtles, but hopefully they have an answer for that when it comes down to those lords after this. So, again, King Kong getting the vision he needs, but doesn't have much to work with here. So, just as expected, Bren going to secure the third turtle of the game here.
Oh, wow. I ate my words. It's actually the XP lane that goes up first. Wait!
Okay, there's Few
They
jumping
came
in, has a demonic force, and nothing going to convert out of that just yet.
All right. Hans, you were saying?
We're starting to see some advantages that both of the teams are trying to employ here. Bren Esports gets the objectives, but meanwhile, TNC is simply just leaving Hesu to do his own thing, right? As soon as they get an advantage in terms of the objectives, that is where they will start to begin the strike. 4 heroes are onto the top side, especially with the items that we have right now. Benthing's ultimately securing that dominant size because he's going to be facing off against the Melissa for the later portions of the game. They want to bring the top lane turret down just to force Super Marco to make another move. But the thing is, Bren Esports is not letting this top lane go.
Yeah.
As they shouldn't.
Yeah.
I think this is almost as important as mid lane. The way that they hold it and they make sure that Marco has a place to at least farm up. So this is good. I think Bren Esports answering back the right way. Ooh, conceal.
Hey, Benthing's going to land that one. Does find Pandora, but they don't have enough follow-up damage. Oakland going to miss the Newman on blast. Not going to commit to anything, but still, I still set on the top side. A lot of attention still here. They know some of these resources are down. Innocent, gotta be careful. There's the final slash, putting him in place if he can. There, under the turret he goes. Innocent's gonna fall. King Kong now joining the fight, looking to get Ogwin down here, but doesn't have the backup he needs.
Ooh.
Double kill for Super Marco. Benthing's also running with Escalera.
Man, that's why they picked up the Phobias, regardless of if it had a place to be in the way. They're not done.
Oh, the set is there. Pandora almost had it, but get punished under the turret.
TNC's heroes have dashes on dashes.
This is a domino effect that resulted into TNC's downfall for the next 3 turrets that they've lost. Did you actually notice in just one team fight, 3 turrets have already been lost by the side of the Phoenix army? Why? It's because Helkert or Kyle T was also working under the radar into taking that middle turret down. And he left his other teammates to try and go ahead and land the pressure. But it seems like TNC is actually the ones that are in position first to be able to take this Lord. And you've mentioned Few a while ago, landing a lot of those kills. But that is of the essence. Benthing's losing his ultimate.
There's the Dark Knight falls. Lord's probably going to reset. There's the final slash. Benthing's in trouble. He does fall. Super Marco grabbing the kill. Ooh. Thanks for the leash, they say. Now Bren going for the Lord. Secured by King Kong. Able to get the kill. Hesu falls. TNC ultimately getting the Lord here, but they lost 3.
That's an expensive trade, but at least TNC walked away with something.
Goodness, if all fails, King Kong. That's technically the tweet over there, but again, when you've managed to take a look at it, TNC had the upper hand from the start because they've managed to land themselves first in terms of the Lord Skirmish, but unfortunately for them, the problem was the initiation wasn't there, and that is what they're missing all throughout the game. Benthings doesn't get to start the team fight because the Tyrant's Rage and Revenge combos weren't really hitting. It seems like Bren Esports already know this time around where Benthings is gonna come from because of the extra vision that is being displayed not only by Few, but also Pandora. This Tenacity build Arlot is really something else.
Anywhere that Pandora checks in, Few has, what, maybe 2 or 3 seconds to respond, and he has always been up to that. Even Ogwin. And I guess the way that Dark Knight Falls works, you can count as vision, because if your opponents don't have vision, then that's you being given an extra margin of error. So yeah, that's what explains here the 5K gold lead Bren Esports has. Now TNC, man, I don't know how they can claw back, like especially from outside their base. Inside their base, yeah, maybe they can punish, but outside, they're gonna have to close that gap.
Yeah, and you see Innocent a while ago building on that Wind of Nature, finally picking it up. But at this point, where Few is actually second in terms of the total damage dealt, no Wind of Nature can help you with that Demonic Force magic damage. So at some point, if you're Innocent, how are you going to position yourself in terms of this team fight? Because again, you're 0-2 into. Fortunately, you still have that Marksman emblem of yours to at least land on that extra damage needed for this team fight. But how do you even position yourself? And not to mention, the guy flying under the radar, Kyle TZ now leads in terms of the gold. So Super Marco has been the point of pressure for the side of TNC. But in fact, it is Super Marco that's shining in this game.
The one thing too about this,
with the Mel, right?
Yeah. The one thing about this too is, Escalera. He's got that early kill that he had earlier, or he had the kill that he got earlier, but still, you saw the damage displayed there. He's not where he needs to be, right, on this Kogura specifically. Now, is that to say that that won't pan out later on? Well, they need a great opportunity to kind of crunch Bren up together to get that yin-yang overturn off. And that's exactly what I was saying earlier. When the Joy was picked, he had that Genius Wand early on, but still we haven't been able to see that combination really work for TNC just yet. In theory, it should work, but what's happening is Bren is just doing a really good job at counter-playing around that and being even careful with their positioning.
Yeah, easier said than done. And now, a Luminous Lord has spawned. Bren Esports took care of the very first Lord like that. Treated it no less you would treat a Siege Minion. Like, that's how quick that first Lord went. So now, I'm pretty sure they're actually committed. They're resolving to actually get this for themselves.
At some point, right now, they're just trying to have a tug of war with this Lord, but the fight's about to ensue.
Do they see King Kong? Now they do.
They go ahead. That is going to be the Lord just being secured here by Bren. So a little, it's like TNC gets the vision, they get pushed off a little bit, and they make the call. You know what? Let's just go and try to defend in our base. Maybe that's going to work better for us.
Again, that is very unfortunate, especially coming in from TNC, because they had the position in the early portions of the game. But I feel like Ben Things is now starting to save up his Flicker and Tyrant's Rage and Revenge combo, because they are within a 6.6k gold gap. And even if he gets the setups done, we've seen it time and time again. Escalera so far doesn't have enough damage to handle the Arlot, and especially Ogwen right now.
There's the final slash on Hesu. Dark Knight's going to fall here. No one going to fall except for that turret. TNC still holding on for now. Bren now eyes set on the top side. Possibly going to make a play here, waiting for these waves to push in. TNC on the defense. They're going to watch out again for another final slash initiation. You get in the front of the lines. Lord finally going to go down here after he gets a hit on the base. There's the turret being focused. Can they commit? Ben Thing's going to jump in, but nothing started. Final slash come through. Ben Things falls. Now the turret. Demonic Force as well. Escalera jumping in. Doesn't have the burst he needed. Double kill goes out. 2 fall. Still Few into the base he goes. Hesu trying to hold on. Dark Knight falls again. The final slash on point. Hesu falls. And they're one after another. It's only King Kong. He can't hold them back by himself. And it's Bren taking us to a game 3.
It all fell apart. Despite having a 1-1 and a Joy in the same lineup, Bren Esports knew exactly what they were doing, walking into game 2.
Especially during that final team fight. There was one ultimate after another that really, finished the deal for the side of the Bees. And especially as of this moment, we were kind of like wondering how Bren Esports is going to bounce back and strategize themselves for game number 2. It was the same scenario because they gave the 1-1 at the same time the Joy as well, in which we haven't seen, as you've mentioned a while ago, in quite some time. But they've managed to have all of the answers, and I think the Phobius just really played very well in this game. It was plotted so well. It's like a puzzle piece, if you should say.
The perfect puzzle piece.
It was the only thing remaining, and then some sort of thing activates, and the door gets opened, and something like that. So it's a mystery thing that's like,
Someone's been watching Sherlock a little too much.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting the focus though. But going back to the draft too, I asked, is the Arlot worth it? I think it was.
More than, I think TNC kind of just forgot that the Phobius was a thing. Because
Yeah.
look, the reason why Few was able to pick it up with a Purify is because literally TNC's heroes, they just breathe, it triggers the Demonic Force. Like, yep, just free triggers on everything. So now we'll see if that was the only nail in the coffin or if there were multiple straws that broke the proverbial camel's back that brought us to Game 3. Sona's going to talk to us about it, and I'm super excited to see who exactly is our MVP because Bren Esports played out of their minds, folks. Let's go ahead, check it out.
Bren Esports called on an old friend named Phobius for game number 2, and they got the victory even with another 1-1 on the side of the Phoenix Army. This time, it's 1-1 even with the 1-1, if you should say. So now, as we take a look at the lineups that we have here for both of the teams, it kind of is the same composition coming in from TNC Pro Team because you have Hesu landing on that thumbs just to get the laning stages onto their side, which benefited them in the early portions of the game because they were the first team to bring a turret down. But even so, Bren maximized on the opportunity that Hesu isn't really helping the rest of the members by forcing team fights in the other portions of the map. Not to mention, Pandora's 7 assists were really very much helpful here in the early portions of the game because the final slashes were one of the catalysts to them getting the pick-offs and getting the lead step by step. Not to mention, or in addition to what I've said, Few was also one of the main heroes here that have been really, you know, at the spotlight for the rest of the members of the Bees. Hero damage, almost a 50k gold lead here by the side of Bren Esports, even with the damage turret going into the side of the Phoenix Army. I guess that 2,995 was the only bottom turret that they've managed to bring down. And also, the ace here, the pressure point for TNC was supposed to be Super Marco because they knew that they had, fortunately, the answers for them, in which it worked in game number 1. But this time, with the Lolita, a better kind of roamer that could potentially assist them in the early or to the late portions of the game, it finally is it. And now, the new guy, or not so new guy after all, Pandora is your MVP of game number 2. 1-1-7 with the Tenacity emblem, and then almost entirely full build for the XP laner that made his Season 11 debut today, has put it out a shocker for the rest of the members of TNC Pro Team. Especially with the heat map, he was all over the place. Even when he lost the laning matchup, given that he was facing a Thams who was, again, a universal answer to the XP lane, it was a very good way for Pandora to make his presence felt by landing on those final slashes in terms of the team fights, which became beneficial for the rest of the members of Bren Esports because they had the ample amount of damage courtesy of Ogwen and Super Marco getting the damage that they need to finish things off once and for all. Taking a look at the highlights that we have here courtesy of the rest of the members of Bren Esports, they were playing very aggressive in the early portions of the game as soon as, you know, the ultimates were really popped out. It boiled down to communication and the fact that the rest of the members have managed to see Ben things not really landing those Tyrant's Rage and Revenge combos. Because of the information that was given to them, there was no other way for the rest of TNC Pro Team to go ahead and initiate, compared to game number 1 where they had the Terizda, the power of the Riz, to go ahead and get them the engage that they need from then on in case the Kufra doesn't get the full-on engage that they need to win the fight. But this time around, it was the Phobius that was actually initiating, and in case that doesn't work or the rest of the members of TNC fall into half health, it's now going to be up to Pandora to finish things once and for all with the final setup, with a final slash to get them in line and finish it off with a game number 2 ender. This is another game number 3 that is waiting for us to happen. Gentlemen, I do believe that it was just simply a counterattack coming in from Bren Esports.
Worth it. You were asking, was that first pick Harlot worth it?
I guess
and
it
the
was.
answer is yes.
Yes, it was. Which is weird because when you think about it, like, you're taking the Arlot, you know, you're giving up 1-1 and Joy, and you think in theory, is it worth it? Well, that game showed that it was, and I say, good job. Good job, Bren. Good job, Pandora.
Now we have come full circle. It's a best of 1, and it's either TNC, does two things. One, keep the playoffs dream alive. Again, every point matters. Again, the calculations aren't as clear yet, so as long as they can win, it's good. And two is they could end Bren Esports' streak.
Right.
That's what's on the plate for TNC. For Bren Esports, though, if they lose Game 3, that just shifts the way we understand the echelon of power here in MPL-PH Season 11.
Right.
So it's all on them now. It all comes down to this. So with that being said, before the drafting begins, gentlemen, I have to ask you, are we still going to see Joy in the 1-1? Like, is that even a significant pick? Because it seems like the way Bren is playing and the way TNC is treating is like, no, if it comes through, it just comes through. It's almost on the same level as like a Fredrin or a Farsas. Like, sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't, but...
Yeah, I mean, honestly, especially now, they're very much willing to let the 1-1 go because they have other ways to like answer it, and we've seen it from a while ago, especially in game number 2. Like the Phoveus is there, and even if the Phoveus wasn't there, the Lolita was also there to assist the Melissa in terms of the early game skirmishes that they want. I honestly feel like for this game number 2 that just happened, the Kadita was just the missing piece. There were not a lot of ways for TNC to try to get access from the back lines compared to the Yuzong, compared to the other members, the Benedettas maybe. So maybe having that backline access for the side of the Phoenix Army would really come to benefit them later on.
Yeah, Kadita would be a big threat, and I'm glad that you called that in the draft. I was, again, if you think about the way Kagura works, you should be able to find like different angles to get those initiations off, but I just think Bren did a great job at kind of stopping that from happening, and that's why it didn't work. Whereas, yeah, Kadita, at least you can find a better way in there and then get the burst off and kind of get out, whereas with Kagura, it's a little bit harder, especially with what Bren had. Now, all that being said, as we're talking about Game 3 specifically, I think you could possibly still see, let's say, 1-1 slip by. But what I'm noticing, too, is, and even from that previous game, why there was so much focus on the gold lane itself is because, yeah, Wanwan, as great as she is and as great as, well, I don't know if it's great or not, but as high as the ban rate has been on Wanwan, the thing is she does need kind of some hand-holding for a little while to get to that point, and then even in the late game, right, you still have to somewhat get in the right positioning to get that crossbow tang off, because she is one of those marksmen that if you don't get to utilize your ultimate, you know, you lack a lot of that damage in your kit, right? Whereas on the other side, Melissa can just auto-attack, man. You don't have to technically rely on all of those skills, but you have a great auto-attack, you know, especially with Inspire.
She's tied with Carry as being the most lethal auto-attack hero in the metagame.
Yep.
And with that being said, I think you've convinced me, gentlemen. I think you've sold me on the fact that both Joy and 1-1 aren't exactly the end-all be-all of the current metagame. 1-1 currently, if I'm not mistaken, folks, sits at 75% win rate. This is her first loss.
The first loss.
Yeah, so out of the 4 times, 75 now.
75.
Yeah. And again, when you compare it to the meta that we have right now, it seems like any hero could be picked. You just really have to put them in the best possible place necessary for you to pick it up. I mean, we've seen the Hellcurt, especially in this matchup, where there were times, especially in game number 1, where King Kong was managing to get a lot of those Lord objectives. But because of the Dark Knight Falls, simply because of that, he has no vision and has no other way for the rest of the members coming in from Bren Esports to determine whether he would go for the initiations or not, because the information is missing. So those vital and those vitals and fundamentals were missing from TNC in game number 2 because Bren Esports deprived that from them.
Bren Esports actually found themselves in the very same situation last Friday, facing off against Nexplay EVOS. It was game 2. They brought out the Hellcurt, the debut of Coyote's Hellcurt.
Right.
And then game 3, we were asking the same questions, like, oh no, what's the opposing team gonna do? Hellcurt has been unleashed. Nexplay EVOS did not do anything. They didn't ban it out game 3. They just let it play out. And I think that is a solid approach here for TNC. I would give the same advice. It's like, don't be afraid of the Hellcurt. That's not single-handedly what beat you game 2.
Yeah, and with them now being on the first pick side, the priority side, I think this is one of the things, right? Does this change their game plan? Because so far from what we've seen, especially with this the recent patch, the way these changes have gone, I find it refreshing, right? I find it nice that we're seeing these variations in drafts now, and even the fact that, yeah, sometimes Arlet is banned now because we see so many teams prioritize that. Sometimes the Valentina is even taken out, right? So this leaves a lot to question here, and like a team like TNC has great room to pretty much experiment with, but now that it's come down to this best of one case, it's like, do you pull your best punches here? What is that? You know King Kong's going to be fine in the jungle, but still, how do you support him getting there? Ben Things, too. We talked about him in Game 1, the fact that he was able to have, you know, that big game on the Kufra. Well, the previous game, he started strong, but then you saw where, you know, he had to be very careful. And Sona mentioned that in game. Like, you can see Ben Things almost hesitating. Like, should I initiate or should I not? He whiffed a couple flicker combinations, and he's like, yeah, now I'm not super confident anymore, you know, and that's how it seemed.
And there's also a current trend that is happening in this series wherein whoever gets the first pick is actually winning the game.
Yep.
So now, when you take a look at it, the Arlot is finally banned, but the 1-1 on the other side is banned as well. So there's going to be some sort of modifications that both teams are going to be doing in terms of this draft. And I'm honestly pretty curious to whether they will ban the Lancelot out.
Lancelot,
Game
Fanny,
2, right? Game 2 is available for them. So
Or
the Lancelot is finally out.
There it is.
Fanny is available.
Fanny's open!
Fanny is open.
Do
So
they
it
go
might be
Joy
a
or
possibility here,
Fanny?
right? There's a lot of possible options here for both of the teams, but it's going to be up to TNC to pace themselves. I mean, Fanny is available, but again, you still have the Kufra. But at this point, would you should let King Kong lose, right?
Farsa's here too.
Right.
Swing.
There it is.
There it is.
Okay. They picked their poison.
Taking their chances.
That's it, gentlemen.
Fanny's there.
Fanny is there.
So does Bren go ahead and prioritize the Kufra first phase, or do they let all roamers through and then think of either the Kufra, Fanny, rather Kufra, Cho, or Ruby for the last phase? I think that's safe. I think that's okay.
Yeah.
Oh no! They prioritize it!
They
went for the
prioritized
Kufra right away.
Okay.
I mean, why?
Never mind.
Why not? Because if you didn't take it right now, Ben Things would probably just snatch that again, even given the situation that he had the previous game.
Yes, take one,
Right?
ban the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In addition to that, they also kind of have an answer in case TNC picks up the Farsa. Because you have another way for you to engage in terms of the team fight and find the position just because you have the Kufra on your side.
Yeah, I'm also feeling that I'm going to just assume so far, just off the bat, that maybe this Joy is going to go into the XP lane.
Yeah.
Right? I don't see Kyle Teasy wanting to play this in the jungle.
This is just my own personal preference. I do not like jungle.
I don't like jungle
as
Joy,
much.
right?
Yeah. And I like her in the XP lane, building hybrid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? Much like the one showed by Tekash from RRQ Akira at M4, right? Just hybrid build in the XP lane. Those are the best Joys for me.
Yep. I agree 100% because you have the damage necessary and you're not really completely squishy to be taken out that quick. This time, Beatrix and Franco are going to be the pickups here for the rest of the members of TNC Pro Team. This is, again, a very well-rounded lineup coming in from the side of the Phoenix Army, especially with the Franco as your pickup here going into Big Ben? What do you call him again?
Big Game Ben.
Right. Why do we always forget
it? I keep trying to remember it too, man.
But Brody's going to be picked up too. So they somewhat have an answer to the early game pressure that TNC wants to display here by having an early game engagement of their own too, because they have the Kufra and they have the Brody to handle the objectives.
Yeah.
Kind of miss Brody. Super Marco doesn't play as much Brody anymore.
Yep. He's now here though.
Whoa!
Okay, they decided to take it out. So, you know, you were talking about the previous time when Hellkurt popped up. Well, in TNC's eyes, it's like, well, we don't want to play against it.
We'd rather not.
Yeah.
Okay. I get it. I mean, if you're a Fanny, you don't want to not see where you're going.
Yeah, how are you supposed to cable when you can't see?
It's all dark.
That's true.
Right? Don't do that, kids.
There's a Kadita ban, too. You know, another option that we were talking about previous game. They could actually work really well for, you know, the way these teams are playing, but that's all taken out. So still, this leaves a lot on the board here for those last two picks for both teams.
The rest of the members of Bren Esports are still missing that I should say, the magic damage. I mean, the joy is there, so at some point they still have enough. But in terms of the jungling department, Kyle TC is yet to secure his very own hero that would go up against King Kong's Fanny. So right now, we're still waiting for the final ban. I suppose it will lean towards Kyle TC's heroes because there's just a lot that Kyle TC could potentially use, and it will be, given that the Martis is available. They're trying to put the pressure on the Joy being placed in the jungle position. So there's still a lot of pocket picks that TNC could potentially use here, but now Bren Esports is on the picking phase.
And that's exactly why blue side is so strong.
Yep.
Like, even if you don't get to, I guess, fix your draft with that last pick, you get to close up your draft so much quicker. You're proactive. Oh, and the jungle Paquito is here!
Jungle Paquito.
I totally lost my train of thought when I saw jungle Paquito. How you doing?
Talking about the powers of, picking sides here. But yeah, like you said, you get to close out your draft, kind of quicker. Now I'm wondering, too, left on the table here specifically for TNC, you got to lock in an XP laner who should be quite tanky. You got to go through those tanky options. And, we could possibly see some of the older picks that, because Arla has dominated so long. Okay, never mind. They're bringing out the Riz again here, Hands.
And in addition to that one, they also picked up the Lilia, rather.
Not the Layla.
I missed it. Man.
Almost the Layla.
Almost. It's kind of close, but not close enough. They're going early all in for the rest of the members of TNC. Because you have the Fanny, your saving grace is going to be the Beatrix and his, or her wave clear, rather, in the later portions of the game. And you have the Riz God, right? On your side. So at some point you have the team fight factor and you also have the pick-off factor for the side of TNC Pro Team. Meanwhile, for Bren Esports, there is just a huge amount of damage. Good objective taking, in which TNC Pro Team could actually work a lot on here. But this time, it is actually looking like it is a mid-lane Joy, gentlemen.
Okay, mid.
Because you have that Joy on your side, and I believe Pandora is going to be taking on that Grok to the XP lane position.
Mid lane Joy. I would say still I like that better than Jungle. Jungle
MJ.
Joy. Yeah.
It's an MJ. We just saw a mid lane Phovius.
Yeah.
Fuvius. But now that it's Joy, what is up with Few today? Did he just wake up and say, I'm going to play the weirdest heroes in mid?
I think,
He has those days, right?
Yeah.
He played the Julian, he played the Gushans before.
Sometimes you just want to change things up.
Yeah. You play in the Pro League for so long,
Yeah.
it's like, today, I want to do this.
Coach, is it all right?
Yeah.
All right.
You know what? I'm tired of using Farsa over and over again. The Valentina's over and over again. It's probably time for me to use something different.
All right, here we go. Folks, expect TNC to go ahead and do the 4-1 here. It's the Fanny and the rest of them. And then for Bren Esports, I don't know, man. What are they thinking? Like mid-Joy? I don't know what to make of this.
I mean, honestly, you just want to have an access towards your mid lane matchup, which is Escalera. You can easily go ahead and use those extra dashes to get closer to Escalera, especially when he gets to use the black shoes, which is a way for him to, get out of very difficult situations. So right now, Bren Esports is still going to be prioritizing that bot lane matchup, that gold lane, that would be really beneficial for them in the long run because you have the objective taking advantage in the early portions of the game.
Yeah, you can tell. I mean, even with this, they're okay. Ogwin paying attention here to the bottom side. I was gonna say, we've got a lot of whole lot of Master Assassin emblem. All right, I was about to say high and dry again, but yeah, we got a whole lot of Master Assassin emblem. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Which team can get this momentum started here? Now, King Kong being on this Fanny, he's gonna want to do that, right? So, how do they respond to this? Ogwin gonna jump in, but it is taken. So we still got a while for that first turtle here. King Kong, though. Actually, already getting this vengeance out from Few.
That was close. It works. I mean, y'all saw what the Master Assassin emblem was doing there. Like he popped one, skill 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And then just half health. he definitely needed to pop the Vengeance.
That's an extra 7% damage if, you know, no teammates is just close to your opponent. And as of the moment, Bren Esports will really try to put the pressure. And speaking of Master Assassin, that's a Master of Assassin for you. First Blood.
Well, that was already a big play from Kyle TZ, punishing the enemy jungler, and now Few going for Escalera and Hesu. There's the flicker, hit the wild charge too! As they take him down, now Bren with 2 kills, and it's going to be a turtle on top of it.
TNC is in no shape to contest. Not just this turtle, but I'm guessing even the next if Bren continues the pressure.
See what I'm talking about? Like, Few here doesn't care if Escalera uses the black shoes because he gets he still gets to chase him.
King Kong just lost his purple, man.
Oh, man.
At 2.5 minutes, he lost his purple.
That doesn't feel good, right? I mean, I feel like Kyle TZ's got a little bit of a vendetta here. He's like, man, my first game was rough. Hey, now it's your turn, King Kong.
Ouch.
That hurts.
They did King Kong dirty.
Well, at least he's got orange.
At least. But no.
He's a fan.
Joseph, hear me out. 3 minutes in, right? 3 minutes in. Kyle TZ is almost 1,000 ahead.
Oh, man. That's a lot to take in, though.
Okay, they're going to need a lockdown here. Super Marco able to survive, though. Few making his way. There's the stun into the wall. Ben Thing's going to get punished, and now it's Innocent, and the Vengeance is popped under the turret. Not going to be enough, though. Didn't have enough stacks with that torn apart memory either, but Few still showing the presence there. Want to force Innocent back if he can. They're looking to clap down on him. Innocent can't get away. Few with the patience game gets that kill.
Doesn't want to lose those extra minion waves, and even so, he paid, costing his own life. And the rest of Bren Esports are now going to be playing aggressive with King Kong unable to use his cables to the full potential.
Oh, man. Kyle TZ is a lethal weapon. I have to say, this Paquito, the pugilist, the prize fighter, any hero he spots alone is basically dead.
The Master Assassin boxer now.
Yes.
You know, this is basically what he is.
The Fist of Death.
The Fist of Death.
Oh my god. The surprise punch, if you ask me.
Yeah. Well,
they literally cracked the punch with this one.
Exactly, still 1,000.
Still 1,000 at this point, and what, a couple levels worth? Okay, Ogwin gonna miss that shot, but still, they are taking control completely of these objectives, right? Gonna be able to snag another turtle here, furthering that gold lead even more in favor of Bren.
Bren Esports securing another turtle, another major objective without any contest whatsoever coming in from TNC, because they also need to take care of their own. The punishment being given to King Kong as of this moment is really paying a lot for the side of TNC Pro Team, because they want to have the Fanny in those pickoffs that they want to pursue, because again, they don't have enough damage as of the moment. Everything is boiling down on King Kong and his ability to go from one lane to another and potentially get the pickoff over. But aside from the fact that they're not getting any initiation and playing, simply reacting to what Bren Esports is giving them, it seems like King Kong isn't really equipped just yet with what he needs in order to fight.
Despite the Fanny being a highly banned hero, which does come out, a lot of teams actually have the answer, and here's one, right? You deny that mobility. You deny the fact that, yeah, you can get around the map really quick. Yeah, you have a lot of burst damage. But who do you burst damage? We're ahead now by 3K!
Yep, and now the focus on the bottom lane. This is going to be rough here for TNC. Everything comes out. Pandora quite low, but it's a killing spree for Few. 2 fall. Pandora, though, does go down as well, so it's a 2-for-1. And right now, TNC still trying to get back into this game. Like you guys mentioned, right, when the Fanny is pretty much disabled at this point in the game, it's rough because you're always working against the numbers.
Just look at that, he's not even moving. He's just waiting for the moment that the purple objective will come into play. But at this point, he's trying to vary his options, right? Where could he potentially go to possibly get the gold to get the items over to his side? And Bren Esports, they're not letting anything go to King Kong as of the moment, because they're also putting themselves into the enemy base, into the enemy jungle of TNC.
Oh man, I feel for King Kong. You see that? He was sharing the minion wave in mid.
Oh, there's The black shoes coming out. King Kong gonna focus on Ogwin, gonna get shoved into the wall. And now a few there too, but still, you know, King Kong struggling to do anything here at this point. He's got to keep working back into this game. Ben Thing's gonna use the conceal. Wild charge committed from Pandora. But are they in the position to actually contest the third turtle of the game? They've got the positioning. King Kong goes in. Kyle Teasy does fall. TNC finds some hope. Should be able to grab this turtle too. Ogwin goes in. No! King Kong! He does secure the turtle, but he falls again.
He pays the iron price. Just when we were seeing signs of life from TNC, Bren claps back. Oh, wait.
Few 2 versus 1. Had second thoughts, not going to commit to it, but still, you can see just how massive Few is in this game.
Yep, but again, better than nothing coming in from TNC. They've managed to get Kyle Teasy, which was one of the leads in terms of this game, in terms of gold, and also getting the turtle, even if it cost the price of King Kong's life. This time around, they know that they don't have the early game portions of them as of the moment, so they're trying to put all of their eggs in one basket, which is Innocent, who is now actually building up pretty well, and actually just, you know, 800 gold behind Super Marco, which is, again, not that far behind because you have that Blade of Despair, which displays a huge amount of damage. And if you manage to take care all the other lanes possible before the siege happens from the side of Bren Esports, maybe TNC does have a fighting chance heading into another team fight tactic.
Yep, with the Lord spawning in about a minute, if TNC are able to hold on to, well, this less than favorable but not as miserable position. Because look, King Kong's getting his buffs. That's better than earlier, right? Oh,
they're going to find Hesu here. Can he survive this? Torn apart memory was used, but they can't find it. Ogwin's going to fall. TNC getting a punish here. So they do that to Bren, but still it's a little while until the Lord comes up. But these minor pickoffs, these minor mistakes that Bren are making can bring TNC back in this game. You saw the gold, you were talking about it, Sona, and even the itemization. They need time to catch up here.
Ow. Escalera, careful. Man, I love what Hesu has done here. You see how he survived that engagement in mid? Oh, King Kong! All right, he's fine.
Oh! I thought he was fine too.
There was like that one... What?
That was
one
a
memory, bro.
Memory from down under.
Or up north.
Or up north.
That was
my goodness.
Delayed tick of that projectile. Took a while.
Wow,
but it got there, and now they're immediately placing their own into this Lord take, uncontested.
Well, you said you missed Brody, right? It's been a while since you've seen Super Marco play him, and now he gets a kill like that. Escalera going to be the focus. There's the black
goes
suit.
back
into the team he goes. Escalera falls, but King Kong gets a kill himself. And there you go. Bren, though, they still have the Lord top side here.
That's a shutdown kill on Few after 4 kills. Should be quite a bit of bank for King Kong.
And if there is one thing that Bren Esports could maximize here, it is the fact that they could go for those major objectives, which are the turrets. And they're now trying to go for it as of the moment. As we take a look at the items brought about here, a Malefic Roar and also a Blade of Hephaestus being secured here by Super Marco, which really plays a lot, especially in terms of not only the Lord take, but also damage for their opposing heroes. So as of the moment, they're really placing everything and putting it on Hesu.
Look at the damage. Hesu can't even survive that. Again, Ogwin finding a mark. And now the focus on these objectives. Bren still controlling this game.
All right, so earlier Hesu survived, but wait! Oh, Pandora!
Nice iron hook. Lockdown is there. Pandora does get punished. So overall, trade for trade. Also some big items being picked up for TNC. They do lose the tier 1 turret.
Badia Smith can only do so much. But yes, TNC not letting go. Although this is quite dangerous. So on a look, it's now 5K ahead. Earlier, they were keeping at 2 or 3K. Now it's 5K. Steady. Super Mark on top of the gold charts.
Aside from the gold charge, he's also probably leading in terms of the total turret damage that Bren Esports is actually displaying here. They've already managed to take down 3 turrets on their side, which gave them a lot more in terms of the gold lead. But that is also one thing coming in from TNC. Knowing that knowing that King Kong is actually missing those purple objectives right from the start of the fight, and still have those inhibitors intact. In fact, you still have those inner turrets on your side, which means there are still a lot of good things coming from the rest of the members of Phoenix Army. But one thing that they have to take control of is simply how to get few, because 4-1 and 4 is this Joy with an extra vengeance. He doesn't care when Escalera goes for the black shoes. He doesn't care when the Beatrix tries to flicker out and use those repositions to get away. He simply just doesn't care and lands onto the damage.
They continue to pressure the map here. As you were saying, it's Super Marco who you're assuming is leading in turret damage. And I guess that's what Bren Esports has bought for their young gold laner. The fact that they're pressuring so many parts of the map, TNC can't notice or would rather not deal with Marco first because he's dangerous alone.
Oh, look at this. They're going to be setting something up here if they can.
Oh,
Three members here. Ben Thing's going to go in. Kyle Kesey also in the bush too. Now it's a 3 versus 2. Look at the damage though.
Oh.
They force them back. Now it's innocent. They get punished. TNC bit a little too much here. And now they lose 2 members. Bren now eyes set on the next objective.
That was a 1,000 IQ play coming in from Few. He already anticipated that there are going to be more than 1 member coming in for him, which is why he used that vengeance right away, trusting on his instincts. And now it's 2 heroes down for the side of TNC Pro Team. And not only that, they've lost another purple objective to the hands of the Beast.
And they're going to have to give up this Lord. There's no way King Kong can steal this, not without a miracle, not without a sliver of just insanity to think that he can steal it. Now, you're right, Sona. That could have gone so differently if Few held on to the vengeance, right? If he got bitten down first, he would have died.
It's at this point, right, with things kind of the way they unfolded, even getting a glimpse at the items here, it's tough, right? This is tough. How's the defense, though, looking for TNC in the base, Sona?
I mean, when you take a look at it, only Ben Things has secured at least 2 defensive items, and also Terizla. So there is still a way for them to initiate the fight because you still have that Dominance Ice and that Anticuras for Terizla to at least set up with a penalty zone. But again, you have to answer to Few. You have to answer to the Joy that is playing very well in this match.
Oh man, Bren Esports 10K ahead here. 14 minutes in, have synchronized all waves. Lord's gonna crash down here. Bot lane.
Lord's gonna go ahead and charge up. There's the inhibitor turret, gonna go down here with a hit from Super Marco. Demolition Man again. Now the focus in mid. Both junglers though, top side. They're gonna do their work they need to, but right now TNC holding on to both actually mid and top inhibitor turret for now.
There's a slight battle on who's the real Master Assassin up top, but again, it doesn't matter at this point because Bren Esports are really just controlling the map, depriving TNC of whatever, objective, whatever creep they could potentially get, which actually forces the rest of the members of Phoenix Army to just go ahead and gamble on whether they could get those minions without costing their lives on it.
It's tough to be King Kong again. We've been saying this the minute he lost his first purple, but it's essentially the equivalent of putting a cheetah in a studio apartment. Like, there's nowhere for this animal to run. King Kong can't go around the map the way he's built right now, or at least the way that Bren Esports is aware of what he's up to.
That's the thing, too, because when we got a glimpse of how much damage he had done in the game, he was very far down on the list, right? And so when you have a game like this on the Fanny and you're just playing constant catch-up, at some point, at what point do you actually have enough items, enough damage to really provide your team with a winning possibility, right? Especially when these objectives comes up, because in about 30 seconds, they're going to have to deal with another Lord.
And they're also dealing with constant waves crashing in. I like Bren Esports' call here. Usually, when you're way ahead, the call is to just continue to freeze the lanes so that your opponents get minimal gold and XP from the minions. But what Bren Esports is doing is they're just balancing it so that they can't get out.
Oh, okay. They are going to pull Pandora. The damage is there. Flicker comes out. Ogun gets the stun, though. Now Escalera on the backside, going to force them back here. Escalera with the penalty zone, able to find the mark. Now Super Marco. King Kong going to get forced back, but Escalera cleans up. 2 fall from Bren. A huge play from TNC, leading now into this Lord.
Huge Colossal, Titanic, that's 3 members left. 2 down. This Lord could go to TNC.
Hezu doesn't even just know how to dance. He knows how to land the penalty zone right where it hurts.
That's the Riz.
And he is the real Riz God. He pulls everyone. And he pulls the Lord with him.
Joseph, Hans, from out of nowhere. A Lord for TNC.
They pulled it off. And look at this. The real-time win rate is still for Bren, but this could drastically change depending how they play around this Lord now that they've got on the top side.
Something tells me that was calculated before the pickoffs, before the Luminous Lord.
Oh my goodness, that was a very well calculated pickoff coming in from TNC, because before the start of that fight, Bren was leading at least 10,000 in terms of the gold. But now, given that they've managed to shut down Few and Super Marco in terms of that fight,
okay, Ogwin gonna charge up. They still gotta work on the Lord. He uses the times range. There's the penalty zone again.
Boom!
Do they have the damage they need? Torn apart memory, not gonna get anyone down here. Conceal play as well. The Lord made quick work of. Oh! Comes through and finds Few.
get over here. Come over here, my child. I got you all.
Big game
again! It's another one.
Big game Ben.
This is the game that Ben was looking for.
This is
in game 3.
This is where he needs to be the biggest he's ever been.
And this is also the reason why we call Franco a walking winning condition. Because Tides may turn around once that Iron Hooks land on the best possible hero, which is actually the Joy.
At the worst time, you're right. Literally, you can miss 99% of the hooks you throw, but the one that actually hits when it matters could win you the game.
And in addition to that, Few went full-on magic damage mode. Like, he built up that Blood Wings, which has, right, that one Blood Wing. So at some point, you would expect that he would have an immense amount of damage to potentially finish TNC off once and for all. But now it seems like they have some other plans in mind. They have similar plans though, so Bren Esports would just go ahead and TNC would retreat all the way back to the base.
This is now in a tense. This is taken what? We've taken about 18 minutes to get to this point. I know we're 19 minutes in, but it took a while for TNC to get to this point, and now you can see even Bren. They've kind of shifted, right? It's like this hesitation now of, okay, maybe we should be a little more respectful in how we approach some of these situations, especially these bushes and everything else, because TNC is back into this game, and this next Lord fight is also going to be crucial again as things unfold, because King Kong has pretty much caught up for the most part, and now he completed that BOD.
I bet a lot of what Bren Esports is considering now is where the hell Hesu is. Like, they can no longer just say, they can no longer just say, okay, we'll engage and we'll take it who we can. They always have to consider where the PZ's coming from.
Oh man, and aside from, you know, knowing where the hell Hesu would come from, it would also be the roamers it would also be up to the roamers to try and initiate, because again, we've managed to see a while ago where Ogwen landing those Tyrant's Rage and Revenge combos, landing onto a lot of the members of TNC.
That's right.
But that Iron Hook capability is what would potentially win TNC the team fight, and Hesu, the risk god, has shown himself now.
Yeah, he's the vision, right? He's holding on to this penalty zone. Lord going to be half health here. Few sitting in the mid lane, could clear that, put the pressure there. Escalera holding it down as well. Both teams waiting for the right moment. On Kyle TZ as they get Bren's jungler out of the picture. And now TNC has the advantage when it comes to this Lord if they want to commit to it, but they've got to handle the wave at bot as well.
Big game Ben! Put Kyle TZ, Bren Esports jungler, in a timeout. About 30 seconds before the Paquito can get on the map. Give retribution for this contest.
This is crucial. Few trying to buy some time as well. Lord still about half health. King Kong, got to be careful how he approaches it. Did pick up the immortality. He's got that now. Owen going to charge up in the bush here. Looking for a Mark, going to be able to find Ben things. They don't commit though. Forcing it to sit back with the backside though. Bottom side Super Marco push. Putting the pressure where he has to.
Ben is left behind.
Ben is left behind. He's waiting. He's all by himself. Immortality goes off. But the damage is there. Hesu comes in to help him. King Kong comes through, trying to get the Lord if he can. They're trying to buy time.
Oh!
King Kong, he does it. Secures the Lord for TNC.
Right when Kyle TZ walks into the area as well.
Trust in King Kong and trust in the Riz. That is all I'm gonna say. Like, at some point in time, you would expect that TNC would just falter ahead and just surrender the Lord to the rest of the members of Bren because they already saw Super Marco onto the bot side.
Yeah, a lesser team would have scattered. A lesser team would have been rattled by the fact that, oh, they might contest back. Kyle TZ's coming on. Oh no, Super Marco might take our base.
I would do that.
Yeah, I would too. I would have just said, let's just go home. But no, that was one of the biggest game moments for Big Game Ben. Like, he was just holding on. That was his anime moment. His theme songs were playing.
I love it. I love it too because he has focusing mark, right? So when he lands that hook, that's already that buff damage that his team's going to do. Look, we're shifting, by the way. They're at 43%. Oh. Now Bren on the defense. They lose their inhibitor turret top side. They're going to make quick work out of the Lord, though. Let's see if TNCs can get another inhibitor down. Another hook. Gonna land on Pandora. Few by the time in the backside. He goes.
Ow.
The focus is there. Mortality does go off. Ben Things falls as well.
Oh!
One trade for one. Still going for it.
Oh!
They get more. Escalera is huge. The damage comes out.
Boom!
And he finds a double. Kyle TZ falls to Innocent in a massive play for TNC.
The streak.
They end the streak. They're on top of it.
Owen
trying to buy time. Not going to be enough. TNC in a massive upset ends the streak for Bren and takes the series 2-1.
TNC! TNC have ended the streak!
They're burning brighter than ever. They burned the hive.
They burn the hive.
Oh my goodness.
All the naysayers, all the doubters. Is this what you were looking for?
Talk to me nice.
Coach Lift. He's got to do another.
He needs to do it.
Is that the third or fourth button down?
Oh man.
He could take his shirt off for all I care. He ended Bren Esports' streak.
Wow. What a turnaround. From the fact that they literally disabled King Kong's early game to mid game, I would say.
A miserable early to mid. Yes, hell, even late. I tell you, if you showed me this, if you showed me a screenshot of this game 12 to 13 minutes in, I would have said it's over.
So if Francis was sitting in that chair, he'd say ultra late game.
Yeah,
the
something
ultra
like that.
late game.
And he would also say TNC showed confidence and execution.
Yeah.
Confidence and execution.
That's all you, Francis.
But that was what? They stepped on the clutch out of nowhere. Out of nowhere.
First off, we called it like they were going to go all in early, and it didn't work for them. The Beatrix was the only late game insurance that they've had. But I guess there was the X factor, which is the Ben things, the Big Game Ben.
Big Game Ben, Big Guy
and the
Ben.
Riz God.
Big Game Ben and the Riz.
The Riz. This was Big Guy Ben, though. Like,
Big Guy.
He was huge this game.
He was colossal.
He was him.
He was gigantic. He was massive.
Yeah.
He was titanic.
Yes. The hooks were on point.
And that whole moment where he just
Wow.
held the Lord while the
By
base was
himself.
in. He was just.
Imagine. That's what I'm saying. It was Big Guy Ben because he literally went to the Lord pit. He's like half health. There's 3-4 members. And he's just like,
Dude.
Let me just sit here.
the Attack on Titan Shingeki no Kyojin first opening theme was playing in his head for me, right? Oh, come on,
yeah,
King Kong,
King Kong, get here.
Unleashing his inner Ereniega.
Yeah. Ben Things was the colossal titan. He
Oh
was
my
just
goodness.
fending off all of those.
He was like
Dude.
looking at the humans and like, hi.
Then after that, rumbling.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, what a series, though. What a series.
That game three alone is prime evidence that when you're losing a ranked game, 12, 13, 15 minutes in, don't give up. Like things,
don't surrender, please.
Don't blame your
happen.
teammates.
Yeah.
And not all of us are Hesu on the Trisla.
Yep.
Not all of us are Big Game Ben on his arsenal of tank heroes.
Yep.
But as a team, you put it all together and you could do this. You could come back and you can end the winning streak of arguably the strongest team in MPL Philippines Season 11 right now.
Wow.
Bren Esports are number 1 and number 8 took them down.
You know, I'm wondering too, now that this is all concluded, how does this set those standings, right? I know they didn't get the 3 points, but hey, TNC's got 2 points.
2 points are huge.
How is the status quo?
That's the thing, right? At this point, anyone can probably beat anyone.
Literally. That's how it is here in the land of champions. That's how it is in MPL Philippines. Now, I know you're excited at home watching. Who's the hoping that there's more dance moves popped out?
If they don't open with dance moves, I don't know.
I don't know.
Or close with dance moves.
Yeah.
Or
open and close.
the buttons.
Both. I want both.
Coach Lift is there, yes. Coach Wright is as well.
Yeah.
Can confirm. So, yeah, Mara Aquino is priming our winning team for their interview. And we've already mentioned our wish list.
Yep.
Buttons, dance moves.
Yep.
Anything else?
Just buttons and dance moves.
Yeah.
I mean, they already gave us more than what we asked for. They ended the streak.
I guess that's like the first one off their list.
Not that we're hoping for a loss for Bren, right?
Yep.
Nobody wants that. Nobody.
You saw our predictions.
Yeah, nobody was issuing
Our
ill will
predictions.
to our teams. But the fact that it's TSU did it.
Wow.
Folks, I hope you're ready because we're going to throw it over to Mara Aquino. She's on stage with TNC Pro Team for their winning victory interview.
Palakas ng ating mga komandan and anything can happen sa second half ng ating season. Congratulations, TNC Pro Team! Ibang klase yung laban ngayon. Not only were you able to defeat the top seed na playoff secured na, natalo nyo ang isang kuponan na 9-win streak. So how much sweeter yung panalo nyo ngayon? Ano yung nararamdaman nyo? Anong klaseng celebration ang nasa isip nyo? And I want to hear from Innocent because we have not heard from him.
Sobrang importante po ng panalo namin ngayon kasi lalo na sa lower seed po kami. Kaya bawat panalo po namin sa mga susunod na laban, sobrang importante talaga. Kasi todo habol kami sa points para makapasok sa playoffs. Kaya ayun lang, sobrang saya namin kasi nanalo nga, 'di ba? Pero hindi pa rin yun di porke nanalo kami sa Bren, pwede na kami magpakampante na kaya namin talunin yung ibang team. Kaya mag-extra effort pa rin kami hanggang makapasok kami ng playoffs.
What a great mental. Ang galing mo pala sumagot, Innocent. Dapat palagi kang ini-interview. Ben, thanks. Kanina nakita kita. Nung nanalo kayo, hindi ka nag-jump. In fact, gumanto ka. Ang serious ng mukha mo. What was happening there? What was happening?
Sabi ko, thank you, Lord. Nanalo rin!
What was different about today? Kasi iba yung pinakita nyo, ibang klaseng confidence, very aggressive, wala kayong takot, tapos top team pa yung binit nyo. Ano yung pinagkaiba pagpasok ngayong araw na to?
Siguro yung sa mga pag nagre-review kami ng game, yung mga nagiging reason kasi nun, takot mag-commit, takot magkamali. Then yun yung pinipilit namin ma-unlock, yung malabanan namin yung pressure dun sa game. Tapos, yun lang.
We're really happy about today's win. Everybody is rejoicing for you guys. Pero ito yung hinihintay natin. Si Coach Lift and Coach Wright. Meron tayong deal, okay? May deal tayo. Na tuwing mananalo kayo, magtatanggal tayo ng botones. Hindi counted yung top hindi counted yung top. Okay. Hindi counted yung top. Okay, ito yung mangyayari. Talikod muna kayo. Tapos slowly, kunyari, nakita nyo si Crush. Nandun. Tapos tatanggalin nyo yung botones. This is the ceremonial winners unbuttoning victory celebration. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. ting, 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 ting. Ting, 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 ting.
Kasi ito para sa isang panalo, tapos ngayong panalo,
Paano? Paano? Ay! Coach, pag-usapan natin yung sweat and yung lots of late nights para lang sa moment na to na ma-unbutton mo yan.
ano pa, sorry?
Let's talk about the preparation for today and what you're gonna do to the team later on. How are you guys gonna celebrate?
Actually po, sobra yung pagre-review namin and lahat talaga ng mali, ginagawa namin ng paraan, tinatama namin hanggang sa ngayon na-unlock na namin yung mga pwede namin gawin at yung mga possibility na pwede kami manalo. Ganun.
This is the true form of TNC today.
Hindi, let's see pa.
Let's see pa. Ito. Alam ko, pinafollow niyo pa sila sa TikTok? Hesu, ano yung TikTok niyo para ma-follow kayo ng lahat ng ating mga audience?
Ano po, at TNC Pro Team ML, tsaka at TNC Hesu.
Okay. Wow, self-promotion. All right, good job. Now, lahat kayo dito, alam ko lahat kayo nagte-TikTok. We're gonna do a quick TikTok as you take your bow and walk off the stage. Ikaw ang magli-lead. Ikaw yung magli-lead. Habang naglalakad, palabas, palabas. All right. Ikaw mag-lead. You take the mic. You take the mic.
G.
G.
Ano ba?
Okay, single, double. Hesu, take the lead. For TNC Pro Team.
Single, double. G. 1, 2, 3, go. Single,
double.
Single, double.
Pro. TNC.
Lower.
Woo! Lower. Pababa ng stage. Gawin mo all the way. Hesu, gawin mo all the way.
Single.
TNC Pro Team knows how to have fun. You should also follow them on TikTok at TNC Pro Team. And ibang klase talaga, sabi nga ni Coach Liv, hindi pa yon ang kanilang true form. You will see as the days go by. Casters, himayin natin yan. Pasok.
Coach Lift, TNC Pro Team, this is for you. There you go. We're celebrating your victory with y'all. And again, it's always nice to hear from the boys from TNC, especially Hesu will never say no. If you allow him and you say, Hesu, you want to dance?
He'll dance.
He'll just dance.
I mean, he's
Hold
a
my
dancer at
phone.
heart, right?
Hold my phone.
Hold my phone.
Follow me on TikTok. Here you go. Now, with that being said, as happy as we are for TNC and how well we wish Bren Esports to have a better comeback, we have to break down exactly what happened here in Game 3. And we're going to give that over to Hans Sonagalria to do that.
It was a marvelous display, and even when odds were stacked against the Phoenix Army, they've managed to thrive going up against the Hive. This is TNC Pro Team getting the victory over Bren Esports and breaking their 9-game winning streak. And I'm sure that the rest of the members of TNC are just very much happy with this victory as they get 2 points. But let's talk about the game for a second, because this was a composition for TNC that would have been more advantageous for them on the early portions of the game. And there reached a point, especially in the 16th to 17th minute of the matchup, wherein a lot of, people were starting to count them out, given that it was supposed to be all over because Bren Esports were just really raining on their parade, just invading every single possibility of a pick-off or either another one of those jungle takes of the purple. But again, because of Benthings actually leading the fight, getting the pick-off onto one with that focusing mark as the emblem that would increase the damage capabilities of TNC, then Bren Esports just, fell one by one onto the iron hooks. And from here, especially in the team fight participation, it was Hesu that followed up right after onto the team fight. He knew that the Benthing's iron hook came through and landed onto one. This time, the follow-up is about to arrive coming in from Bren, and that is where the penalty zone will come in. And this guy, Big Game Ben, a man with a million hooks, if I should say, landing onto that focusing mark, and those 10 assists were absolutely crucial for them to get the series victory. He mentioned a while ago that he was just very thankful. It was a sigh of relief, but you already know, especially with the heat map, that he was focused on to helping that gold lane in the very early stages of the map, where in fact they were picked off a couple of times and it was very difficult for them to get out of sticky situations, such as Bren Esports trying to maneuver themselves into the aggressive state. Especially when you take a look at the highlights right now, it started with King Kong being deprived of the purple objective time and time again, where Bren Esports actually maximized that capability, the potential of them just going ahead and simply being aggressive as much as they could to go and potentially finish this game in an early state and actually try to determine on what kind of removal they would want TNC to have in this sort of situation. Because again, TNC was built for early game skirmishes. You have the Lilia. You also have the Terizla that is very good in the laning position. But even so, TNC were still holding their ground, and even with at least an 8k gold lead onto the side of the Hive, they never gave up, and they handled, or they still had all of their inner turrets intact. Which is why TNC was still able to get through. Just simply take a look at the penalty zone, landing onto 2 members, and especially taking out Few, not only Few, but also Super Marco in the process. 2 main damage dealers coming from the side of the Hive are finally down and out. And it was just one iron hook after another, landing onto the best possible heroes here for the rest of TNC, where it resulted in them actually leading in the later portions of the game when they were built for the early stages. Bren Esports were unable to capitalize on this, and it was the Phoenix Army rising from the ashes and defeating the 9-game winning streak of the Hive. Gentlemen, it was an incredible series. What a way to start the day, if I should say.
Starting the day like that in an epic pretty much, this is the underdog story in a way, right, with TNC. And even though, you see them celebrating and everything else, Coach Lift and the rest of the staff are really working to keep that playoff dream alive. And this is a part of that process.
This is a start. Again, the Biyang Tagumpay doesn't end tonight, nor will it end in the next week or so. The fact that they beat Bren Esports here, not only by points, but in practice, gives that hope all the more legs to stand on. So with that being said, well played, Bren Esports, but tonight is TNC's night. All right, so before we go ahead and move on to the matches, I'd like to remind everybody that April 26th is the last day for you to register your SIM, or else it will die. So imagine that. Everything that you've been working for in ML, just think about that in terms of your SIM card in your phone, just gone, just dead, all right? So make sure that doesn't happen. Make sure that doesn't happen. Register now and make sure that it continues at smart.com.ph/simreg, all right? There's 3 easy steps. Just start by going into that URL. Now, that being said, stay tuned because coming up is Nexplay EVOS versus ONIC-PH. On behalf of Sona and Naisu, at your service, my name is Leo. Stay with us. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 11.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and unleash texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Sa lahat po siguro ng nakatapat ko na gold lane, si Kelra po talaga yung pinakatumatak sa akin na nahirapan talaga ako. Gusto namin makaharap lahat ng team kasi gusto namin lahat yung bawian kasi asa top 8 kami. Hi, ako si Innocent, ang gold laner ng TNC. At i-breakdown ko sa inyo yung nagawa kong play sa second game namin laban sa Nexplay.
At si Boyet DR ang nasa gitna. Si Innocent kailangan talaga mag-step up dito sa depensa na to at yung Lord ipupulang nila pa kaliwa. Tapos yung minions kailangan i-clear pero yung Nexplay EVOS naghanap ng perfect moment na talagang bibitawan nila lahat pero ang bilis ng clear wave ng TNC.
Pero kasi diba?
Oy, naku! Ay! Si Brusco DR may time turnip naman para iligtas sa kanya sarili. Nagbe-base lock na sila nga. So kala siya ay napatumpahan. Dito na nga si Innocent. Hindi na siya Innocent sa pagkakataong ito. Pinipilit ang Nexplay EVOS pero mukhang na-discrash sila doon. Kompleto ang TNC. Dalawa lang ang dedepensa. Ito na ba ang katapusan?
Isang siege minion lamang ang pumipigil. Here comes the feather, their strike.
Depensa doon sa nag-iisang kanon pero si King Kong ata napasobra. Dalawa ang dedepensa sa kanya pero ang kulat ni King Kong at binibase lock na lang. Tore-tore lang ginagawa ni Innocent. Wala siyang pakialam. This is a 5v2 situation and TNC walang plano na umuwi ng luhaan. Itutuloy pa rin nila pero ang ganda ng depensa. Men! Isang minion na lang. May wave!
Ay,
tutuloy to ng TNC TNC at mukhang hindi nga talaga sila magpapatapos. And we have a game number 3!
Yung mindset lang po namin nun dahil alam namin yung lakas ng isang Moscow sa pagdedef lalo na sa late game. Confident kami na madedef namin yung Lord na nakuha ng Nexplay. Kaya yung focus lang namin dun is alalayan lang ako ng mga kampi ko, ipoprotect sa mga pwede mag-engage sa akin. Tapos ako, ifo-focus ko lang yung Lord para madef namin kaagad. Nung pagpasok na po ng Lord sa base namin, yung command ko lang sa mga kampi ko nun is i-zone out yung mga pwedeng maging threat sa akin habang binaburst out ko yung Lord. Yung pagtapos po namin maburst yung Lord, yung plano namin talaga dun is ipahuli yung Digi sa Arlot. Patience lang ako hanggang lumitaw yung Melissa. Dahil yung second skill na Melissa, logi talaga Moscow dun dahil dun sa range. Pag nahuli yung Digi, ma-out of position yung mga backline ng Nexplay. Kaya yun lang po talaga yung hinihintay namin. Kung mahuli man nila yung Digi dun, yung gagawin ko lang is hintayin pumasok yung Melissa. Pagkapasok ng Melissa, doon lang ako mag-engage. After po namin ma-3 yung kalaban namin nun, yung mindset namin is ayusin yung flow ng wave. Endable na kasi yun. Kasi alam namin yung capability ng isang Moscow. Kaya tapusin yun. Kahit magkaroon lang kami ng isang maliit na opportunity, kahit makapasok lang yung isang minion. Kinaman ko sa kampi ko nun, dahil pakita pati Farsa yung natira, Farsa lang yung magiging threat talaga para maklear yung wave nila. So yung ginawa namin nun, ako yung nagpo-flow ng wave, tapos yung mga kampi ko, nag-advance na sila para hanapin yung Farsa dahil yun lang yung threat para ma-def ng Nexplay yung base nila. Magta-tower lock lang talaga kami once na pumasok yung minion wave namin sa base nila. Yung pinaka-challenge po siguro yung Melissa, Farso, pati Digi. Hirap na talaga yung mga kampi ko dahil natutunaw sila sa sobrang sakit. Yung mindset lang talaga namin doon is tiis lang hanggang ma-def namin yung Lord. Tapos pagtapos nun, doon na kami gagawa ng play para magkaroon kami ng opportunity makambak yung laro. Yung mindset po namin bago mag-start yung game, yung mga error na nagawa namin ng game 1 is malesen or alisin na talaga namin. Gusto namin makaharap lahat ng team kasi gusto namin lahat yung bawian kasi asa top 8 kami. Sa lahat po siguro ng nakatapat ko na gold lane, si Kelra po talaga yung pinakatumatak sa akin na nahirapan talaga ako. Sobrang hirap po talaga niya katapat. Yung map awareness niya ganun, sobrang bilis niya talaga mag-farm. Ang masasabi ko lang sa mga teammate ko is, simula nung week 1, sobrang laki ng in-improve natin at kitang-kita naman yung mga improvement natin ngayon at kayang-kaya natin. Tiwala lang sa isa't isa, makakabawi din tayo. Ang masasabi ko lang sa sa ating lahat, sa TNC, pagpatuloy lang natin yung pag-grind natin, yung extra effort na ginagawa natin, magbubunga din lahat ng pagod at puyat natin. Kaya tiwala lang sa isa't isa, laban lang, kaya natin to. Sa mga fans na sumusuporta sa TNC, abangan nyo lang yung mga next na match namin this week. Babawi kami at madami kaming baon na ipapakita sa inyo. Abangan nyo.
Mayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week number 5. On our 5th spot is Super Marcos Beatrix Burst Play nung day 3 laban sa Smart Omega. 10 minutes in the game, lamang na lamang ang Smart Omega in terms of economy at minion wave management. May nanakaw na Lord si Cal TZ sa kakatapos ng na Lord fight, kaya balak itong i-capitalize ng kupunan ng Bren. Makukuha ni Nico si Flap TZ with the Way of the Dragon, pero buburahin siya ni Super Marco mula sa bush gamit ang Renner's Apathy. 3 versus 4, sasabunutan ni Ogwen si Ryzen gamit ang Grab at tutunawin siya ni Super Marco with a shot of Renner at ang tuloy-tuloy na bala ng Nibiru. Kelra will enter with a Blazing Duet along with Storm with the Arcane Shade para tunawin si at Super Marco. Flickering out, mabubura ni Super Marco si Storm for a triple kill at makakatakas pa siya ng gahibla na lang ang buhay, making way for his team to turn things around.
Kuha na kill. Anong nangyayari?
On our 4th spot is nothing but Nets nung day 2 laban sa Smart Omega. Almost 15 minutes in the game with a 2k gold gap from Smart Omega, naghahanap ng timing ang buong kupunan ng ONIC para baliktarin ang laro. Mag-i-initiate dito si Kekedut ng hila kay Miko gamit ang Divine Judgment at sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Nibiru's Passion to burst his enemy down. Dashing away with tactical reposition, ilalabas nito ang Bennett at magpapakawala ito ng Bennett's Rage para pigilan ang pursuit ng Smart Omega. Finding a safe place para magpalit ng arsenal, kukunin niya ang Renner at buburain si Kelra sa mapagamit ang Renner's Apathy at isang basic sniper attack. With their main damage dealer killed, mapapaatras ang barangay. Mamamatay pati si Renjo at makakahinga ng maluwag ang mga hedgehogs. On our 3rd spot ay ang idol ng mga kids, Kapitan Fuse MVP play gamit ang Julian ng day 2 laban sa Echo. 17 minutes in the game, magaganap ang third Lord fight ng laban. With a large economic advantage over Echo, malakas ang loob ng Bren Esports na maganap ng team fight. Magko-conceal play dito si Ogwin to check the bushes. Mukhang magkakaroon ng bangayan sa top bush ng Lord Pit. Makukuha dito ni Yawi yung 3-man knock-up pero papakainin dito ni Fuse si Sanji ng enhanced sight at tatapusin niya ang pangungulit ni Sanford gamit ang enhanced chain. Carl TZ will go down as well for a triple kill mula kay Few at mukhang makukuha na ng Bren Esports ang inaasam nilang ganti laban sa defending world champions.
At tapos sa ata to! Palag-palag na lang yung Bren Esports! Pulado si Yawi dito and wipeout! Ubos! Pati Bun! Tubos! At sinong number 1? Sinong number 1 sa simula ng leg 2? Walang iba!
On our second spot is Edward Balboa with his Paquito flank ng Day 2 laban sa TNC. 11 minutes in the game, magaganap ang unang sayawan sa pagitan ng dalawang koponan para sa unang Lord ng match. As soon as ma-pinpoint ng TNC ang pwesto ni Super Red sa mapa, they decided to go for the aggro to pick him off. Pero Oh My Venus will go for the save with a cult altar at magbabangayan ng dalawang koponan with 2 cult altars at the same time. With their HPs low, mapipilitang mag-back away ang TNC pero the agents will continue to pursue. Meanwhile, Edward, after clearing out the top and middle lanes, will go for the backup. At isa-isa niyang pinagsasapak ang members ng TNC, leading his team to a swift victory.
Iikot na rin with the damage. Yung Chakadal medyo masakit. At si Hesu ay babagsak na. Kailangan na magtakbuhan ng TNC. Ang biyaheng tagumpay ay pauwi na ata. King Kong, the remaining survivor, Edward Balboa.
At doon na ata pwedeng matatapos ba daw? Edward Balboa is back with the flank at yung tinagal-tagal ng Lord natin ngayon pangtapos pala.
Hindi na nila tinuloy. Blacklist takes game number 1.
On our top spot is Ryota's top of the class defense with his Terizla nung Day 2 laban sa Smart Omega. Almost 30 minutes in the game, nasa kamay ng Smart Omega ang makunat na Lord. Tatapusin na ata nila ang larong ito after a seesaw match against ONIC Philippines. May hila si Ryota dito ni Miko gamit ang Iron Hook plus Flicker Play palabas sa base at kaagatin pa ng Bloody Hunt pero hindi magiging enough ang damage nila para burahin si Ryota sa mapa. Ryzen will continue to knock him up at may hila na naman siya ni Miko ng Iron Hook at this time, isosustain niya ang full firepower ng members ng Smart Omega. Sobrang kunat, hindi man lang nila mapapop off ang immortality ni Ryota at magfi-flicker out lang siya to regain his HP back, even rendering Kelra's follow-up Spear of Destruction useless. Mapapatay ng Hedgehogs ang Lord pero gusto nang tapusin ng Smart Omega ang laro. With half an HP, tatalo na ni Ryota si Stom at Miko gamit ang penalty zone, pushing Barangay to slightly back away. Mahihila ni Miko si Nets at mawawala ito sa mapa. Tatanggalan ni Kelra ng immortality si Ryota at mabubura din si Sensui sa mapa. 2 versus 4 with critically low HP. Isusustain lang ni Ryota ang damages from Smart Omega with Execution Strike and with a penalty zone, ibabaw niya sa lupa si Kelra at Miko at isusunod na rin nila si Stom. With Omega's death timers counting down from a minute, babalik na rin ng Hedgehogs ang laro to get the first game of the series.
Ito na yun! Tumutugtog na yung Omega timers. Pero sabi ng ONIC, hindi pa pwede. Cause it's ONIC time! What is this?
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 5. Remind ko lang kayo na we only have a few weeks until playoffs kaya painit na ng painit ang mga kaganapan now that we're already halfway in the regular season. Let us know kung kamusta kayo sa comment section at magkita-kita ulit tayo sa Friday para sa Week 6 ng ating regular season.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-planer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man Nexplay. Hindi naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene nung season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Eco na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Eco. Dumaan yung season 10 pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl TV. Kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is naglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko itong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yon. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Isa habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Kahit doon para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagdaman at
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Welcome back, everybody! Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 11. Now, the final match of Week 6 will feature a rematch between two rivals. Now, the Neon Tigers admitted that their failure to come out on top during their first meetup in Round 1 was because they could not match the extra gigil of the Sonics. Pero ngayon, nasanay na sila dito sa professional scene at nabasbasan na rin ng Hall of Legends nomination si Yali Hayes DR. Can Goyang DR and his squad replicate the same dominance that they used to show Super Friends and his camp? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nexplay EVOS versus ONIC Philippines. Casters, pasok!
Underground Kings in a rivalry built through years come to a head here in the big leagues. Welcome, my boy, at your service. My name is Leo. Closing up the night with my boys here, Naisu and Sona. Gentlemen, how are we?
We're good. You know, and we just had a crazy previous series, and I'm happy with the way things unfolded, you know, and it makes things even more interesting. And now we're about to have another amazing series. I feel it.
And especially now that, you know, we've mentioned from the previous one that every match, every point, especially for these two teams, are going to be super important heading forward because, again, these are the two teams that are, you know, kind of like in danger, or not so much, but kind of in danger because either one would possibly get to face playoff elimination if they don't get their points right.
Tonight's matchup will decide which is which, all right? So we're going to find out in just a bit, but for now, let me remind everybody to go ahead and register your SIM cards. Enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smart.ph/switch to Smart to know more. I know exactly how convenient this process is because my lady, she went through this whole thing and I went with her. I checked in and then poof, like days later, number switched over.
A breeze.
Super simple. I love it.
Now, back to the matchup. It's Nexplay EVOS versus ONIC-PH. Again, for those who don't know, these two teams, before they came up into the MPL,
way back,
years back, they grinded throughout the amateur scene, and through many different names, many different banners in the amateurs, they have come up. And here's what's interesting. It's Nexplay EVOS who usually came up on top. That squad that was once known as Minana.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I've actually had, you know, I've watched some of those games actually unfold back in that scene, right?
Casted them too?
Didn't cast them, but I got to watch this man cast them, you know? But yeah, that's the thing. You see this rivalry that has built up over time, and now that they're here in the professional league, and you're wondering, you know, how did that change? How did it develop? And one thing, too, that you can say is there was a lot of expectations for both of those squads when they came in during their time, even for ONIC Philippines last season, right? There was a lot there. NXPE this season, and now we have to see it unfold between them at this current stage.
Yep, and even in the games wherein ONIC were struggling, they always look to one player, right? It's always Super Prince.
Yep.
Super Prince always saves the day.
He's always that guy that is just, heavily relied on by the side of ONIC Philippines. But at the same time, when you take a look at this guy, he has been making headlines all throughout Season 10. We haven't heard as much from him, specifically because of the way things turn out. But just take a look at what NXPE Coach Isan has mentioned.
Yep. Basically, nice. I'm going to take this one if you don't mind.
You got it. You can
when
translate.
we lost to ONIC, it's because last time they were more gigil. All right?
What is gigil?
There's no...
That's where you come in.
Sorry.
You got it. It's a visual thing.
Right,
Giggle's
okay.
like...
That's gigil. All right? So ONIC was more... That's why they beat him. Is because, again, in the amateur scene, ONIC-PH, or whatever their lineup was named back then, they were under different banners, couldn't beat Nexplay EVOS.
Yep.
That's why.
They were waiting for the moment. And that moment was like... How was it again? Yeah, they were waiting for that moment.
You know when you
right
almost
there.
break your phone?
Yeah. that's Super Prince and the rest of them.
Yeah.
Like they placed all of their frustrations onto that one series, and they finally had the the sigh of relief that finally we got the victory against those guys.
And tonight, more importantly, both teams are going to have to put in all of the gigil because they're both struggling for points. They're both in danger of getting knocked out. Actually, I'd say all the bottom teams are in trouble.
Yep.
Anybody that's not secured would need to put in extra gigil.
Even what happened with the previous series, like that makes it even more apparent.
So, all the more gigil. Let's go on over to our backstage pass to see exactly what's going on behind the scenes for this matchup.
Ating naramdaman nung huling laban ng ONIC ang kanilang katatagan dahil kumakapit pa rin sila sa puntos ngayong regular season ng MPL Season 11. At ngayon, kakausapin natin ang kanilang mid laner, ang kanilang Super Prince! Super Prince! Yeah, eto na naman. Salamat sa mga hiyaw. Salamat sa mga hiyaw. Super Prince! Paano ba, dito ka, tabi tayo, yan. Paano ba nagiging process mo para maging motivated ka pa rin sa paglalaro mo? Lalo na nasa ibaba kayo ngayon, pero tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Madalas pa nga, ikaw yung nagiging dahilan kung ba't kayo nananalo. Paano ba yung process mo? Ano ba yung iniisip mo tuwing naglalaro ka?
Iniisip ko lagi yung winning condition namin sa early, tas kung paano tatapusin din yung laro. Yun.
Galing. May analysis. May analysis. Ay, paano ba yung nagiging motivation ni Super Prince para magtuloy-tuloy pa rin yung MPL Season 11?
Yung mga coaches namin, pati yung mga boss, tas yung pamilya ko. Yun lang.
Yung family, yung mga boss, at yung mga coaches! Alright, yung mga coaches. Meron ka bang message sa coach ninyo na si Coach Blobsy?
Wala, pogi niya lang.
Ang pogi niya lang! Ano, pakiulit. Pakiulit, ano yung message mo sa coach mo?
Pogi niya.
Ang pogi niya. Saktong-sakto, nakita na natin sa camera ang isa sa mga pinaka-poging coach. Kung nag-agree man kayo, si Coach Blobsy! Yan!
Hello.
Kuya Kebs, kung hindi nyo natatanong, ang tawag kay Coach Blobsy ay Kuya Kebs. Ayan, Kuya Kebs, ano naman na masasabi mo kay Super Prince? Ano ba ang pagkakaiba ni Super Prince nung una mo siyang nakilala, nung pumasok ka sa grupo, and then ngayon, nandito na kayo sa MPL Season 11?
Si Prince actually marami nang na-develop sa kanya. Hindi siya kasi yung bata na, yung typical na bata na introvert, tahimik, mahihain. Pero habang tumatagal, siguro mas naging open na siya sa mga kasama niya, sa ibang tao. Lalo na pagdating sa in-game. Before kasi, actually nahihirapan siya magsalita. Kasi
talaga?
matalino siya eh.
Talaga?
Matalino siya sa laro, lalo na sa pagbasa ng mapa.
So, pwede nating sabihin, madalas, pag nakikipag-communicate siya sa inyo, one word lang. Mga ganon.
Actually, di nga siya nagsasalita.
Totoo ba? Totoo ba yun? Hindi ka talaga ba?
Kasi iniisip niya yung position niya talaga. Kasi alam natin na isa siya sa mga talagang medyo safe na player talaga pagdating sa mid.
Sa laro. Pero ngayon ba nakikipag-communicate na siya? Nakakaya niya nang mag-call?
Oo, isa yun sa mga na-develop niya na kaya niya nang isa siya sa mga nagsha-shot call actually.
Talaga? Ikaw na pala nagsha-shot call ngayon? Isang sample nga ng sample nga ng shot call. Ayaw mo. Ay, wag na lang. Ganyan. Okay. Anong sample ng shot call niya? May narinig ka ba?
Nandyan yan.
Nandyan
Sige,
yan.
ako wala
Alright.
dito.
Siya nga nagsabi na ang pogi mo daw, isa ka daw sa pinaka-poging coach.
Di
Coach,
naman,
kung hindi mo...
Sakto lang.
Sakto
lang.
Sakto lang. Coach, kung hindi mo natatanong, madami nag-aabang ng OOTD ni Coach Blapsy.
Bakit?
Marami nag-aabang ng OOTD ni Coach Blapsy. Pwede mo ba kaming rampahan? Ayan, pwede mo ba kaming rampahan? Ayan, isang ikot lang ng OOTD mo, alright? Saan yung camera natin? Ito. Dito ka magsimula. Ayan. Ayan. Alright, amin na yung mic mo. Alright. Ito yung camera. Kunyari, passion show. OOTD ni Coach Blapsy. Go! Up. Alright. Alright. Ayan ang ONIC PH. Kailangan na nila ang puntos para makaangat ngayong MPL Season 11. Balik na muna natin sa ating mga shoutcasters.
I'm just lost in the attire. I'm all in.
Yep.
Coach Bluffsy OOTD hits diff. Reminds me of Coach Zico's OOTD from Season 9. He used to be the dude.
Here's the Gen Z term. Drip.
Drip.
That drip.
He's got that drip.
That's my contribution
That
here.
drip is...
Fire.
Fire. Wow. See, this is...
What are we saying?
Sheesh.
Does that work?
I don't know if that works.
I mean,
does that work for
correct.
kids?
Yeah, you can say that.
All right, cool. We fit in, bro. We fit
All
in.
right, that's why
Welcome to the club, guys.
we love it. We love having you.
All right, thank you for having me.
By the way, he taught me what Riz means.
Yep.
Not too long ago.
Okay, recap. What does Riz mean?
Charisma. You think I don't
Give him
know
a
this?
round of applause in the comment section.
Now
He's
y'all
doing
are
a pretty
learning.
great job.
Now y'all are learning. The triple white UBs that Coach Bluffsy were rocking. Anyways, again, we have a big matchup here. It's an amateur scene rivalry brought up to the MPL. It's coming up. It's Nexplay EVOS versus ONIC PH. Now, let's welcome our teams. I'm sure they're also raring to go tonight in a best of 3. Here they come. Let's give them a round of applause as they walk in on stage.
The Neon Tigers have had their ups and downs, but now is the time to face and force their way into the standings to fight for that playoff spot. Let's welcome to the stage, Nexplay EVOS.
What time is it? It's only time!
It's time for the Hedgehogs to rely on their team effort and experience to face off against their opponents. Can they inch closer to a playoff spot? Give it up for ONIC Philippines. And their coaches, Coach Bluffsy and Coach Josh. Let the battle between the two common teams face off.
Feels like it's back to form for Nexplay EVOS, and that's Goyong DR back in the mid lane, flanked by Doming, Ding, Boyer, and Brusco.
You know, with this lineup specifically, the one thing that we have talked about a lot, and even that was brought up against their previous matches, the hesitation factor. They can't hesitate here, and that has been something that has been pointed out from this lineup from the start. As long as they don't hesitate, as long as they're confident in the way they approach the game and any of their opponents, they usually pull it off well.
Yep, and in addition to what you've mentioned, like the chemistry is on point. Also, for the ONIC Philippines squad that you see on your screens right now, it's still Nets, Sensui, Ryota, Super Friends, and Kekedut. There's just some slight changes that are happening between Ryota and there for quite some time. But again, it's still Ryota that's going to be the main guy facing the NXPE lineup that we have. So far, they've done a lot of, commendable plays as well.
Yeah.
But it hasn't really translated onto the standings because they're still on somewhat the lower half of it.
Yeah, and if anything, I'm sure you would know, Hans, Ryota's a Terizla connoisseur, as you say, right?
Member of a Riz family.
Yes, he's got a pretty mean one. Now, looking at how close and how important this matchup is, they're both towards the lower half of the standings, 6th and 7th.
And it's very interesting because both Boyet DR and Sensui have familiar most picked heroes, being the Akai and the Fredrin. So at this point, when you take a look at the team head-to-heads, especially with the spear that you have to compare these two teams, NXPE has the Lord control ratio. Meanwhile, the kill participation is going onto the side of ONIC. So maybe ONIC has that factor of winning those team fights, but NXPE gets the upper hand in terms of securing those objectives.
Gentlemen, we've been watching Nexplay EVOS and ONIC-PH for the better part of a couple of months, given Season 11. I'm looking at that turtle control rate. That's the closest stat that they have.
Yep.
So that means Turtle 1, 2, and 3 are going to be highly contested.
Yeah, that's to be expected, right? Especially with the stats there. So if you're on the Philippines, you really got to be able to play around, again, those objectives. If you can get the early momentum in your favor, then that does work for you. But what we've seen before is NXPE pull out some pretty amazing things in the jungle, right? Boyet DR is able to secure objectives the best way he can, and sometimes in crazy odds, he's able to do it.
Yes. If there's any two junglers that can do just ridiculous steals, it's Sensui and it's Boyet. Now let's go over to Keys of Victory, brought to you by Infinix.
Matagal na magkakilala ang ating mga teams at matagal na din sila naglalaban, but this time around, it is a different stage. Kaya naman napaka-importante na ating keys to victory hatid ng Infinix. Para sa Nexplay EVOS, sync with Boyet DR in neutral objective team fights. Alam niyo ba na si Boyet DR ang may pinakamataas na damage taken para dito sa side ng Nexplay EVOS? Usually, ang expect natin is gonna be their post 5, pero iba ang storya para dito sa Nexplay EVOS. Kaya naman, kailangan lang nila mag-sync in. Kailangan lang nilang sabayan para magpatong-patong yung kanilang damage and even ang crowd control para dito sa team na to. Again, help Boyet DR sustain the damage and take objectives para doon sa mga next na team fights. Para naman dito sa side ng ONIC Philippines, let Ryota set for ONIC's damage dealers. Again, for the side of ONIC, kilala ang kanilang post 5 na si Kekedut on using Natalia, on using Ruby, pero mas kailangan din nila ng added sustain hero or added hero na pwedeng mag-initiate para sa kanilang laban. If ever na maging maganda dito ang pasok ni Ryota, ibig sabihin mas magiging maganda din ang positioning ng rest of the players of ONIC Philippines. Kaya naman, para sa ating dalawang teams, proved to be ascended kings of the amateur scene. Binanggit natin na matagal na sila nagkakatagpo at kilala na lang isa't isa. Pero ang question ngayon is, sino ang magpapakita ng kanilang tunay na lakas galing sa amateur scene dito sa ating bigger stage of the MPL? Again, napaka-importante na ating keys to victory hatid ng Infinix. Sino kaya ang magbawagi sa ating laban?
That last one really gets me. Like, regardless of how this game unfolds and whatever point spread happens, they're most likely still to stay at 6th and 7th, right?
Yeah.
But whoever wins is destined to be the ascended kings of the amateur scene.
Well, and it's the thing is because these two have so much history. Like, there's such a rich history here between these two. Just teams in general, these players, how well they know each other, that, yeah, even though technically on the standings there might not be huge shifts, it's almost like an ego thing.
Yes. again, you can kind of see how tangible wins are, but when you look at your opponent and you go like, I beat you, right? That's what it is.
Like you walked into each other in the hallway, and you're like, you're the main guy. You're the main character.
You're the alpha.
Yep.
You're the sigma. You're the super.
Right. You're the sigma.
You're the super.
Love
friends. That. Yeah. Interesting. You can only really imagine, right? Like between these two, how many best of 3s, best of 5s have they faced off against?
Right.
Some of them were 3 bands. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, not even in the MPL yet.
Oh, like even okay. If we get a glimpse of this, right, their previous matchup. Again, I'm going to say the same thing I did previous series. How much of this is going to change? You know, with the fact the way that the changes have gone with the drafting phase, even some surprises on those priority picks. That's what I want to see here. I want to see both these teams if they do that, or if they just opt for that play style they're known for.
This was from the age of the second pick. This was red side winning.
Yep, and in addition to what you guys have mentioned, like the same styles have been adopted here by the side of ONIC Philippines because they have picked up Fredrin for every single game that they've had in the jungle position. Meanwhile, Coach Josh and the rest of the members of NXPE have picked up other heroes, specifically the Martis, the Baksha, and also that other last hero that was the Fredrin, which was actually the Akai, that kind of, you know, made the play for NXPE a little different because they have to adjust to the junglers itself.
And again, we mentioned before Keys to Victory, if there's anybody who's going to be stealing things and then playing out of their minds in the jungle with the sharpest retributions you've ever seen, it could possibly be Sensui and Buoyant. Here we go into the draft for game 1. It's Nexplay EVOS on the play. Being the home team, they chose this side as blue side wins more now. They ban out the Kaja while ONIC-PH answers back, taking out the Joy.
Okay, so there's the Diggy bands coming out. Nice. Now, you know, given what we're going to see here with the bands, I'm wondering too, in terms of priority, that first pick, what do you think that's going to be, Sona, for NXPE here?
Honestly, they could prioritize one of, I guess, Doming DR's heroes, or maybe Goyong DR, who actually came back into play for the series, because from the previous ones, it was Yeli Hayes. But I'd actually like to talk about the way NXPE is banning going up against ONIC Philippines, because for now, as we take notice, all or almost all of the teams going up against ONIC are always banning Kekedut's heroes. This is the same. Hakadut. This is the same 3 bans all the time that we've seen from every single team that is trying to win against ONIC Philippines. And so far, it has worked out for them, given that, you know, Kekedut is kind of left with not a lot of heroes left in his arsenal. So Fredrin is going to be the obvious pickup here for NXPE, given that they don't want to make the same mistake that they've had in game 1.
It's gone down a couple percent again. It's 92%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going down.
Last series was a huge needle mover for Fredrin. Now wait, here we go. The swing back. Was this a worthy trade? Look, check it out. It's Farsa and Yu Zhong. Super Friends hero, Ryota hero.
I think it's good that they took the Yuzhong away from Ding. Because like Ding would have snapped that up, and he has had like some of Ding's best games have been on the Yuzhong.
Yeah, and they could also set themselves up to pick up a marksman hero right away because they don't have the threat of the Farsa going into the opposing side anymore.
Right.
So there's no long-range damage so far if you take a look at NXP's lineup, because they only have the Fredrin so far. But Ryota, this would also boil down into the setup that was needed in the second Keys to Victory that was presented to us a while ago. Right? Ryota with the Black Dragon form to initiate and hopefully use the Petrify will be crucial to winning this matchup. Doming DR is going to be locking in this Beatrix. There's been news, especially in the amateur scene so far, that he's been the best Beatrix user that the amateur scene has seen. Over there.
Oh, over there.
Yeah, over there.
It's like a Filipino sniper junior.
Yeah, a Filipino sniper. Yeah, junior.
Like Baby Oheb.
Filipino sniper DR.
Yes.
You could say that.
All right, now closing up phase 1 with the Kadira, which
like
we still
this
don't know
pick.
where it's going, right? It's not impossible that maybe Brusco has a pocket Kadira as a roamer. ONIC-PH though, do they lock in the Mel here? No, it's a Claude. Huh. All right. That's okay.
Honestly,
the Mel would have gotten beat up.
Yep. The Melissa is they took that into consideration, but knowing that Takadita is on the other side, it's going to be very difficult to pull that off.
This
so
is easier.
Claude is much easier because you have increased mobility. You can go in and out of team fights without getting, you know, a lot of like the damage potential that NXPE is going to display here. The only set of heroes that you could have is just Beatrix unleashing the Renner on you.
There's the comparison I was talking about, you know?
Damn, Ding.
Yeah.
He's much better on the Yu Zhong than Ryota.
That's why it was a good choice to pretty much take it out of the hands, right? And deny him getting that pick because there was one game in particular where he had a triple kill early on and just carried that game.
Well, given that Ryota's hero pool is much wider.
Yeah.
So Ding has been able to specialize on the Ryota. Now going into the second phase, wow. ONIC-PH, I didn't notice. The Arlott went this far. Went this far into the draft without being banned or picked.
Yeah. They somewhat prioritized their very own damage dealers first before taking care of the supporting cast in this kind of situation. Because when you take a look at the hero pool that has been brought about by Ding, all throughout the season, you still have the Glue, the Benedetta, and I believe the Lapu Lapu, unless ONIC Philippines goes for the ban. Lapu Lapu would play very well because it applies the pressure towards Super Friends whenever he tends to use the Feathered Airstrike. So aside from the fact that you need to worry about the Kadita, you might also have to worry for the Lapu Lapu if you're going to be unleashing those ultimates onto the opponents.
Man, I can only imagine what's going on through Coach Joshua Alfaro's head. There's so many choices, and this is one of them. I was going to say, yo, that Glue, that's dangerous. Don't give it a Ding.
Gonzo.
Yeah. But also, the Lapu Lapu, you mentioned these heroes, right? They're all still there, and they're all still solid answers.
Not like having those answers is important also for ONIC Philippines. The one thing is, right, again, Kakadu might be, what do you call it, Hackadoot, right? There's a lot of Hackadoot going on here. So Kakadu might find himself on one of those go-to picks, which is the Ruby. He might find himself in that position where if he does pick up the Ruby, again, it's been a situation for the majority of their matches when Kakadu has had to play that, where you are forced into a situation where you're forcing these fights, you're forcing some of those flickers, these I'm offended combinations.
Oh, you mentioned it.
And it's tough. Okay, so they ban it out. So now, I'm not even going to go deeper into that explanation, but it's going to force him into a Lolita pick. Similar thing, though. Sometimes you are trying to get those setups, and it doesn't end up working out. So hopefully here, for Kakadu, he's able to pull this off with a Lolita pick.
It's fine. It has been kind of like figured out by NXPE that the Ruby might get picked here by ONIC Philippines. So they resort to a Lolita, in which I would actually consider that would work on NXPE side, because you have the Farsa and you have the Claude. It's going to be very easy for you to maneuver. So great way to deny it from NXPE to at least not cause any more trouble. But when you look at NXPE this time around, there's still some room for them to pick up at least an XP laner, the Lapu Lapu or the Benedetta that I've mentioned from a while ago. They're going to be picking up the Hayabusa and the Cho.
All right, Rome Cho.
So XP Fredrin.
Exactly.
Huh.
I don't know how to feel about this. I'm on a loss. I love me some Fredrin, but the XP lane version of it is hot and cold. Huh.
Here's what I'm thinking regarding this Cho pickup. You pick up the Cho because you have the Claude on the other side. So it's somewhat going to be easy for you to pick up the Claude using that Wave the Dragon tactic. But at some point, when you take a look at this composition, one Numinum Blast can just wreak havoc on these on the composition that NXPE has. And in addition to that one, what's missing from the lineup of NXPE is that vision control. You don't have any way for the rest of the members of NXPE to find and gather information in which could be like a potential advantage going for the side of ONIC.
That lineup that both teams actually drafted, I have to say, is very reminiscent of our predictions. It's here and there. Like, there's no clear call. I actually can't say.
Yep.
It's tough to say. I mean, as we get another look here, both lineups, one of the biggest things is this Hayabusa pick. You have to be able to get that early start you're looking for, right? We saw exactly how dire it can be if it is shut down early on. So they're going to have to pull that off.
And we're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we actually get to see this unfold. But yeah, both teams, both team compositions, it can go either way.
Okay, given how ONIC-PH drafted, I'm not sure how easy it is to deny the SB from the HB because they only have the Lolita. That's the one that can actually sit in that bush and then try to stop and bonk the ninja. Before
SB to the HB.
Yeah, snowball, the Hayabusa,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
I was wondering what the SB was.
Yeah, snowball. Hayabusa.
Yeah,
Now,
hey.
Hayabusa is one word, by the way, folks. I know, you don't have to spell it out for me. But that being said, maybe Nexplay EVOS can get away with it. Maybe, because again, it's very expensive for ONIC-PH to do that unless they planned for this. Unless they've done this before in scrims and they've crafted this lineup to go, yeah, if they pick the Hayabusa, we're going to give it to Boyet. Hayaboyet.
Hayaboyet is in.
That was low-hanging fruit. I just need to get in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's like 6 out of 10, if you ask me.
Thanks.
I was going to say 5 out of 10.
Tough crowd. Tough crowd tonight.
Now you made us laugh. It's 8 out of 10. But going back to this matchup that we have right now, it's the battle of the AOE advantage for the side of ONIC Philippines going up against a possible setup and a pick-off capabilities of NXPE.
Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, ONIC-PH does have an amazing box, especially with both the Yuzhong and the Martis. Like, they can dictate who's allowed to go where, and if you'll die doing so, well, Nexplay EVOS, they can play guerrilla warfare,
Yeah.
but they just need to find those angles, I'd say.
Find the angles, and like Sona mentioned, you know, pick-off potential is going to be huge for NXPE if they can pull it off. But looking at this, ONIC Stronghold, they're ranked first in average damage taken with, what, that was 393,000 damage. So
Huge. Big damn.
Big damn, man. That's kind of the story here. But yeah, going back to it, they both have different winning conditions or their compositions, and it will really just come down to these the execution factor. But when we saw those stats, we know that NXPE is going to be wanting to contest and has a good chance of winning those early objectives.
Look at that, though. 2 concussive blasts for both Ding DR and Brusco DR. So they're really looking forward to just being the sponge of the team. We saw ONIC Philippines from a while ago being the ones that would usually take the most damage because they lead it. But again, the fact stays that there are a lot of other tanky factors coming in from NXPE that they could use to just gather the damage and funnel the damage onto those 2 members. And ONIC Philippines would not have anything left in terms of the team fights later on.
And I think ONIC understands that dynamic, right? That's why they have these purifies, and that's why there's a good amount of mobility. Like, look at this. A Phobius would be happy to face off against ONIC-PH. Look, they can all dash.
Right.
They can all get out of there. They can skedaddle if they needed to. So, that being said, this first hurdle could be a gut check if Nexplay EVOS is ready to tango with that.
Yeah, well, the positioning here in favor of ONIC Philippines right now, being given that vision, a Wild Boyet, go ahead, lets him just work on it, right? But poking as well is going to come out here. Kakadu not level 4 just yet. And Sensui go ahead and still proceed with his turtle. Brusco, though, it's going to be crucial if he can get a pick off. Black Dragon Form is going to come out. Still working on it. There's the Feathered Airstrike. It's going to be secured by Sensui. There's the charge up. Ding's going to be in trouble here. Punish first blood. Going over to ONIC Philippines along with the turtle.
That was great patience coming in from ONIC Philippines. They knew that they had the turtle pulled onto their side and immediately using those ultimates to gather not only the major objective but also getting a kill in the process. It reached the point wherein Brusco DR actually had the level lead. He had the level 4 first compared to Kekidut, who was level 3 before the turtle fight even started. So that Numinum Blast was just right on time because he got that level 4 before the team fight even ended. So they got the pick off after that. ONIC leads 1K.
And that's talking about the fact that Nexplay EVOS missed out on the turtle. They already had the extra shields. ONIC-PH could have really forced the issue there. So that's a win on top of a win, which explains the, again, about 1K difference here 3 minutes in. Now, where does that put Nexplay EVOS? Which lanes do they attack? They're losing the snowball. It's happening.
This is slowly coming in to the ONIC advantage. But speaking of some certain points where they can put the pressure in, Boyet DR might just go and, you know, put the pressure on Nets right away, in which they're actually doing so because you have the Master Assassin as your emblem, and it just increases with the mobility and also the agility that you have being the Hayabusa. But ONIC has been covering all of their bases so far. They're not letting Nets go. They're putting Kekidut into those brushes where the rest of the members could actually come up.
There's the way of the dragon, quite tanky himself here. Sensui gonna dash and weave right out of there, completely fine. So, that's the thing. If the biggest obstacle here for NXPE is who do we focus? And yeah, Nets would be the biggest target, but Kekidut's doing a great job at just kind of protecting him, hovering around that area.
Sensui didn't respond to that at all.
He's
just like, yep, no, I know, fine. Prince, pop the ult. All right, now we try for Charles. Like, that was a very good sequence. Putting ONIC here, clearly in the lead, that they have the confidence to hold this lead this early on.
Oh, one-on-one action on the bottom side, too. Oh, Domeng getting chunked really low here. Nets use that Blazing Duet, and now the fight for the second turtle of the game. Boyette trying to go in, can't get it from Sensui. And ONIC Philippines disciplined like that, grab the turtle, get out of there.
This is what I like about what ONIC Philippines is doing. So far, they're just getting the pick-offs that are that NXPE is giving them. They want to punish those overextensions, but if nothing is happening, we just go secure the objectives and then we're gonna be gone. Because again, this is going into their favor because they're waiting for Nets to have that snowball factor and then get to the point where he can actually, give a lot of damage. And that has already been witnessed by Doming DR on the bot side, because when you take a look at it, Nets, who is supposed to have that late game advantage in the later portions of the game, is actually the first one to take a turret down.
So they denied the SB, and they're going to go ahead and give it over to their marksman.
Okay, so there's going to be a trade here across the map. Oh, the bottom turret going for the top turret. So they're going to try to mirror each other a little bit here. And also, yeah, like you mentioned, Sona, Domeng, he has to pretty much get back into this the laning phase that he has. He needs to get the items he needs. Nets was able to take that down rather quickly. Again, protected a lot by Kekidut. So now you can see the rotations happening here, all getting set up again for that next turtle. Look at that. Nets, though. Going to use that Purify. Gets out of there. And another flicker committed.
Wow.
Not going to be able to find Brusco with a Numenon Blast from Kekidut.
All right. So despite there not being any casualties or results, I think that is a win for Nexplay. EVOS, a small win. They got a lot of resources.
They got a lot of resources, and now the focus on Sensui. The Shadow Kill was used too, but they're just so tanky here. It's really difficult for NXPE to actually find a kill.
Very curious to see what Sensui is built up here to just, tank a lot of damage coming in from both the Hayabusa and also Brusco and Goyang DR up to that point. And ONIC Philippines so far has been doing a pretty good job in taking care of their very own selves, because they're not really, forcing themselves into a team fight that they know that they don't have the damage just yet. Meanwhile, NXPE is forcing Super Friends to use those ultimates, to use those wings by wings, just to get out of situations as ONIC. It seems like another clear turtle take has been happening for the side of the Hedgehogs.
This is different than what we saw from the stats. The stats man was, 74% turtle takes, I think it was, for NXPE, something along those lines. But hey, ONIC Philippines getting clean sweep on the turtles.
I think it's his exact point. That's why ONIC is playing this way.
Yeah.
They know that Nexplay EVOS wants these turtles. They see that it's a Hayabusa over there, which, by the way, the last time we saw from Boyette was last Friday when they played against Bren Esports Game 3. But that already got me scratching my head. It's like, Boyette's not a prolific Haya user, but wait!
Okay, Brusco. Oh, man, the damage is too much. Super Prince grabbing the kill, though, and just overlaid of ultimates and abilities, working out so well for ONIC Philippines. It's only the second kill of the game, but look at the lead they've garnered. 2.6K, the 8-minute mark.
Again, there's no return. There's no, clapback coming in from NXPE. ONIC Philippines just knew where to place those ultimates, who to prioritize at this point, and it now forces NXPE to even use their ultimates in a defensive manner just to escape.
Yeah, so good news, bad news is Boyette can still use his ult and take his buffs, right? He can go ahead, help clear, maybe farm. Slowly but surely, he's safe. Hasn't died yet. Bad news is he hasn't gotten any kills.
Yeah.
They haven't made any, I'd say, significant pushes. No huge team fights either. Like, you're playing pickoff, you're playing guerrilla tactics. 0 kills at 9 minutes, it really doesn't mean much.
It feels like they're just trying to buy time, honestly. You know, just wait here. And yes, it's 9 minutes, but that's the thing. How much time do you need for NXPE? More poking going on here. Domang has to burn the flicker. So now going to be quite low, but response, they find 2. Can they get the kills? There you go. Boy, unable to grab that. That's a double kill. Put him on the board finally. 9 minutes in, leading into the first Lord of the game.
Exactly what you want if you're NXPE. Great knock-up coming in from Brusco DR just to stop them. And also that Bennett's Rage coming in from Doming DR to assist them with an extra amount of damage. Because before the start of that team fight, NXPE was like, they're kind of doubting their the initiation that they've made. But after NXPE using all of their skills to fortunately put those 2 heroes on to sleep, ONIC Philippines is now, even if they're still leading, at some point, there's NXPE finding their way back in this game.
Is this the era where Beatrix's Bennett now matters? Because for the first time in a long time, right? Like, that thing matters now. It's always been Renner, always been Nibiru. At some point, Wesker was the best.
Yeah.
So now Bennett.
Huh. Beatrix has gone through her own evolution, basically. Even throughout the meta. Even though she doesn't pop up as much as used to, she's still very valuable. But right now, it's NXPE that has to be able to find value in this fight. They don't want to give this up to ONIC Philippines, despite that little lead they had. They had 2 kills they were able to put on the board. They just got to be careful how they approach it. Boyette waiting for his own angle here. Brusco can also look for a big pickoff using the conceal. Looking for Super Prince, gets the way of the dragon, but not going to be able to commit on it. Gets poked down by Nets. Brusco putting himself in bad position. And now they're going to get punished for it. Ryota zoning them out, and like that, ONIC Philippines able to secure the first Lord.
Just the benefit of having those Purifies, man. I'm telling you, the Purify, especially going up against a show, is massive in terms of this fight. ONIC Philippines knew that Super Friends was going to be the target of Brusco DR, but because of those extra elements added into the recipe, ONIC manages to get that one without any casualty and also taking Brusco DR in the process. It's only the Dominance Ice that has been built up by Brusco DR, so he has no answer so far to the damage that Super Friends is giving him.
Oh, look at this. ONIC have stolen away. Boyette's purple, but just the same, Boyette is stealing it back.
It's, you know, with this game, even though it's not high kill or anything, it's just clean, especially on ONIC Philippines side. Look at this, the overlaying once again and getting another flicker out. The usage of the Feathered Airstrike from Super Prince is so on point. A lot of the times, it's just to get NXPE to react, sometimes even use some of those battle spells, and they profit off of it.
Also locking in that Haas clause for Doming DR to sustain himself in terms of these fights. But when you take a look, especially not only at the player's goal, but also the items that he has picked up, he has already secured the Corrosion Scythe and 2 extra items to increase his attack speed. That is the Golden Staff and the Demon Hunter Sword. So in terms of the team fights, ONIC is really going to have the upper hand, especially when taking a look at the 2.7k damage. And speaking of damage, Super Friends has doubled? No, tripled the amount of damage that Doming DR, the main leader of damage from NXPE, is already getting. So it doesn't only come up to the point of pressure, but also with the poke damage that Super Fins is giving to the rest of the members of the Tigers.
We're about a minute away from this Luminous Lord spawning, and ONIC is keeping this 2.5, about 3k gold lead here. It's an honest lead. They're not exactly cordoning off Nexplay EVOS from major resources. It's more of just ONIC is, I'd say, allowing them to make moves, but not ones that would hinder them, or at least allow them to catch up.
And that's the thing. I mean, with the lineup that NXPE has here, we were talking about this in the draft, they have to be able to find picks. And at this point, it hasn't looked too good other than the 2 kills they got up earlier, right? So this is the difficulty that they're really having. And, you know, how does this translate to these next couple of Lord fights?
Feels here being picked up here. instruments or items are being picked up here by both Boyet and Doming DR. I've mentioned a while ago that Doming has picked up the Has Claws. Meanwhile, Boyet DR has picked up the Endless Battle. So that's increased basic attack. If they want to go for a pick-off or a team fight mixed with the Master Assassin, is going to be massive and huge. Meanwhile, he has also gotten that extra 10% cooldown that will really be beneficial for them later on, because you don't want to be in a team fight and have those timers wait for you, because ONIC Philippines really has those really has a lineup that will punish you later on in this matchup if they really caught you inside their backs.
Yeah, not to mention the Purify. Not to mention the fact that they also have an escape valve for them.
Yeah. This one's going to come down to if Boyet can get in there and just kind of steal this under ONIC Philippines' noses. Because look at this. I mean, Nets, even though we'll just force Ding back, the couple of shots here. So it either comes down to Brusco, if he can find an angle very similar to the previous fight. Conceal play going to be committed here. There's also a big wave bottom side that they got to keep an eye on. And now Ding going to find out Kekudut. Still, ONIC Philippines taking this one slowly. But Goyang going to regen a little bit of that health back. And still pushing back here. ONIC Philippines really waiting. Brusco does go in, but he finds Kekudut. He has the immortality too. Nets forcing everybody back with the blazing duet. It's only Brusco that falls, but the Numenon Blast finds another target. Ding, one hit away. Can he escape? Super Prince did fall, but ONIC Philippines dominating that fight.
Could have been much worse for ONIC-PH, but Nexplay EVOS, they got picked off, like the right people got picked off.
And that was the perfect time for Nets to unleash his fury, right? Locking in that blazing duet right away, and also having Ryota to just set things up for them, distract the rest of the members of NXPE, while ONIC Sensui is taking care of the Lord for them. 15 minutes into the game is really evident here, that 3.7k gold lead, especially now that Nets has that luxury of picking up that defensive item, which is a brute force breastplate, and not go all out offensive, because he knows that the rest of the members of NXPE doesn't have the defensive items just yet. You're only taking a look at a Guardian's Helmet and a Dominance Ice built with a Molten Essence coming in from the Fredrin, which is Ding DR, and that's not a lot of defensive items to just back from the Claude.
Ooh!
Okay, they're going to push him back again. Lord's finally going to get taken down. There you go. That's what they were looking for. Kekudut Immortality going to be popped. They can't get the kill, though. Now it's Brusco getting punished. Nets grabbing a kill himself. Boyet. Now the focus of Sensui. Ryota Black Dragon form going to push him back. Noodle Blast going to be charged up. Not going to find a target here, but they inevitably lose another turret top side.
Oh, close call. See how far Boyet went to try and get a kill? And again, we've seen this. This is the story of the past one or two team fights, huge team fights as we enter the late game. Nexplay EVOS can deal out damage, but ONIC-PH just denies it.
Just denies it, given the fact that Ryota and Kekudut is there. Kekudut was almost picked off from that one team fight alone, but thanks to that flicker, he was able to get out, and also the tenacity, because the lower the HP you have, the tankier you become with this emblem. So at this point, it's now ONIC Philippines' game to win, and NXPE just needs to find another way for them to get the pick-off, because Goyong DR, yes, he is a 0, 1, and 3 at this point, but you can't really use the full potential of the Kadita, because every single map or every single area of NXPE's base is now being covered by the side of ONIC Philippines.
And that's what makes this, 17-minute bout so interesting. ONIC-PH are keeping it very close, right? 3.54k give or take. But they're still so very intentional and so surgical about this approach.
Right.
Like they know what they're allowed to do and what they can let NXPE get away with without overtaking them or without getting close to even closing that gap.
What I'm wondering too is,
Whoa.
Oh, hold on.
Found
Conceal
someone.
play. Gonna come out here. Their focus is Boyet. Can he juke them out? No, he can't. He just got deleted in a second. And now that he is gone, ONIC Philippines make a beeline to the Lord. They try to stop him. There's the kick from Brusco. They also have the damage. Kekudut is gonna fall here. Ryota on the chase. It's 2 down for NXPE. ONIC Philippines, they give the call. They want the Lord.
And they're gonna go straight for it. And now Joseph, I want to ask, what were you wondering?
Man, I was wondering exactly what NXPE has to do
to actually, because like you mentioned, it wasn't a big lead. It was surgical from ONIC Philippines.
It's never a big lead. It's always this way.
Yeah, and NXPE, I honestly feel like when it came to a team fight and they're able to do things correctly, they could actually probably win those fights. But with the way they're getting picked off, the way that they're getting bursted down, as you just saw, it's really tough. It's really tough to imagine how they can do that.
NXPE had the intention of trying to go for the ambush play just because they had the notion that the feathered airstrike was actually gone. So that is increased awareness for them, and that is one way for them to actually bounce back in this fight. But again, you're taking a look at an almost 5K gold lead, almost an entirely full build for the rest of the members of ONIC Philippines. And if you're taking a look at NXPE, there is still yet or a lot to be desired, especially coming in from the Kadita, in which he actually managed to get a kill or a pick-off from a while ago. So that is very much ideal if you're from the side of the Neon Tigers, but you also have to take note of Brusco, though.
Oh, look at him!
Silent.
Yeah, he is looking for his own angle. He's going to be looking probably to kick nets because he's got to work around these Purifies too. The mid-turret's going to go down. There's Brusco. He does find nets with the Way of the Dragon, but is it going to be enough? Brusco does get out with a sliver of health, but the base is now going to be focused on by ONIC Philippines. It's not enough for NXPE as ONIC Philippines takes game number 1.
Gotta give it up to Nexplay EVOS. They had a game plan here, but ONIC-PH, they had time on their side. Also a Lord. So it was just what trumped all that Nexplay EVOS had hopes for doing. You saw the intention, but ONIC-PH just would not let it through.
And this is what you're talking about, right? From the start, one thing that you've noticed from the spears of the team head-to-heads is the turtle take ratio. That has been the catalyst of this game so far. ONIC Philippines has managed to get every single turtle from the get-go that increased their chances, denied the snowball for the Hayabusa, and there was nothing left to do for the NXPE squad.
Again, it was so clean from ONIC Philippines for the majority of the game, if not the whole game. And even the way they utilized the ultimates they had, even just Super Friends, man. And the fact that he used the Feathered Airstrike half the time to just burn spells and resources from NXPE worked out so well. So if you're thinking how this game unfolded, especially at the end there, like you mentioned, they had a game plan. NXPE had a game plan. They just couldn't execute it because of the counterplay that ONIC Philippines was punching at them, basically.
Just playing back that moment in my head, and again, the past few games tonight, it's a tough night to be a Hayabusa. Yeah. So I think it'll show in the numbers and it'll show in the highlights exactly how ONIC-PH shut it down. Again, as I so eloquently put, they denied the SB from the HB, and it's Sona who's going to talk to us about it.
3 letters have been used by Leo. It's the H, the S, and the B. And unfortunately, the snowball didn't happen for the Hayabusa. Instead, the snowball happened for the Claude in the later portions of the game. What was supposed to be late game insurance for ONIC Philippines came too early for them, with Nets having the most gold from his squad with at least 15,417, and there's a wide gap, talking about 6K gold lead and at least 19 minutes of gameplay coming in from ONIC Philippines. There were a lot of things that NXPE did from the get-go of this fight, but unfortunately for them, the Turtles came to bite them in the back, given the fact that there are just a lot of things that ONIC Philippines has deprived from them. First is the Turtle. Second is the jungle creeps and objectives that have been taken time and time again by the other members of ONIC Philippines. And also, in addition to that, the team fight participation. 5 to 9, we're always wondering, especially when we take a look at the stats, there's not a lot of KDAs coming in from both ONIC Philippines and NXPE, but this is the reason why. They don't need to get to secure the kills just to have the initiations done. All they need to do is to just imply the pressure, get the space by getting the pressure done, and from there, they will eliminate their opponent from contesting the major objectives that they want. Super Friends with an 89% kill participation here for ONIC Philippines has been masterful because he also had that total or the most damage dealt in this moment so far. But that is also because of the fact that there weren't a lot of defensive items for Magic defense here from the side of NXPE, but the MVP is going to be none other than Nets. The Avarice emblem helped them so much, gather the extra gold, Purify also to nullify at least the Way of the Dragon that is being brought about by the show, and having that luxury of picking up that Brute Force breastplate was what sealed the deal for Nets using this Claude. Looking at the highlights brought to us by Smart, it was just a masterful display of macro gameplay brought about by ONIC Philippines because, again, they were just getting the pickoffs that were being given to them. In terms of the overextensions, they have a squad or they have a lineup that could potentially punish 1 to 2 members from NXPE. The Neon Tigers, however, had some ways for them to bounce back in this game. One is to just unleash the full amount of burst damage, courtesy of Doming and Goyong DR holding on to this Beatrix and the Kadita. But unfortunately for them, there was just a lot of crowd control. Not to mention the setups as well that is being brought about by ONIC Philippines that really led to NXPE's demise. And this, I believe, was one of the cases wherein there was just a lot of wave clear potential being given to the side of NXPE, but unfortunately for them, once they get to use it, there's not a lot of things left for them to defend their very own base. There were also some situations where Boyet was caught also using those quad shadows to be able to escape, and this is the timing that ONIC Philippines was waiting for the right time for them to strike has been the name of the game of game number 1. 1 goes to at least the contest of the Ascended Kings as game 1 goes to the side of ONIC Philippines. It was a very methodical approach to what they did, but at the same time, gentlemen, I do believe that it really boiled down to the setups and the number of crowd controls that ONIC Philippines had.
Hans, you mentioned something about waiting to strike. I think against a team like ONIC, and when they draft this way, they just don't allow you to wait for that time to strike.
Yep.
Because it was clear, again, even in the highlights, that was what? But a snippet of what the actual game was, which we were calling. That's always been the story. It's like Brusco waiting somewhere, Doming just farming up, just trying his best to get some farm. And it's all that waiting that allowed ONIC to do just this.
While you're waiting, someone else is doing something already.
Yeah. Which is weird because, you can't hesitate, basically.
Yeah. So don't hesitate, fam. Now, real quick, for all those here with us at the team shooting gallery, be the next Smart Game Face of the Day winner. Do what this young lady has done. Just flash the hashtag PowerSmart on your smartphone with a green background and you win. All right? She's taking home a redeemable in-game code. Congratulations.
He almost dropped. I think he dropped his phone, but congratulations there. Yeah.
Poor gentleman.
Poor gentleman.
Oh, man.
But hey, congratulations to the power of Smart Game Face of the Day. And, as we talk about this game and how it unfolded, the early game, the thing I want to talk about, the hesitation part, before we had that, was we were saying during the draft that, okay, if you're going to draft this and you're going to roll with that lineup, you have to be able to get the snowball going, right?
Yes.
You have to be able to get the SB on the HB going.
Correct.
And not just him, but as the team, because you even had the Kadita, right? The Kadita was locked in. And if you can't get those early kills going, then things fall off quickly. And there was no control either against the objectives. They let those first 3 turtles go. And was it all the lords as well, So it's just, at that point, it's an objective-based game at the end of the day. So you got to be able to draft something here for this next matchup if you're NXPE to actually compete, because that's what your stats showed us, right? Those were the stats that NXPE has. So that's kind of what you're expecting them to do. So when they don't give any contest there and that hesitation factor is there again, that's where they fall short. So they got to recalibrate quickly before they head into this next game.
All right. I don't know if you're picking up what I'm putting down here, but maybe Boyet needs to play the likes of the Fredrin and the Martis.
Yeah,
or maybe even Tanks a lot.
Yeah. Because honestly, that is where their lineup actually thrives. As much as both of these two teams have had rich history, they somewhat play very similar. Like, you have two utility junglers on your side, which are Boyet DR and Sensui, that has been displaying their Fredrins, the Akais, which were actually displayed like in the very first few minutes before the draft even started in game number 1.
So where is the tanks a lot? Where is the Martis? Because he could have picked up the Martis. So the Martis was the last pick.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wonder what the conversation was like when the Fredrin was switched over. It's like, Coach, what? Ding, it's your turn. You're playing the Fred.
Which is weird. I don't like. The impact wasn't there as a side lane Fredrin rather than just parking it in the jungle. So. I don't know. I think that is the route to go. Like, either put Fredrin in the jungle for Boyet, or possibly, just get the tanks a lot. I think that would work better.
And that seems to be the direction of the current metagame. But for now, let's throw it over to Mara Aquino. She's with someone in the crowd.
Here at the front of the shooting gallery studio, we always have the team spotlight. And this week, it is Nexplay EVOS. Let's take a look at this booth right here. Ayan. And they have their jersey, this beautiful jersey right here, all on sale. And you can actually choose kung ano, or lahat sila 63. Okay, meron pa bang hindi 63? Lahat sila pala, 63. At kung gusto niyo tignan, yung size chart, nandito yan. And it's all on sale, only for 1,199 pesos. Kaya kung nandito kayo sa Shooting Gallery Studio, you just wanna drop by, go check out kung ano nga ba weekly ang team spotlight natin. And now we're gonna give a talk, get to talk to one of the executives of Nexplay EVOS, Mr. Ferdy Gutierrez. How are you doing?
Doing well, thanks.
And talk about the inside scoop yung nagaganap ngayon in the boot camp or behind the scene. How are the players?
Players are looking confident. I think that the guys work really hard. We've been scrimmaging well, so we're really excited about the season. And I think that we're going to show a better result for the next 2 games.
How proud are you that from the amateur scene, now they're showing what they got here in the MPL, the pro scene, the biggest esports league in the country?
No, extremely proud. I mean, I think the brand is about Filipino excellence, and we want to be able to promote grassroots programs. And I think this is a great example of amateur teams coming in and playing in the leagues and really showing what they have. And I think, as we continue our journey to become champions, this is just step 1. And I'm really, really excited about it.
What does Nexplay EVOS, what's their vision for the league, for the community?
To grow it as fast as we can. We want the league to grow, not just us. And I think it's important that we promote esports in the Philippines and show that we become world champions on a regular basis. So, and especially from our perspective, again, grassroots is what we believe in, and that's why we went with our team today. And we're going to continue to support the up-and-coming players, and I think it's important that we do it from the Philippines. So.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Gutierrez. Kayo naman, pili na kayo ng mga jersey dito. Ang ganda ng jersey ng Nexplay EVOS, black and purple. Now, go ahead, take a look, visit us here, Team Spotlight dito sa harap ng Shooting Gallery Studio. Now, babalik na tayo sa ating mga casters. Pasok.
Mara, Mr. Gutierrez, please put away a size XL for me. Would be great to bring to the gym.
3X.
XL.
All right. Now back to the desk. It's nice to hear that what Nexplay EVOS cares about right now is growth and the grassroots efforts, and that's exactly where their lineup came from. Again, kings of the underground, amateur competitors, champions in their own right, and how perfect is this? It's their longtime rival, a team who stepped up into the big leagues a season earlier, ONIC-PH, that's now threatening a sweep victory.
Yeah, it's that's the rich history of it, right? And the ascension, right? The ascension. Basically, the thing too is with ONIC Philippines, we were kind of saying similar things the previous season where, they just came in, they had shoes to fill, and people had expectations. So, with NXPE being in that kind of position now, I like what we heard, from Mr. Gutierrez. Like, their goal here is to make these guys known, grow not only the team, the org, but the whole league. And it could, again, it starts here for them fighting for that playoff spot.
They might grow ahead, especially with game number 2 onto our side. If ONIC Philippines gets to potentially win over here, they will overtake, I believe, NXPE for that 6th spot, because NXPE so far has 11 points. And now, with an ONIC Philippines win, they now have 10. So a sweep could definitely turn things around for the Hedgehogs. And as we take a look at the draft as of the moment, there is just one, you know, kind of a different setup here, especially for ONIC Philippines, because you have the Yuzhong being banned out, in which it was Ryota that used this a while ago. So at some point, they're trying to vary their options, trying to also leave other heroes for Kekedu to pick up at this point.
Yep, not just that. I think they're telegraphing here, and they're showing their clear intentions. Our MVP for Game 1, it was Nets. The Yuzhong will ruin Nets' day.
Yeah.
So you protect him.
Yeah, protect it. And now, after we're waiting for this last ban here, if the Fredrin isn't taken out, do we see that go into the hands of Sensui here?
Looking
is
like
that
it.
priority?
Yep.
Oh, there's the ban.
Fredrin's been taken out.
There's the ban. So this leaves things open, right?
Valentina's going to be picked up
Valentina.
here too.
I think that's all right. Picking up the Valentina here covers a lot of bases.
Yep.
And it allows not for only ONIC, but for Nexplay EVOS to also plan ahead. So it's not as clear-cut as, say, a Farsa, because now they can open up a Farsa, they can pick it up, and then that allows them to play their game, and then ONIC can plan ahead as well.
This also leaves them to second guess, do we take the R lot?
Yeah.
Because now the Valentina's over there.
That's the choice, right? Do you go for a glue or do you go for the R-Lot if you're NXPE? Because it's still an available choice here for Ding to potentially use, because Yuzhong, yes, is finally gone. The Benedetta, the Lapu-Lapu. So this is the time for NXPE to actually prioritize their very own XP laner. And that's where the glue will finally come in. Banned in game number 1, present in game number 2, but still the same consistent factor. Beatrix picking it up, first priority by the NXP.
Double side lane extravaganza on a Sunday night. Like, that's how Coach Josh and Coach Isan are just approaching this. We got to give Ding and Doming the heroes that they need, and then we'll take care of it from there. And what's so good about these two heroes is they give nothing over to the Valentina. Like, it's just, what's Fritz going to do with these ults?
Or are you going to do it?
Right?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, too. Like, they might not, but eventually you're going to, right? Especially with what your mid lane options are going to be.
One way or another.
Yeah, but there you go, right? Next two picks are going to be that Claude and the Grok here locked in.
Interesting choice here.
That's a trademark Grok. Like most other teams, they pick it. It's like, oh, that's definitely a roamer and XP.
Yeah.
For ONIC-PH,
It's either an XP or a jungler.
exactly.
And only ONIC Philippines could pull off this kind of initiation. But again, Grok jungle for ONIC Philippines really didn't, win a lot of games for them. Yes, it could sustain a lot of damage, especially in the earlier portions of the game. While you have the Beatrix and Farsa going to your side, it could also be a way for setup. But again, it hasn't worked well with this composition. Yes, they're able to pull it off in some games, but they're not able to win the series. So hopefully this is a start for them for this one.
Yep. Sad Sona noises. Look at the Riz getting banned out.
Oh, man.
Interesting, right? I mean, now that you see Rizla being banned out here.
The Rizla.
The Rizla.
It's kind of a respect ban if you ask me.
Of course. You know what's
again,
funny?
What is it?
Sorry, you know what's funny?
What is it?
Like, Riz is like a facial thing, right? You can't even see half his face. So is he actually rizzing?
That's how rizzy he is.
Okay. All right, there's an answer for
Doesn't
everything.
need to show his face anymore.
He does it with the moves.
Does it with the penalty zone to pull them back to him.
Okay.
Get him in.
Sorry,
That's a valid answer.
I took you off your train of thought.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
No,
fine.
he was already sad.
Yeah.
I was already sad.
Sad boy noises.
I love the ban here on the Franco. Brusco, definitely one of more pick-off-oriented roamers in the season in MPL. But also, just the same, Nexplay EVOS, they understand that, hey, there's still no clear hero for Kekedot. Get rid of the Natalia right now. Hackadoot.
Hackadoot.
That's
Ruby's still there.
Yeah. I mean, we are still there because, you know, the Natalia, the Franco, and the Diggy has been banned. And I'm very much surprised that the Diggy was banned at this point because it kind of like opens the portion of the Lolita being picked up here because the Diggy is finally gone. So Lolita is going to be the choice for a Brusco DR. I believe this is a better choice compared to the show that he had from a while ago because he finally has access to at least the hard crowd control without using his ultimate just yet. You have the hammer. That's all you need to just stop the Claude from unleashing the Blazing Duet.
But also, how unfortunate is it? You're picking the Lolita into the Valentina.
Yeah.
And that's going to be tough. And yeah, no, here's a swing back. We were mentioning the Ruby and, of course, the Arlet.
Yeah, so what does this leave in the jungle? Is he going to pick up the Martiz? Is he going to go that route?
Hope so.
Maybe the choice that they could go for here.
Unless he forces the HB, man.
Let's settle things down.
Oh, okay. Karina.
Want to go for the Karina
I can
right
see
away.
it. That's a buoyant hero.
Yeah.
Instead of the HB, he picks up a BH.
You know, I was just watching a game this morning, our time.
You're welcome. Yes?
And no, I'm going to lead into that.
Uh-huh.
There was a well, okay, I guess it's not an HB, it's a KB. It was a Karina, Snowball. I can't
You can do it, man. You can do it. You can do it.
right now.
The alphabet is not alphabeting.
You tried.
this SB on the well, there's only a Karina.
Yeah, no, that's why I called it the
Buoyant
BH.
hero.
The buoyant hero. No, because again, think of the prolific Karina players in the league today.
There's not a lot of Karina users right now in this season, so
Man.
it is definitely a
A for effort.
It's been
Joseph.
It's been 4 seasons. I still can't keep up with the acronyms from Leo, man.
A for effort, Joseph. A for effort.
Anyway, what I wanted to say is I saw a game this morning in another region, and this player is the best, and he got 13-1 in a Karina, and a very and it was a
13-1?
13-1, and it was an amazing game. So I'll just leave it there. People probably know what I'm talking about.
They do.
Let's see. Demolition Man.
Domain the Demolition Man.
Back at it again.
Oh, yeah.
Right, second in average hero damage. That's a start for them to bounce back.
Off to a good start. Yeah, I was just about to say. Like, Nexplay was not showing any signs of what happened in game 1. Like, just back on the horse.
In addition to what you guys have mentioned, there is not a lot of adjustments regarding the battle emblems. It's only Nets picking up that sprint instead of the Purify that he has used in game number 1. Although, that was an interesting flicker though, picked up by Brusco.
That was a mistake, I'm assuming, right? I mean, there's no reason really to burn that. Or he had something else in mind. But that's the thing, right? Are you, if you're NXPE specifically, you want to be able to get this lead going. I know we were joking about acronyms here, but yeah, you definitely want to get this snowball going for Boyet. And the best thing you can do also is hold on. Goyon going to get quite low here, one hit away. Oh, the flicker comes in, and it's not enough from Kakadu.
Short. Man, even if he tried to trigger the concussive blast from there, would have been too far away.
Oh man, that was very close. Fortunately, Goyong was able to stay alive there. No first blood takes here just yet for both of the teams. So that gives NXPE to hold the lead just a little bit longer before the start of the turtle fight, which will appear in less than 2 seconds now. And this is now going to be very different because 2 other members coming in from NXPE are now on to this turtle. They don't want to make the same mistake that they've had in game number 1.
All right, well, right now, they're trying to get in position the best they can. Technically waiting for that level 4. Ding going to take a little bit of damage here, using the split. There's the flicker also being committed. Feathered Airstrike comes down. Still, Junglers fighting for this. The lineup from Brusco not going to find the connection it wants to. Sensui grabbing the turtle. The fight ensues. Ding, still quite tanky. Going to get CC'd a little bit, but ONIC Philippines going to call it off. They're happy with grabbing the turtle.
Again, no casualties. This has been the same scenario over and over again for ONIC Philippines that they did in game number 1. Yes, NXPE had the upper hand, especially with the positioning that they did before the turtle fight was starting, but ONIC Philippines were forcing a lot of their ultimates to just be used in the defensive manner. In that way, ONIC Philippines could continue to pursue, and not to mention Sensui, man. Sensui has been spot on with all of his retribution takes, and this is the start of them.
Yeah, no, something tells me more of Sensui's turtle takes, like when he's playing RGs, are close calls like that.
Yep.
That's why he's so good at situations like this. Now, good news, bad news is, yeah, it sucks for Boyet missing out on the first turtle, but good news is he's playing a Karina. And this has just much better shelf life, I'd say, than a Hayabusa that's denied a snowball.
Yeah, it's in a way it's kind of safer, right? And also he's doing a great job at farming up. Despite losing that first turtle, there's still he's able to get the camps that he needs, the buffs that he needs, and if they can just get an early kill or a kill here in the next couple minutes, they're going to set themselves up properly, and that's why you see them bunching up here in the bottom side. But ONIC Philippines not going to fall for anything just yet.
That's again the same scenario that they've had, right? They're waiting for the time to strike. And while they're actually doing that, the minion waves are slowly being lost in their grasp because ONIC Philippines is taking care of all of that while also pressuring the other lanes. So what NXP needs to do here is to just move on quickly and try to rotate as fast as possible, because if they continue to group up on just one specific place only while not having the items just yet, that gives space for ONIC Philippines to gather items of their own.
What this basically means is, yeah, it might not cost you to get kills or actually even gold or XP, but it's the opportunity cost. The fact that you were missing out on other things on the map is actually affecting the way you're playing now. Oh.
Okay, nice response there. Ryota gonna come in. He's focusing on Brusco with that Vengeance. Has the final slash as well. No one falling just yet. Still, the stalemate for this turtle. The charge up from Brusco is gonna get canceled though. Sensui secures the turtle. No one falling just yet. Boyd on the run. There it is. The first blood to Super Prince. And Ding still here, bottom side. But ONIC Philippines happy with another turtle.
Well, speaking of opportunity cost this whole time, look at the ultimate opportunist. The Demolition Man was pushing.
Oh, they're still going Goyong. Okay, he gets out again, but they lose the turret. Tier 1, Ding as well. And making another one here on the bottom lane.
Okay.
Not the most ideal trade there, if you ask me. ONIC Philippines has just, asserted their dominance, especially onto the taking of those objectives. Let me just add another acronym. FOMO. The feeling of missing out.
Okay, all right, I know that one.
Is it the feeling or the fear?
The fear. It's the fear of missing out.
Okay. I was taught the feeling. But yeah, it's probably
back in my day.
Yeah, go double check on that person.
Yeah.
What you were saying.
Yes.
Yeah, because again, they missed out on a lot of opportunities for them here because they were able to take at least the top turret down. So that's a nice, good trade for them. That's a place where they can. That's their safe haven, if you would say. They could access from there, try to figure out how they could potentially go and initiate. But unfortunately, ONIC Philippines also managed to take 2 turrets in the process. And not only that, the middle turret, which is actually the most vital turret in this game if we're talking about the turrets. So there's going to be access onto the purple and orange objectives. And NXPE has nothing to do about it rather than to just, outplay them and get the retribution takes from it.
It's main artery, as they say. So yeah, that's what's making Boyet DR's rotations, and even Goyong. Goyong can wings by wings, but not as safely. Because Friends, or even Ryota, or even, dare I say, Sensui could be hiding in a bush like this.
Yeah, and still, they're providing the vision. Kekadu also going to drag him back. Brusco could be in trouble, has that shield to block up, but has to flicker out. And still, no one goes down. A lot of poking back and forth. Net's going to almost take a shot there. Now Sensui being forced out of this purple buff area. Ding now on the hunt. And Kakadu able to peel really well here. Still members against some members in the mid lane.
Wow.
Nice little wall. The flicker comes in. Brusco setting up. Not going to hit the Numenal Blast again. And all the meanwhile, Ryota was top side.
Wow, 195 IQ play right there.
That is the benefit of having a Grok as your jungler, right? You waited for an opportunity, you waited for the time for you to perfectly use your wild charge, wherein the other members were actually prioritizing the objectives.
Yes.
And The Wild Charge was supposed to be used. I was actually wondering why Sensui didn't use the Wild Charge onto that bot lane where the Pharsa was unleashing the Feathered Airstrike. But that was because almost all of his other teammates were at half or quarter health. So just to be safe and get his teammates out of that sticky situation, he waited for the right time. And now, the result of that is to widen the gold gap with another turtle take.
Not just he saved himself, he saved his team, he saved that mid lane turret.
Everybody's saved.
Everybody's saved.
Sensui saves, man.
Oh, man. What a guy.
What a teammate.
What a teammate. This is, yeah.
That's the thing, though. There's so much peel factor, actually. We're not even talking about Ryota's peel factor.
Whoa!
Here he goes, though. He's actually just going to go 1 versus 2, waiting for the rest of the team to come up. Come down. He was waiting. Now Sensui going to make his way. Domain could be in a bad spot. There's the Wild Charge. Super Prince has a Numina Blast. They're looking for Brusco. They find him. He's trapped behind the barrier. Brusco falls.
One pick is all it takes. As said by Dua Lipa. I just changed the lyrics over there. But again, ONIC Philippines just, prioritizing one hero and allotting all of their ultimates to them is something that is very nice to see because they're not really forcing all of those ultimates, and they know that when they use all of those resources onto one person, there is not going to be any counter attack that will be displayed by NXPE. So they're not really saving all of those ultimates. As soon as they see just one person, they're going to be forcing it out without any counter in return.
And does this not look like deja vu to you? ONIC-PH with a clear lead, but not a massive lead, but just the same, the map looks similar.
They're taking care of it very well.
Yeah, you pushed us here and there, but where it matters, we're still in control.
Yeah, and it's...
Oh, Boyet!
Boyet's going to get pulled. His team has to help him here. Sensui taking quite a bit of damage too, but still, this is what we're seeing a lot of, right? I mean, even from the previous game, man, where these kind of like fake out fights happen, right? And NXPE can't commit to them, or they try to. I'm not sure, again, if it's a hesitation thing or what's going on.
And that's what's scary about these fake out fights.
Ow.
Only the aggressor knows if it's real or not.
Yeah.
And if you do bite in, you just got baited.
And that's funny because it's Sensui. That's the one who's actually doing it.
That's his thing.
He's the one that handles the retribution, but this time, there are going to be some certain points wherein you are going to be forced to use the Wild Charge, and yet he still doesn't. That's how much of a disciplined player Sensui is. He continues to evolve and impress a lot of the MPL fans so far. Speaking of which, he's going to continue that right now.
Oh, okay. He didn't know everybody there. He's going to Wild Charge now. Points, but look at the final slash from Ryota. It is a mega kill for Super Prince. They're hunting for Boyet.
No.
He can't run away. He's going to get whittled down here. Another hit. He falls. 2 down for NXPE. What a play started. Also with Ryota there.
Were we not just talking about it? Were we not just saying Sensui was just baiting them?
And we talked about Hakadut. What about Hukadut?
Hukadut!
Because he literally... Take a look at this instant replay. Sensui escaped. And
Ryota.
there goes the final slash coming in from Ryota. And then I am offended from Kekadut that sealed the deal for them.
All right, the Hukadut happened like earlier in that sequence. But it was disastrous regardless.
Oh, man.
4 out of 5.
Final slash, though.
Yeah.
The fight, 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
Pun, 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5. I'll take that.
We'll
any
leave it
time of the
because
week.
it's probably going to happen again eventually, you know?
We'll let it cook.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it cook. Speaking of cooking, would you wait for ONIC Philippines to cook if you're NXPE? That might not be the case here. Fortunately for them, they still have the wave clear on their side. You have Goyong DR and Doming DR unleashing their ultimates. It's gonna be a breeze for you to just take care of business onto the department. There goes
Oh my goodness, the alley-oop! Basically, there's the Kekadut hook you were talking about into Super Prince with the stolen Numina Blast. Oh, that is tough for NXPE.
Bro, they up and changed Brusco's zip code, man.
Oh my
His money didn't work where he ended up. It was a different air when he got back. You see how far back he went?
That was teamwork.
No, you see.
If I've never seen it, and again, the final splash. Ryota setting them up. ONIC Philippines is just on point, overlaying all these ultimates on where they need to be. So hold on, NXP still trying to defend in their base. But is it going to be enough? Ding not up for another 10 seconds. And you can see why NXPE is hesitating. They don't know what angle or from how far away ONIC Philippines is coming from.
Exactly. The distance, the angle, the velocity, the weight, the force, the magnitude.
Bro is using the Pythagorean theorem over here.
Exactly. Dude, that meme with all the numbers in your head.
Calculating.
Like, everything's so calculated at this point. Like, what a wonderful way for you to use those crowd control skills. Final slash to put them close, and then I am offended to put them a little closer. That's how not so close this fight has been, going into the advantage of ONIC Philippines, and they've managed to use all of their crowd control skills very well. And mind you, he hasn't even used the wild charge just yet, and that's how much power you have with the crowd control skills coming from ONIC Philippines.
He rarely uses the wild charge, man.
Right.
Half the times he's using it to just
escape.
get out of the feathered airstrike.
After a sequence of baiting, right?
Yeah. Like, take me to 1/4 health and then I'll wild charge out of here. I've done my job.
Thanks.
And then it's, I'm surprised he didn't pull out the hooker dude in that moment.
Oh, I thought you were going to use it.
Yeah,
but yeah,
no.
okay, I got that one.
He didn't want to wear it out.
Yeah, I don't want to wear it out.
But
Diminishing returns, you know?
Yeah. I don't want it to. I don't want to wear it out. But again, Sensui, walking his catwalk again. It's been the story of this game specifically because he just nullifies every single thing.
Oh, Kekadute again with the hooker dude comes through. There's the wild charge. Boy, that's still going to live, though. Ding now.
Stopped!
Half health, actually quite low. Going to get cleaned up by Ryota. They lose one. And ONIC now looking for this Lord.
Okay.
Goodness.
Okay, you know what? Despite that, not going towards NXP's way at all, it was less than ideal. And that's a good thing. They could have lost more men.
Again, Sensui making that crucial play with Brusco DR unleashing that Numenon Blast because he used the Guardian's Barrier to stop them while also taking care of the Lord. Like, that was just masterful macro management coming in from this guy.
Macro and micro. Sensui making us think Grok has like 6 skills.
My goodness.
One of them is baiting.
Yeah, no, look.
That's his passive.
The way he uses the Guardian's Barrier is like, I can do this, I can do this. Whoa.
Well, right now, NXPE on the defense once again. Still going to work with this Lord. They lost their bottom inhibitor turret. On the Philippines, plenty of immortalities as well. Ryota, keep an eye on him. He's going to be looking for a set here. Actually, keep an eye on... Oh, there it is! I just said it! NXPE still looking to punish here if they can. Nets has to get out there! Sensui goes in! And that's Ding and Nets here. But what a play again. Ryota gets the kill. A combination of skills. ONIC Philippines still doing it. Oh, NXP having a tough time working around everything being thrown at them.
They're not done. All right. The disciplined play from ONIC here, despite being about close to 10K ahead, they respect Nexplay EVOS firepower.
Not gonna lie though, beautiful defense coming in from NXPE because they didn't lose an inhibitor and they used the fullest potential of the arsenal that Doming DR has, and he is the silver lining of this NXPE squad. 0, 0, and 0 so far, not really picked off just yet, and also having that weapon master is something that you would give Doming DR in the later portions of the game. Locking that Blade of Heptasis as well while securing the orange objective is something that ONIC Philippines needs to worry about because NXPE is starting to put all of their resources on one basket, and if they continue to get to pick off Doming DR, especially with an entirely full build that you see on your screens right now, this is going to be ONIC's game for the win. But as long as NXPE still has Doming DR on their side, it could go either way.
Yeah, it's tough too because if that's their plan, and in some way ONIC Philippines grabs Doming, you lose so much.
Yes.
And then it just kind of collapses from there. So this is very crucial that they protect Doming, keep him at this 0-0-0.
Doming needs to play out of his mind. Like, he is that one shining icon of hope for Nexplay EVOS.
Needs to be Doming Nation.
Yeah, this is the time, you know.
They are but citizens of the Doming Nation.
Yep. And they're very much willing to give those buffs to both Domeng and to Goyong as well, because Boyet DR probably realized that he's not the main focus of damage anymore. The damage department is no longer in his hands. He's gonna be there to just, take the damage similar to what Sensui has been doing with those 6 assists. Boyet DR unfortunately hasn't been worked for him because it's a 0-3-0 as of the moment. But again, that's another ultimate that was baited out from NXPE.
Yep, Ding is not going to be able to cut through the lineup of ONIC-PH.
Yeah, and now that he's down, having that split available to him, he's going to kind of just be a shield, just walking in this zone.
Nope.
Not sure if it's going to work at all. Boyet can't even get the angle he's looking for. Sensui not even going to pay attention, so they go ahead and reset it. Interestingly enough, thought Nets was going to continue to work that, but he actually got brought to about half health, so maybe that was the call here.
That could be it, or they also just respect the fact that the way Boyet and Brusco are situated. I'm not even sure if they know Brusco's here.
Yeah, they might know now. The lineup's there too. They know Domeng's in that part of the jungle.
Whoa!
No slash.
Yeah, Brusco is just dodging vision.
Using the Matrix.
All right. They still don't know where Brusco is, I think.
Waiting for Brusco to just present himself. And he's nowhere to be found. They couldn't fully commit to this Lord just yet because they want to know where the initiation is going to be coming from. They still have 3 flickers available. That's something to take note of from ONIC Philippines. And they're starting to build up on those defensive items, and Sui unlocking that immortality. But Brusco presents himself. It's go time!
Oh, that's going to be tough to do. There's the block. They know Goyong went up to handle that top wave, pushing in as well. Now Ding goes in. There's the feathered airstrike. We're going to push Super Prince back. He's got the Newman on blast. He's waiting. Ding goes under the turret. He's in a bad position. Immortality is Pop. Going to get whittled down here. Ding having a hard time on this glue right now. Keep an eye. Again, Super Prince has the Newman on blast. NXPE still looking to possibly contest this. Actually, it might be better if they just defend in their base. They're still holding on to the 2 inhibitor turrets.
That was the plan for them, right? Initially, Ding DR used that split tactic a minute before the Lord fight even started. And NXPE waited for the right time until the split was available for Ding once again. Unfortunately for them, it really didn't pay off as much because he was the first one to get picked off and also been the one that hasn't really used as much because there's still 3 flickers available for the side of ONIC Philippines before the start of that Lord fight. So 1 wouldn't hurt and 2 are still available right now.
Yep. I'd say there was an intention there. It was as pure as it can get. Ding tried to buy time, and that was bought for initially by the fact that Brusco was hiding in those bushes so well. They were juggling bush vision. Now, with that being said, they understand that we can't do that. Not against a team that's 10K ahead. And that was a losing effort. And now that they're facing down the barrel of a gun that's being held by an evolved Lord on the side of ONIC, man, I'm wondering, could this be the last push?
It could be. They have good high ground defense here, but they're going to have to actually commit some of that to dealing with this Lord. And it looks like ONIC Philippines wants to press the situation. Looks like they're going to lose both their turrets here as they try to hold on. Kekadu with the pulse. Super Prince also waiting in the backside. Sensui, look at the damage, though, coming out from Domeng. They've got to respect it. Lord now being worked on. There's the final slash. Grab. Domeng with the covering fire. Ding has found the target he's looking for. Now Boyet running. He's going to be cut off from the team. Buys some time, though.
Whoa!
They're going for him.
Hold on, they're going to go for him now.
Boyet!
He's going to get chased down
Boyet,
here.
Run!
Boyet!
Boyet!
Run, Boyet!
How much time can you buy? Oh! Riona! Not going to let him go any further. Final slash back to the team.
Oh, no. Is it just me, or did that final slash look like it was half the map?
Keku goes in, gets the pull. Brusco does have the immortality. Final slash comes through. They're going to whittle them down here. Domeng running for the base. It's 3 versus 5. The charge up. Not going to happen, though. Goyong
Doesn't have the feathered airstrike just yet. 3 versus 5 and a bunch of minions.
Oh!
We're with the final slash.
Goyong.
It's looking grim here for NXPE.
Wait.
ONIC Philippines now working on the base.
No minions!
They don't have minions. Domeng
Kakadut.
getting chunked low. Oh, Kakadut does fall.
Minions!
Now it's the minions. That's focusing
Lock it in.
on the crystal.
Oh!
And there you have it, ONIC Philippines with this sweep against NXPE.
Delayed but not denied. The Hedgehogs win the night.
There were a lot of things that happened in that team fight, first of all.
Yep.
Because Naizu, you can now, catch your breath. Woo. And second, it was that moment wherein it was a good Farcell play to just allot the feathered airstrike onto the Valentina so that there wouldn't be any more further casualties before that first knocking on that base. And then things were starting to go well for the side of NXPE. Unfortunately for them, that is where the gold gap and the item gap started to come in.
Yeah.
The damage potential that is being given by ONIC Philippines was something that NXPE could no longer handle. And it reached the point wherein Boy at DR had the intention of picking off at least one, but it didn't happen from there.
Yeah. It hit a critical mass. You saw the intention and you saw the game plan that Nexplay EVOS were employing or deploying. And they could have defended if they really wanted to, right? But this is the equivalent of doing a PR and your shorts just wouldn't hold you in anymore.
Yep.
Like your thighs are just popping out of your shorts like, I can't anymore. I can't. And then you just give up. Like, that's what happened. But they could have defended. I could have sworn.
That's a great picture.
I could have sworn, but you know what I'm talking about. But still, what was that? 2 or 3 false defenses, right? False finishes.
It was. And they almost look like they could have held on for at least one more, like, Lord.
Another wave,
and then lead into another Lord. But, that's the thing. We even talked about that when Sona was breaking down Domeng. You're putting a lot of eggs in one basket.
Mm-hmm.
And he was getting to the point where, the damage was there, has to be respected, but I mean, look at Ryota, how proactive he was on this Arlot pick. And, he had an amazing KDA himself running with a Tenacity emblem, and half the time, it was not just him, but it was everyone. Kakadut, Ryota, and then on top of that, Super Friends half the time had Numina Blast. Everything just overlapped so well, and NXP didn't have an answer to that. So you pair that with the fact that NXP seemed like they were hesitating again, it's really hard to, come out the winner of those team fights, those skirmishes.
Is it just me, or does Ryota's final slash looks like it's maybe twice as long?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
He uses it so well.
He uses it so well.
Like, what?
At the best angle. Let me show you a demonstration. Like, this is exactly what happened. Ryota went like,
Mm-hmm.
And then, as soon as this happened, Kakadut went, And then, Nets just went.
Sorry? That's Nets?
Yep.
He's trying to impress you with the sound effects, by the way.
It's not me.
I don't know
told
if you noticed that.
It's Renmar or Wolf. It's not me.
How's the Super Friends new on Blast?
Oh, that's up.
When he takes it.
Bajoomsh.
Bajoomsh.
See? And, I perfectly pictured the team fights.
Right?
You saw it.
I saw it happen.
You saw the Numenon Blast.
As clear as day. I could have played those sound effects, man.
If you know, you know.
About 2 patches ago, you also would have heard it in game, even if he was in a bush.
No, but I hope it is in. I know we're gonna see in the highlights here, but I hope it's in the top 5 plays. You know that video, because that was.
He does
beautiful.
that often.
He does. It's very centrally. By the way, if you haven't heard it, take a listen.
On week 6.
Week 6, baby.
Nice.
Oh, so you'll probably get that play.
Probably get this.
The perfect. If you couldn't have a perfect synergized alley-oop, whatever you want to call it. Man, that was beautiful. That was the Kakadut.
The hook flicker back.
Yeah, the hook flicker back into Numenon Blast. 360 no scope.
My goodness.
Boom headshot.
And it was on one dude. It was either Brusco or Ding. Poor dude. It's like, yeah, I know he's chunky, but
it's like, are we sure we got him? Is he down?
Is he down? Oh wow. Let's go on over, throw the main stage with Marakino. She's talking to ONIC-PH with their victory.
Congratulations! 2-0 para sa ONIC Philippines! nakita natin kanina na si Super Friends, ikaw, ang galing mo I mean, hindi ka nagsasalita, sabi nga nila, kaya gusto kong ibigay sa'yo yung mic kasi gusto namin marinig pa yung boses mo. Lagi kang nandun sa lahat ng fights. Parang isa lang ata doon na wala ka. Yung galawan mo, always almost perfect. Pero paano mo nagagawa yon kung hindi ka masyado nagsasalita?
Nagsasalita ako.
Oh, yeah? Ba't sabi ni Coach Bluffsy hindi daw?
Sabi niya lang.
Pero mahihain ka talaga. Dati mahihain ka.
Dati lang.
Dati, pero paano nagbago yung confidence mo simula nung napunta ka sa MPL?
Dahil.
Ano?
Gano'n pa rin naman yung confidence ko
Ganon pa rin. Okay. Sabi niya matalino ka daw, pero talagang, sige nga, tanungin ko si Nets, sa comms, nagsasalita ba talaga to?
Opo, madaldal po talaga yan.
Madaldal.
Pag sa ano namin, sa mga ice cream po, madaldal siya. Tsaka marami siya sinasabi.
Like ano? Kasi
Kasi yung pwesto ng kalaban. Kasi
so, pag naglalaro, madaldal. Pero pag hindi naglalaro, tahimik. Introvert.
Hindi naman na-introvert sa akin yan
Coach Bluffsy, niloloko mo ata kami doon sa interview.
Araw-araw kami nag-uusap
dito,
yan
Coach Bluffsy. Okay. Kasi nagtataka kami kung sobrang tahimik na Super Friends. Ang galing-galing niya, paano yung comms nyo?
Tahimik po talaga siyang bata kasi nga, parang typical na bata lang, may sariling mundo. Lalo na kapag break time or hindi kami nagpa-practice. Parang nanonood lang siya ng it's either anime or K-drama. Tapos, yung comms niya kasi sa loob ng laro is iba. Talagang, yun nga, kagaya na sinabi ko kanina sa interview with Manjin. Before, nahihirapan siyang pagsabayin yung isipin niya yung position niya and then isipin niya yung ipapagawa niya sa kasama niya. Yun yung mga bagay kasi na parang gusto naming i-develop sa kanya na makapagbigay siya ng info kasi sobrang galing niya pong bumasa ng mapa. Kasi yung pagbasa kasi ng mapa actually medyo mahalaga dun sa loob ng laro Tapos yun, dinevelop lang namin ng dinevelop. Hanggang ngayon, medyo tahimik pa rin siya sa labas. Pero pag sa loob, maingay naman talaga siya.
Eto, Coach, ang laking bagay na ginawa nyo ngayon dahil sa 2-0 na ginawa nyo, na-overtake nyo yung next place sa 6th place. Umakyat kayo because of the 3 points. Now, meron kayong 3 laban left. That's Blacklist. We all know what they could do. Bren, they're so strong. Kanina lang na-snap yung winning streak nila by TNC that you're also gonna face. And TNC seems to be very confident right now because they have nothing to lose. Nakikita nga yung kanilang lakas ngayon. So, with those 3 teams, ano sa tingin nyo doon yung pinaka-tough for you guys? And what are you gonna do?
Actually, yung tingin ko naman po yung 3, tough naman po sila. Pero kasi, since nanalo kami ngayon versus NXPE, mas nagkaroon ng reason yung TNC para mas magkaroon ng motivation talaga. Kasi parang nagkaroon sila ng ibang agenda Marami pa yata pwedeng mangyari dahil natalo namin yung NXPE po
Yeah, they can basically ruin things for everybody and still manage to go on top. So, in this situation, are you feeling lots of pressure?
Yung pressure hindi naman talaga nawawala. And siguro kung paano na lang namin i-handle and kung paano namin ipaintindi sa mga bata na at the end of the day, kailangan pa rin nila mag-enjoy.
Yeah, ang feeling ko hindi na pressure itong si Nets kasi pumapasok ka sa 5 tapos nakakatakas ka pa rin, tapos walang death Pero wait, si Boss A gusto ko makausap because may nakita akong ganap kanina. Si Banoobs pumunta sa dugout nyo. Parang nagkaroon kayo ng something going on there. What happened? Kasi gigil ka Gigil ka ngayon parang may gusto kang sabihin sa kanya. Ikwento mo anong nangyari at anong gusto mo sabihin kay Banoobs.
Yung dalawang teams kasi namin naghahabol para sa playoffs. Kaya, syempre, dikit yung laban, dikit yung... Ay, di pala dikit. Pero... ano pala, ang dami kasi nang sinasabi kanina kaya gusto ko lang sabihin sa kanya. Sa amateur lang pala kami natatalo. Dito, hindi kaya. Yan lang naman.
Okay, meron ka ba bang gusto sabihin para sa Nexplay?
Hindi, bumabawi lang ako. May sinabi siya sa akin kanina
Ano ba yun? Chika.
Next time na lang.
Next time na lang. Si Banoobs ang tatanungin natin dyan. But for now, let us celebrate your win. Congratulations, ONIC Philippines. You may now take your bow. And the walk of victory. Super Friends.
Bye.
Bye! Yan ang final message ni Super Friends. Ang daming pwedeng mangyari. People are fighting to get in the top 6. Ang top 6 lang ang pupunta sa ating playoffs. And it looks like ONIC Philippines is going up. Himayin natin ang ating laban. Patala na tayo sa ating casters. Pasok.
Now I'm not going to be able to fall asleep not knowing what Boss A and Banoobs talked about.
Me too.
Why would you say that? Why would you say next time? Why?
Para, like, what's para? For intensity.
To keep us guessing.
For continuation.
Yeah. So that there's thrill.
But ONIC Nexplay was not going to happen anymore. This was the rematch.
What if in the playoffs?
Maybe. Sona, talk to us about it. How did Game 2 happen?
Got you on this one, gentlemen, as ONIC Philippines gets the sweep against Nexplay EVOS in their rematch, and I guess history repeats itself with a better taste since the sweep happened for the Hedgehogs. Let us take a look at the lineups, especially with the items that both of these teams had, wherein it was a very clean game coming in from ONIC Philippines, even though this lasted 22 minutes and 38 seconds. This is just because of the fact that they were very disciplined with their approach. They're not forcing all of their ultimates on to open opponents coming in from NXPE just because, you know, they're out of position, they're overextending their stay over in the base of ONIC Philippines. They're not really lenient towards that. Instead, they're waiting for the time wherein they could potentially use their very own ultimates to fortunately and hopefully win the game for the team. Now, let us take a look at the team fight participation. Not going to be surprised that Kekedut and Ryota, even Super Friends, is getting 92% of the team fight participation, wherein both Boyet and Ding unfortunately weren't part of it because, again, they were acting as the sponge of the team to just gather the huge amount of damage, not to mention 473,000 total damage being dealt by ONIC Philippines in 22 minutes of gameplay is something that NXP initially handled before the preceding Lord fights, but unfortunately they couldn't really do that as much anymore, which is why the MVP of this match is going to be none other than Ryota. 308 Tenacity Arlot has been time and time again one of the most crucial heroes in not only ONIC's victory but the trend of MPL Philippines' victory this season 11. Those final slashes, as mentioned by my co-casters a while ago, were kind of like double buffed compared to how others used it. This is how masterful Ryota is using this Arlot compared to the other players that we have here in MPL Philippines. And that was, in this game, attested to that, especially when NXPE were using their ultimates just to escape from the team fights that they were part of. And there were also moments wherein NXPE was about to win the team fight, but thanks to Sensui being disciplined enough to just wait for the right time to use his wild charge, it is now going into the hands of ONIC Philippines. And slowly but surely, they were able to get a lot in terms of what they want to do as a team. Final slashes, hackadoots or whatsoever, they've managed to just, you know, allot their damage potentials onto at least one or two members coming in from the side of NXPE. There were also some times wherein Nexplay EVOS wanted to just bounce back and try to figure out how they can close the gold gap for these two teams. Unfortunately for them, that is also the rise of action coming in from these from ONIC Philippines specifically, because NXPE had a way to land the extended team fight, but unfortunately they didn't have the items to at least extend the team fight. So ONIC Philippines, no longer wanting an extension, finished it once and for all. It was ONIC Philippines once again getting the victory against Nexplay EVOS, but this time in sweeping fashion.
I knew it. I had a feeling it was Atoy R, aka Fi Makasa, who got the MVP. Again, that final slash is...
It was on point. And like you said, maybe it was, you know, just a little bit longer.
Saw it. Confirmed. It was the actual length, but it feels longer.
You're right. You can even imagine how long it took. I demonstrated it, but I guess the game kind of made it a little longer than my demonstration.
Yeah. Well,
we'll keep working on it. Yeah. So that brings week 6 to a close. Gentlemen, it was an honor serving with you. And again, folks at home watching, thank you all for being with us all throughout. It was a crazy weekend, don't you think?
Yeah, it was. Actually, there was a lot of surprises, not just with the way things unfolded, but also pick-wise, draft-wise. Metagame changes, so exciting.
Yep, on behalf of Sona and Naisu at your service, my name is Leo. Thank you all so much. Let's throw it over to Mara Aquino to close the show.
Isang linggo na naman ng intense MLBB action ang ating natunghayan sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. We gotta go back to the first series. Biruin nyo, right after Bren Esports secured the first playoff spot, TNC Pro pulled off the upset of the season. Bottom team defeating the top team with Bentings, making sure that Biyahing Tagumpay remains on track. And finally, for the last match, ONIC Philippines dismantled. They're supposed to be rivals, and it looks like there's a little bit of talking going on behind the scenes. So we're gonna find out more about that. But first, pag-usapan natin ang ating playoff secured spot. We got Echo, we got Bren. Next week, may makakasali kaya sa hashtag playoff secured. Malalaman natin yan. Muli ako po si Mara Aquino na laging nagpapaalala sa harap ng pagsubok at tagumpay. Laging tandaan, itaas ang lakas. Thank you, John Joseph Laida, MPL, fan and designer. See you all next week para sa isa na namang umating kabang bakbakan. Bye, everybody! Keep it good vibes.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.